Chapter 6:15. Extraterritorial Starland, Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yi Xing continued to study formations and restrictions, comprehending formations day after day. Every day Yi Xing's attainments in the Tao of formations improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the three grand forces of heaven and earth, wind, fire and darkness, also improved tremendously. When Yi Xing was only a step away from becoming a fourth-grade formation master, it only took half a month for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough in formations and become a fourth-grade formation master. When the first level 4 formation model was completed, Yi Xing's heart was filled with intense joy. He finally had hope of leaving the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yi Xing stood up and scanned the surroundings with his super brain. After becoming a fourth-grade formation master, his understanding of formations had improved qualitatively. When he looked at these formations and restrictions again, there were more flaws and weak areas that he could not detect in the past. When Yi Xing was a level 3 array grandmaster, he could use his super brain to scan the structure of the array, but he felt that it was impenetrable. Now that he looked at it again, he could find a way out. This was the importance of array formation skills. Yi Xing walked forward and entered the formations and restrictions. He walked with the corresponding footwork, and as expected, he did not attract any attacks from the formations and restrictions. Occasionally, when he came across some obstruction-type formations and restrictions, Yi Xing would take out the Golden Rock Profound Spear, find the weak points and break through by force. In this way, although his speed was not fast, Yi Xing kept moving forward. After several days of effort, he finally left the central forbidden land of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. When he reached the outer region with Yi Xing's current super brain function, he could clearly see which places were safe and which were dangerous. Yi Xing directly ran and soon left the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yi Xing turned around and looked at the depths of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. There was still dragon-shaped essence flowing inside, and there were many halls on the mountain peak. Yi Xing could not tell which hall he had entered, but he was very sure that there was a great treasure in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. What he had obtained was just a small part of it. I wonder who left this treasure behind. The conditions are so harsh. Perhaps the owner did not want others to obtain it. I was able to obtain a lump of Divine Dragon Essence blood and learn the martial arts of the Dragon Clan. This is already a heaven-defying fortune. I am extremely lucky. If it weren't for the super brain, I would have died if I entered the central forbidden area. If it weren't for the black hole astrology, I would have been assimilated by the Divine Dragon Essence blood when I touched it. It's hard to come across such a fortuitous encounter again. Yi Xing withdrew his gaze from the forbidden land of the Divine Dragon and turned to look at him. His eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. Star Elephant Palace, Dark Palace, it's time for me to kill you. Yi Xing muttered to himself, revealing a murderous aura. Calculating the time, it had been almost half a year since he entered the extraterritorial Starland. It was almost time for it to close. Yi Xing frowned. Although the extraterritorial Starland was not big, it was not small either. He did not know where the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace were. It would not be easy to find them in a short time. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yi Xing. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. After searching for more than 2 hours, not only did he not meet any disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, he did not even meet a single martial artist. In this extraterritorial Starland, there were only a total of 100 martial artists of the younger generation in the Starry Crescent Land. Among them, 3 had died in the hands of Yi Xing. The rest might have died as well. The survivors were scattered all over the place. It was not easy to find one. Just as Yi Xing was thinking about how to find the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, an aura suddenly locked onto him. In an instant, the void around Yi Xing formed a wall, immobilizing him. While Yi Xing was shocked, the void around him suddenly turned into a space vortex. Yi Xing was pulled into it. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Xing once again stepped on solid ground. The space vortex disappeared and his surroundings returned to normal. He appeared in front of a huge jade wall. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of this jade wall, he was not the only one. There were many other martial artists. There were at least 70 to 80 people. Big Dipper Sword Sect disciple Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang, Xing Liuyu and other disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Xian Yifeng, Yi Yunchuan and other disciples of Dark Moon Palace were among them. From the expressions of these people, it was clear that they were the same as Yi Xing. They were all suddenly transported here by the space vortex. Yi Xing's heart was filled with a strong sense of joy. This was really searching high and low only to find it by chance. He was just thinking about taking revenge on the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. Who would have thought that they would meet again so soon? Feng Xiaoxiao, you can't escape. Haha. Xing Liuyu laughed loudly and rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao. At the same time, a black-robed youth also rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao from another direction, forming a pincer attack. Yixing looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and discovered that he was not in a good state. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Evidently he had just experienced a great battle. And he's already a 2-star venerable. Yixing immediately sensed the change in Feng Xiaoxiao's cultivation base from the aura that erupted from his body. Xing Liuyu's cultivation base has also broken through. He's already a 3-star venerable. Yixing's gaze turned towards Xing Liuyu and the black-robed youth, who were attacking Feng Xiaoxiao. This was the first time Yixing had seen the black-robed youth, so he did not recognize him. However, his aura was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Xing Liuyu's. Moreover, his cultivation base had reached the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among all the martial artists present. After breaking through to 2-star venerable, Feng Xiaoxiao's strength had greatly increased and he had begun to counterattack. However, Xing Liuyu from Star Elephant Palace had also broken through to 3-star venerable. His strength was not much inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao's. Moreover, the genius disciple of Demon Sealing Valley Feng Xiong had also encountered a great opportunity in the outer realm Starland. His cultivation base had broken through to mid-level venerable. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had sought out Feng Xiong for cooperation. With Feng Xiong's help, Feng Xiaoxiao was at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle and was chased by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. With great difficulty, Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape from Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's pursuit. In the end, on the last day of the Outer Realm Starland's closure, all the martial artists had been transported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall in the center of the Starland. Yixing's gaze swept over Xing Luyang, Linghu Feiyang, Yi Yunchuan, and the other martial artists he knew. He discovered that their cultivation bases were still the same as 4 months ago. In the blink of an eye, Yixing sized up all the martial artists. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong had attacked Feng Xiaoxiao in the blink of an eye. Brat, you actually didn't die. While Yixing was sizing up the others, they had also noticed him. Xing Luyang let out a loud shout, his eyes wide open as he looked at Yixing with astonishment. Even if you didn't die, you'll die today. Linghu Feiyang directly charged at Yixing with an ominous glint in his eyes. Chapter 616. Although Linghu Feiyang's cultivation base hadn't broken through and was still a 2-star venerable, his cultivation base had stabilized to the peak of the 2nd level of astral reaching realm. Compared to 4 months ago, his strength had greatly increased. Among the 3-star venerables, he was already at the peak. Last time, Linghu Feiyang had defeated Yixing, and had nearly allowed Yixing to escape. Now that they were encountering each other again, Linghu Feiyang would naturally be the first to charge at Yixing to make up for his mistake last time. When Linghu Feiyang attacked Yixing, the Dark Yin Palace disciple Yi Yunchuan's body surged with black qi and disappeared, concealing his figure. Yixing's current super brain was a lot more powerful than before. Even if he was far away, he could still clearly scan Yi Yunchuan's figure. He knew that the latter was circling around behind him and cutting off his escape route. The corner of Yixing's mouth perked up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. Cutting off his escape route? Yixing had never thought of running away. Seeing Linghu Feiyang rushing over, Yixing deliberately retreating towards Yi Yunchuan. Yi Yunchuan had secretly launched a sneak attack and injured Yixing. Therefore, Yixing had listed him as the number 1 person he had to kill. Seeing Yixing retreating towards him, the corner of Yi Yunchuan's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. He thought that Yixing was panicking, but he didn't know that Yixing was deliberately coming. Where do you think you're going? Linghu Feiyang shouted loudly. His body instantly streaked across the sky like a rock, chasing after Yixing. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky as Linghu Feiyang operated his star form, pouring down surging wood attribute star power. He waved his hand and the star power turned into a huge vine, grabbing towards Yixing. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yixing's back. His retreating speed suddenly increased. It looked like he was dodging the attack of the vine hand. In a blink of an eye, he had already flashed to the side of the hidden Yi Yunchuan. Good timing. Yi Yunchuan didn't know that Yixing was deliberately retreating. Seeing Yixing retreating to his side, he immediately attacked. A cold light flashed, stabbing towards Yixing's throat. Yixing raised his arm and clamped his 2 fingers. A cold light fell between his fingers. It was a short dagger. After the refinement of the divine dragon essence blood, Yi Yixing's body, it was no weaker than an ordinary venerable. After the refinement of the venerable thunder calamity, it had become even stronger. Although the venerables, yes, the venerable, S's, the venerables, S, the venerables, S venerable a venerate, Yi Xing's physical body had been tempered by the thunder tribulation, so his physical body was much stronger than other martial artists. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Xing could sweep away the same level venerables just by relying on the strength of his body. Although Yi Yunchuan had the strength of a 3-star venerable, he didn't use his celestial body at this moment. The power of his attack was not very strong. It was not much stronger than a 2-star venerable. Yi Xing naturally used 2 fingers to clamp the opponent's attack. Yi Yunchuan's short dagger was actually clamped by Yi Xing's 2 fingers. This made him shocked. At this time Yi Xing's other hand formed a claw and grabbed downwards. It was as fast as lightning. It was beyond Yi Yunchuan's expectation. Naturally he was caught head-on. A mournful scream rang out. Yi Xing's 5 fingers were like fine steel and black iron. They directly pierced into Yi Yunchuan's head. The 5 fingers shot out star energy and instantly turned Yi Yunchuan's head into paste. In the blink of an eye Yi Yunchuan had secretly made a move and Yi Xing had killed him instead. The genius disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yi Yunchuan, died instantly. Kiss. The martial artists present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Yunchuan's strength was in the 2nd level. He had the ability to challenge those of a higher level in the venerable realm. But he was actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, he had been killed in an instant while he was secretly assassinating Yi Futian. This was simply unbelievable. Linghu Feiyang, who was chasing after Yi Xing to kill him, was also greatly astonished. In terms of strength, Linghu Feiyang was not inferior to Yi Yunchuan. However, if the 2 of them were to engage in a life-and-death battle, Linghu Feiyang felt that his chances of winning were less than 30%. Yi Yunchuan's assassination technique was unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Linghu Feiyang asked himself. If he was suddenly assassinated by Yi Yunchuan, it would be best if he could escape safely. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Yi Yunchuan, let alone in an instant. To be able to kill Yi Yunchuan who was secretly assassinating him, what kind of strength was that? In an instant, timidity appeared in Linghu Feiyang's heart. Yi Xing had a strange astrology that could make people fall into a world of darkness. Linghu Feiyang had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, even when he was stronger than Yi Xing, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. Now Yi Xing's strength had reached such a level. If he fell into the world of darkness again, how could he still be alive? Linghu Feiyang's heart was timid at first. Then it turned into a great terror between life and death. He quickly withdrew his attack and turned around to escape. However, he was already very close to Yi Xing. How could it be so easy to escape? Stay! Yi Xing coldly shouted. He instantly threw Yi Yunchuan's corpse away. The azure cloud wings behind him flapped. The power of wind was circulated to the limit as he rushed towards Linghu Feiyang. At the same time, the golden rock profound spear appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing used the wind shadow spear technique. The wind shadow spear technique was originally focused on speed. Coupled with the acceleration of wind energy, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Puh! In an instant, the golden rock profound spear caught up to Linghu Feiyang. It pierced through the back of Linghu Feiyang's neck and came out from his throat. If Linghu Feiyang had resisted with all his strength, Yi Xing would have been able to block the spear without using his astrology. The other cultivators from Xingxiang Palace would be able to rescue him in time. However, he turned around and fled. He made a huge mistake in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to escape. He would only die even faster. Linghu Feiyang's eyes widened. He looked at the spear tip that came out from his throat. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say anything. Yi Xing's spear pierced Linghu Feiyang. Blood quickly flowed out from the grooves on both sides of the spearhead. He coldly said, Can you escape? Hearing Yi Xing's voice, Linghu Feiyang's eyes were filled with despair and terror. In an instant, an intense pain came from his neck. Yi Xing had instantly retrieved the golden rock profound spear. The spear tip came back and tore open a bloody hole in Linghu Feiyang's neck. Even though a venerable had a powerful life force, Linghu Feiyang's life was instantly drained away. His hands covered his throat as he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace who were charging towards Yi Xing all stopped. They looked at Yi Xing with shock. As a 3-star venerable, Xing Liuyang's strength was comparable to a mid-level venerable. At this moment, he looked at Yi Xing with a grave expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. You actually broke through to the astral reaching realm. Xing Liuyang stared at Yi Xing and said word by word. His voice was filled with shock. Chapter 617. For months ago, Xing Liuyang had met Yi Xing. At that time, Yi Xing's cultivation base had only reached half-step venerable. The gap between the astral reaching realm and the astral star realm was a huge gap in the martial path. Even the geniuses of the starry crescent continent would be stuck at half-step venerable for a year or two. Yi Xing was only a martial artist from a lower continent. Yet, he had passed through the venerable thunder calamity and become an astral reaching venerable in such a short period of time. Yi Xing held the golden rock profound spear in his hand. Fire Yuan Qi gathered around his body while wind Yuan Qi revolved around him. Yi Xing's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xing Liuyang and said, "What, are you afraid? It was you who forced me into the forbidden zone. Otherwise, how could I have reached the astral reaching realm so quickly? To be honest, I really have to thank you. How about I send you off to reunite with Linghu Feiyang? You think I'm afraid of you?" Xing Liuyang roared. His hair and beard fluttered as he released his cultivation. A terrifying aura burst out as he said, "So what if you've stepped into the astral reaching realm? Although I haven't broken through, my strength has improved greatly. I'm invincible among the 4-star venerables. Even if your battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared with ordinary 4-star venerables, in front of me, there's only one outcome, death." Pointing his golden rock profound spear at Xing Liuyang, Yi Xing said coldly, "Then come and try." Xing Liuyang's gaze swept over the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He transmitted his voice to them, telling them that if the situation went south, they would swarm up and kill Yi Xing. Then he looked at Yi Xing and sneered, "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot up into the sky, turning into a flaming star. It was an extreme flaming star. At the same time, Xing Liuyang raised his hand and the profound flame spear appeared in his hand. A large amount of fire Yuan Qi gathered around his body, turning him into a flame emissary. Whoosh! Yi Xing also used his flame astral avatar. Xing Liuyang's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xing had to go all out to fight. "Fire dragon leaves the mountain." Xing Liuyang shouted as the ardent flame profound spear in his hand bloomed with bright flames. The spear shot out and turned into a fiery dragon spear. This fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was filled with berserk power, enough to instantly injure or even kill a 3-star venerate. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing's spear was like a cold light, thrusting out like a stream of light. Its speed was inconceivably fast. This spear contained the power of wind and darkness. Not only was it fast, but it was also hard to detect. Yi Xing went around the spear of Fire Dragon and went straight for Xing Liuyang's throat. If it had been an ordinary 4-star venerable, Yi Xing's spear attack would have definitely been able to force the other party to return to defense. However, Xing Liuyang was not an ordinary 4-star venerable. When he saw that Yi Xing's spear was too fast, he immediately opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and sneered. "You want to force me to return to defense with your speed? Dream on." Fire Dragon swings its tail. In an instant, Xing Liuyang's spear turned into a sweep. The tail of the spear of Fire Dragon moved horizontally and collided with Yi Xing's spear. Boom! The Wind Shadow Spear dissipated in an instant. In terms of the strength of the stars, Yi Xing was inferior. In terms of martial arts attainment, Yi Xing was at the supreme-grade spiritual martial transformative realm, while Xing Liuyang had mastered a low-grade profound-level martial art. Yi Xing was slightly inferior. In terms of the power of the stars, Yi Xing's golden rock spear was at the low-grade profound level, while Xing Liuyang's blazing flame spear was at the mid-grade profound level. Yi Xing was still inferior. Even though Yi Xing's understanding of the momentum of heaven and earth and his control of the qi of heaven and earth was stronger than Xing Liuyang's, he was still no match for Xing Liuyang in a head-on collision. Yi Xing was slightly inferior. Xing Liuyang's spear shattered Yi Xing's Wind Shadow Spear and continued to stab at Yi Xing. Yi Xing performed the shadow steps and split his body, dodging the spear. Fire Dragon soars the sky. Die. Xing Liuyang shouted and unleashed his aura to the extreme. He performed one of the unique skills of the Fiery Dragon Spear art. The Fiery Dragon Spear art was 100 meters long. It soared into the sky and flew around Xing Liuyang. Wherever it passed, waves of air billowed. Cracks appeared on the ground just from the rapid airflow. could be seen how terrifying the fiery dragon spear art was. The fiery dragon spear art was too fast. Circle after circle it kept expanding. Even though Yi Xing's shadow steps were exquisite and unpredictable, he still felt that he could not avoid it. Layers of wind shadows. Yi Xing unleashed his strength to the extreme and performed the unique skill of the wind shadow spear art. In an instant, the sky was filled with spear shadows and they all rushed towards the fiery dragon spear art. Bang, bang, bang. However, the fiery dragon spear art was powerful and unstoppable. The wind shadow spear art shattered one after another, but the fiery dragon spear art continued to move forward, only slightly weaker. Your attack power is not good enough. You can't block it. Ah. Xing Luyang let out a peal of laughter. Yi Xing's martial art was only a spirit-level supreme-grade martial art. Even though it had reached the transcendent state and could easily defeat an overlord, it was nothing in front of Xing Luyang. Yi Xing knew that his weakness was his martial art. The wind shadow spear art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level and it was not compatible with the flame astrology. Therefore, in terms of power, it could not be compared to Xing Luyang's fiery dragon spear art. The advantage of the wind shadow spear art was its speed. In this aspect, it was countered by Xing Liuyang's heavenly eye. If Yi Xing had used the sky-burning sun fist art, the power of his martial art would have increased a lot. However, Yi Xing knew that the sky-burning sun fist art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level. Although it could be used to fight against Xing Luyang, it could not defeat him. If he wanted to defeat Xing Luyang, the only way was. Yi Xing's heart stirred. A beam of starlight shot into the sky. He had used the black hole astrology. Only by turning Xing Luyang blind would he be unable to block his elusive spear art. Even if Xing Luyang was stronger he would still die. The black hole astrology hung high in the sky. Xing Luyang was suddenly plunged into a world of darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Whoosh! Yi Xing moved like lightning. He became one with his spear and pushed his speed to the limit. He thrust his spear at Xing Luyang. Xing Luyang immediately felt that his life was in danger. Fiery Dragon Shield. Xing Luyang retracted the fiery dragon spear art and protected it outside his body. At the same time, his heavenly eye was pushed to the limit. However, in the world of darkness, even the heavenly eye was greatly weakened. It was not until Yi Xing's spear was within 10 meters that Xing Luyang saw a faint shadow of the spear. Fortunately, the fiery dragon shield protected this area. Xing Luyang used all his strength to push the defense of this area to the limit. Clang! Sparks flew. A large chunk of the fiery dragon spear art's body was pierced, but it blocked Yi Xing's attack. Yi Xing immediately retracted his spear and retreated. Chapter 618. Xian Yefeng. Xing Luyang shouted out loud, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. In this world of darkness, Yi Xing's spear skills were unpredictable. He had no confidence he could block Yi Xing's next spear strike. Moreover, in this world of darkness, no other martial artist would be able to help. Only Xian Yefeng, a genius disciple of Dark Moon Temple whose strength was no weaker than his own, could. As Xing Luyang spoke, Xian Yefeng had already attacked. His figure turned into a black line as he instantly shot towards Yi Xing. Two fingers shot out, forming a pitch-black astral finger. This pitch-black astral finger was extremely fast. Moreover, it rippled like waves, its power terrifying. This was Dark Moon Temple's profound-level martial art, the profound dark finger. When Yi Xing fought, his eyes and ears were alert. When Xian Yefeng attacked, Yi Xing was well aware of it. He thrust out his spear, raging flames raging as it collided with the profound dark finger. Bang! A terrifying recoil struck out. Yi Xing was sent flying 100 meters away. Xian Yefeng's strength wasn't any weaker than Xing Liuyang's. He wasn't his match in a head-on clash. Yi Xing's mortal body was powerful so he wasn't injured. His aura covered Xian Yefeng, forcing him into the world of darkness. What a strong power of darkness. Your astrology is extraordinary. Unfortunately, I also comprehend the power of darkness. This darkness cannot stop me. Xian Yefeng sneered. Although he was trapped in the world of darkness and his vision was greatly affected, he could still see Yi Xing's figure. After comprehending the power of darkness, other martial artists naturally couldn't compare with him in the darkness. In particular, Xian Yefeng had opened his martial Dao heavenly eye. His vision was enhanced and he was able to see through the darkness, locking onto Yi Xing's body. Whoosh! The void tore apart. The profound dark finger once again shot towards Yi Xing. Although the world of darkness couldn't affect Xian Yefeng, Yi Xing was like the ruler of this world of darkness. He could sense everything that was happening in this world of darkness. Yi Xing's mind was clear as day and his reaction speed was greatly increased. His figure split apart. Yi Xing dodged Xian Yefeng's attack and shot his spear towards Xing Luyang. In the world of darkness, Yi Xing found it difficult to deal with Xian Yefeng. But Xing Luyang was completely trapped in the world of darkness. Yes, priority target. The black night wind was surrounded by wind elemental energy. It was like a gust of wind, instantly blocking Yi Xing and Xing Luyang. You're very fast, but I'm not slow either. You want to kill someone in front of me, Xian Yefeng? What wishful thinking. Xian Yefeng sneered and used the profound dark finger to push Yi Xing back. However, Yi Xing's reaction speed was too fast in the world of darkness. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack Xing Luyang, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to catch Yi Xing's movements. Every attack would be dodged by Yi Xing. The rest of you, stay away and shoot. Xian Yefeng shouted. Xian Yefeng knew that if others were to rush over, they would be trapped in the world of darkness like him and Xing Luyang. They wouldn't be able to help. This world of darkness was clearly related to the black hole star. However, the star's area of influence was limited. As long as one was far enough away, they wouldn't be affected. Therefore, Xian Yefeng ordered everyone to stay away and shoot. Among the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Darkyin Palace, there were very few who cultivated archery. There was only one archery expert, and that was Xingxiang Palace's disciple Yan Lan. Yan Lan's strength was on par with Linghu Feiyang's. However, she was much more terrifying than Linghu Feiyang because her archery was impossible to guard against. If Linghu Feiyang wanted to kill someone, he had to do it at close range. However, Yan Lan only needed to shoot an arrow from afar, and the target wouldn't even know who killed him. In this aspect, Yan Lan was completely comparable to the disciples of Darkyin Palace. She was good at assassination. As soon as Xian Yefeng's voice fell, the younger generation, including Yan Lan, distanced themselves from Yi Xing and retreated more than 10 li away. Yan Lan especially retreated 20 li away and took out a profound grade bow, the Earth Profound Bow. Profound grade bows could draw upon Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. There was no need for arrows. Drawing the bow could condense Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi into an arrow. Ordinary arrows couldn't withstand Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi at all. Their power wasn't as strong as Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi arrows. Therefore, profound grade bows didn't need arrows. As for profound grade arrows, every one of them was as precious as a profound grade weapon. They were extremely rare. A profound grade bow paired with a profound grade arrow was naturally the strongest. However, very few people would be so wasteful. Using Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi arrows was enough. The other archers all had top-grade spirit bows in their hands. Only Yan Lan had a profound grade bow in her hands. In the blink of an eye, several archers, including Yan Lan, drew the bows in their hands and shot an arrow at Yi Xing. Yi Xing, who was being chased by Xian Yefeng and looking for an opportunity to kill Xing Luyang, suddenly frowned and felt danger. There were several arrows flying towards him, but there was only one that made him feel threatened. It was an earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. Someone is using a profound grade bow. Yi Xing's heart stirred. He used his afterimage footwork to the limit and constantly changed his position. To be able to use a profound grade treasure bow, one must be an expert in the Tao of archery, and an expert in the Tao of archery could easily change the direction of their arrows. Yi Xing himself was an expert in the Tao of archery, so he was very clear in his heart that to avoid the arrows of an expert in the Tao of archery, he had to constantly change his direction, and he had to be fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had dodged 6 or 7 times. After he dodged 3 times, there was only one arrow left chasing after him. It was that earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. This Yuan Qi arrow changed direction 5 times before its power dissipated. It could be seen that the archer's attainments in archery had reached the level of 5 changes at will. With such high attainments in archery coupled with a profound grade bow, even a mid-level venerable would feel danger when shot by a second-star venerable, let alone Yi Xing, who Yi Xing's killing intent instantly spread out, enveloping all the martial artists that were shooting arrows in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the few archers that were dozens of miles away from Yi Xing all fell into a world of darkness. However, Yan Lan, who was more than 20 miles away from Yi Xing, was an exception. It could be seen that the black hole astrology's range of influence was limited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yan Lan pulled back the earth profound bow and shot out a second arrow. Because Yi Xing was dodging that arrow, he kept changing directions and neglected Xian Yifeng's existence. At this moment, Xian Yifeng seized the opportunity to attack. Dark profound finger force shot out one after another. Yi Xing was in the middle of dodging Xian Yifeng's pursuit when an arrow suddenly came and sealed off his path of retreat. In a hurry he couldn't dodge. Although the afterimage footwork was exquisite, it still required Yixing to use it. Yixing was out of breath. How could he change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant? However, at this moment he had to do it even if he couldn't. Yixing instantly took a deep breath. His figure separated again and changed direction, dodging the attack of the dark profound finger. However, this time he couldn't change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant. He only changed direction 4 times before the earth-colored Yuan Qi arrow caught up to him. Yixing barely dodged the attack on his throat. His body suddenly rose up and the arrow hit his chest. Chapter 6:19. Yixing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying by the arrow. The power contained in the khaki-colored Yuan Qi arrow was too terrifying. Even a 4-star supremacy would be severely injured or even killed if struck by the arrow. The energy arrow did not penetrate Yixing's body. Instead, it was blocked by Yixing's black-grade protective inner armor. This was extremely fortunate. If not for the black-grade inner armor blocking the arrow, this arrow would have penetrated Yixing's body. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. However, although the inner armor blocked the energy arrow, the energy contained within the energy arrow still penetrated Yixing's body. This caused Yixing to be severely injured, causing him to instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. The energy within the khaki-colored origin Qi arrow was relentless, sending Yixing flying for several hundred meters before it finally dissipated. Several hundred meters away, Yixing spat out another mouthful of blood. The energy contained within the energy arrow was too sharp. It caused quite a bit of damage to his body, especially since the energy did not penetrate him all at once. Instead, it came in waves, maximizing the damage. Xian Yefeng was not in a hurry to attack. Yixing was already injured. From his point of view, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. With Yan Lan holding him back with her archery from afar, Xian Yefeng's close-range attacks completely restrained Yixing. He was unable to turn the situation around. Xian Yefeng sneered and said, "Kid, no matter how strong you are or how heaven-defying you are still an ant from an inferior continent. Trash. How dare you make an enemy out of us? You only have death awaiting you. You will die without a burial ground. Brother Yi, I'm afraid that both of us are going to die here today. How detestable. You and I are both top geniuses, yet we are going to die under the siege of these mediocre people." Feng Xiaoxiao's voice came from afar. Her tone was filled with unwillingness. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's cultivation levels were higher than Feng Xiaoxiao's, but their powers were weaker than hers. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were able to unleash a power that was greater than 1+1. Feng Xiong's sealing technique had greatly weakened Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, making it difficult for her to withstand the Star Flow Feather's attack. She was already injured, and if it wasn't for the mystic middle-grade protective inner armor, she would have lost her life. However, after a prolonged battle, Feng Xiaoxiao would be exhausted sooner or later. The protective inner armor could only protect her body. Feng Xiaoxiao still had to rely on her sword techniques to defend herself. Once she was exhausted, her life would be in danger. Yixing stood in the air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His aura was still fierce as he said loudly, "I won't die. Brother Feng, you won't die either. The ones who will die today will be these mediocre people. Everyone from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace will die." Ha 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 ha. Xian Yefeng laughed loudly and said, "Kid, are you talking in your sleep right now? What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Show us." The disciples from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace sneered. Yixing had already spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and his injuries were not light. In their eyes, he was an arrow at the end of its flight and a turtle in a jar. He did not even have any hope of escaping, so how could he still have the strength to kill them? However, Feng Xiaoxiao had talked to Yixing before and had some understanding of Yixing. In her impression, Yixing was not someone who would talk in his sleep. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that Yixing must have something to rely on if he dared to say such a thing. Her confidence in him was instantly boosted. Feng Xiaoxiao shouted, "Brother Yi, I believe you. However, can the Demon Sealing Valley's disciples also be included in the dead?" Yixing replied loudly, "Today I will go on a killing spree. Whoever Brother Feng wants to die, they will die." As he spoke, Yixing activated the divine dragon blood essence in his body. Immediately, golden dragon scales grew out from Yixing's body one after another. Moreover, 2 horns grew out of Yixing's head and a dragon tail grew out of his back. The golden dragon scales on his body shone brilliantly, and his hands and feet turned into golden dragon claws. He revealed a peerless and terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was a dragon's aura. Divine dragons were innately divine creatures and possessed divinity. Therefore, dragon's aura was equivalent to divine might. It was an instinctive pressure that came from a higher life form. Everyone present was an astral-reaching venerable. Compared to mortals and even ordinary martial artists, they were high and mighty. Every movement they made contained a terrifying pressure. However, in front of a dragon's aura with divinity, the venerables felt no different from mortals and ordinary martial artists in front of a venerable. Of course, pressure was only pressure. It did not have any actual attacking power. It could only boost one's momentum. The true victor would depend on one's strength. However, this dragon's aura was enough to make all the martial artists present tremble in fear. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm looking at a divine dragon? All the martial artists' hearts trembled as they cried out in alarm. Xian Yifeng's expression changed greatly. He pointed at Yixing and shouted, "You, what exactly did you experience in the divine dragon forbidden land?" Yixing's golden dragon eyes swept over the martial artists of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He said coldly, "All of you must die." After transforming into a dragon, Yixing lost a bit of his humanity and gained a bit of his draconic nature. Although dragons were honorable, they were still beasts. They were merely divine beasts. Dragons' killing and ferocious nature were extremely powerful. At this moment, Yixing was emitting a torrential aura. His killing intent filled the sky. Some half-step venerables who had yet to step into astral-reaching realm felt their legs go soft at the sight of Yixing. They had not gone through the tempering of thunder calamity. They simply could not bear the ferocious aura emitted by Yixing. As for the venerables who had gone through the thunder calamity, they had seen the boundless thunder calamity. Although they felt their hearts palpitate at the ferocious aura emitted by Yixing, they could still bear it. Xian Yifeng felt Yixing's aura and knew that after transforming into a dragon, Yixing's strength had increased by a lot. It would be hard for him to resist. Only Yanlan was holding him back from behind. If he were to face Yixing head-on, his life would be in danger. Xian Yifeng thought to himself, "I need more people to join hands and attack this person." Xian Yifeng's thoughts turned as he shouted, "This person is no longer human. His body must have been taken over by a monster from the divine dragon forbidden land. His ferocious nature has erupted and he will kill all humans. Everyone join hands and kill him. Otherwise you will all die, all die." There were a total of 7 major forces martial artists present. There were only a few Big Dipper Sword sect disciples left. Feng Xiaoxiao was besieged by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong, while the others were held back by Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace's disciples were besieging Yixing. Apart from them, there were also disciples from Giant Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect. Xian Yifeng's words indeed made the martial artists present somewhat worried. Right now Yixing was emitting a torrential aura. It was truly frightening. And fear was a major factor in people's killing intent. Because they were afraid of snakes, once there was an opportunity to kill a snake, they would definitely not miss it. However, if the snake was too big, the chances of killing it would be low, and the chances of being eaten by the snake would be high. Perhaps no one would dare to attack. Chapter 620. As Xian Yifeng's voice fell, several Demon Ceiling Valley disciples that hadn't yet attacked were the first to rush forwards. As for the disciples of the other 3 sects, many of them were tempted but they didn't move. Instead they watched from the sidelines. Demon Ceiling Valley had joined forces with Star Elephant Palace and Dark Yin Temple. If one side suffered, the other would suffer. As for the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect, they had to wait and see if there was a chance they could kill Yixing. If there was a chance, they didn't mind joining forces to take the life of a martial artist from a lower continent. After all, this martial artist could transform into a dragon. That struck fear into their hearts. As the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples rushed forwards, Yixing also moved. His golden dragon eyes locked onto Xian Yifeng and his figure flashed as he rushed towards him. Whoosh! At this time in the distance, Yanlan drew her bow once more and shot out an Earth Yellow Origin Energy arrow. This time Yixing didn't dodge the Origin Energy arrow. Instead he reached out a hand and grabbed it. Kacha! The Earth Origin Energy arrow was crushed to pieces by the golden dragon claw. Whoosh! At this time Xian Yifeng used the Dark Mystic Finger and rushed towards Yixing. At the same time he drew backwards. With a flick of the golden dragon claw, the Dark Mystic Finger was instantly shattered. Yi Xing's figure flashed like a golden light, arriving in front of Xian Yefeng with unbelievable speed. There was a tearing sound in the void. A golden claw reached down towards Xian Yefeng's head. Xian Yefeng lost all courage. He raised a palm towards the sky to block the golden dragon claw. At the same time, his other hand grasped a black dagger and thrust it towards Yi Xing's heart. Kacha! As Xian Yefeng's palm collided with the dragon claw, the sound of bones breaking rang out. At the same time, the black dagger that was thrusting towards Yi Xing's heart was caught by another golden dragon claw. Die! Yi Xing shouted out loud. The dragon claw that was aimed at Xian Yefeng's head continued to descend, instantly causing it to burst open. The disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect weren't affected by the black hole, so they could clearly see the scene of Xian Yefeng's head exploding open. They all lost all courage and hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from Yi Xing. None of them dared to rush forwards to throw their lives away. As for the Demon Sealing Valley disciples who had rushed forward, they were enveloped by Yi Xing's killing intent. Just like the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and Darkeen Palace, they fell into a world of darkness. Only the distant Yanlan was not in the world of darkness. What's going on? Xian Yefeng? Xian Yefeng? Xing Luyang shouted. In the world of darkness, his martial Dao Heavenly Eye could only see around 10 meters around him. He didn't know that Xian Yefeng had already died. Xian, Ti to his, Ti Xian's to Xian to. Feng to Ti Xian Ti Ti, S left him, Ti left, as have the terrifying sense of impending doom flashed through Xian Yefeng's mind. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his head. A golden dragon claw had swept past his head, causing it to burst open. First, Xian Yefeng had gone silent, and then Xian Yeyang. This caused the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Star Severing Sect to tremble in fear. Not all of the Darkeen Palace's disciples had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness. Even the few disciples who had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness were inferior to Xian Yefeng and Yi Yunchuan. Only within a certain range would one be able to see a golden figure. In the eyes of the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect in the distance, Yi Xing had already turned into a streak of golden light. Every time he passed by a martial artist, that martial artist's head would burst open and they would die instantly. Only when a martial artist's head burst open would Yi Xing, as figure pause for a moment, allowing others to see him clearly. The rest of the time he was a golden beam of light, his speed inconceivably fast. In merely a few breaths of time, more than 10 martial artists had already fallen. All of their heads had burst open, killed in one blow. The speed of death was too fast. The fallen martial artists didn't even have time to scream. This scene fell into the eyes of the martial artists in the distance, causing them to be incomparably terrified. Yen Lan watched as the heads of the Dark Moon Palace disciples burst open one after another. Her heart was bleeding, but more than that, she was terrified. She drew her earth-profound bow and shot a few more arrows at Yi Xing. However, without exception, every Earth Yuan Qi arrow was easily destroyed by Yi Xing. After transforming into his dragon form, Yi Xing's strength had increased greatly, reaching a level where even 4-star venerables couldn't contend against him. Adding on the black hole astral form, which caused the martial artist to fall into a world of darkness, killing people was like cutting grass. Even if the majority of the martial artists killed by him had already reached the astral reaching realm and were venerables, and even some venerables had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, at this moment before Yi Xing, their lives were like grass. As the golden dragon claw swept across, anyone's head would burst open, instantly losing their life. Brother Feng, you stall Feng Xiao Xiao for now. I'll go kill that brat. Otherwise, all the disciples of our 3 sects will be killed by him. In the distance, Xing Liuyu yelled and immediately gave up on Feng Xiao Xiao, turning around and flying towards Yi Xing. Xing Luyang had already lost his life, and Linghu Feiyang had also died. There were also a few Dark Moon Palace disciples whose heads had burst open. Xing Liuyu saw this and his eyes were about to split open, his fury soaring to the heavens. Stop! Xing Liuyu yelled, if you have the guts to fight me, I'll tear you to shreds. At this moment, Yi Xing's dragon nature had the upper hand. His ferocious aura was unparalleled and he was in the mood to kill. How could he pay attention to Xing Liuyu? Just as Xing Liuyu was speaking, a few more martial artists' heads burst open, losing their lives. Among them was a Dark Moon Palace disciple. Die! Die! Xing Liuyu roared furiously. The golden feather mystic sword in his hand shone with a dazzling golden light as he executed the metal elemental radiance. A golden sword energy slashed towards Yi Xing's back from several miles away. Xing Liuyu was also a monstrous genius. His combat strength was already heaven-defying. When he was a 2-star venerable, he could already defeat a 4-star venerable. Now that Xing Liuyu had broken through to 3-star venerable, his strength had reached the level of a 5-star venerable. He was on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. How terrifying would his attack be when he was enraged? As the sword energy approached, Yi Xing immediately sensed danger. He clenched his dragon claws, turned around and punched out. Golden light bloomed from his dragon fist and collided with the golden sword energy, creating a deafening sound. The sword energy came from afar and its strength was not enough. It was dispersed by Yi Xing's punch. However, Yi Xing could feel the power contained in the sword energy. It was extremely powerful. If they had clashed at close range, he might not have gained the upper hand. Xing Liuyu's attack had successfully attracted Yi Xing's attention. Yi Xing's killing intent instantly enveloped him, causing Xing Liuyu to fall into a world of darkness. Then, with a flash of golden light, Yi Xing charged toward Xing Liuyu at lightning speed. Heaven's Eye, open. Xing Liuyu opened his martial path Heaven's Eye. Golden light bloomed, reflecting the brilliance of the metal-type astrology in the sky. The metal-type astrology illuminated an area of dozens of meters around Xing Liuyu. However, the golden light from the Heaven's Eye could see beyond 100 meters. Chapter 621. Xing Liuyu's strength was not something that Xing Luyang and Xian Yifeng could compare to. Yi Xing's black hole astrology could not suppress him. 100 meters was a short distance for a venerable, but Xing Liuyu was not an ordinary person. 100 meters was enough for him to react. When Yi Xing was within 100 meters of Xing Liuyu, he was instantly discovered by Xing Liuyu, and a golden sword energy slashed toward him. Yi Xing clenched his dragon claws and threw out a punch as well. Their attacks collided once again. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Yi Xing felt his arm tremble. Xing Liuyu's strength was indeed terrifying. His attack power was not inferior to his. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Xing's figure flickered like golden light. He was extremely fast as he changed directions and launched a terrifying attack at Xing Liuyu, throwing out punch after punch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xing Liuyu stood still. His ears were erect, and his martial Dao heavenly eye scanned his surroundings. The golden sword energy was always able to block Yi Xing's dragon fists and launch a counterattack. However, Yi Xing had the advantage of the black hole astrology. In the dark world, Yi Xing could sense everything. His reaction speed had reached an astonishing level. In the world of darkness, Yi Xing could fight with martial artists who were stronger than him. If he hadn't transformed into a dragon, Xian Yifeng wouldn't have been affected by the world of darkness, but he wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yi Xing. He would have needed Yan Lan's help with her archery from afar to have any hope of defeating Yi Xing. Now Xing Liuyu's strength was comparable to Yi Xing's. Yi Xing's speed was extremely fast, and he appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the dark world. Naturally he had the upper hand. Xing Liuyu was extremely sullen. He thought that with his combat power as a 5-star venerable, it would be easy to come back and kill Yi Xing. Who would have thought that Yi Xing was only a 1-star venerable, but his strength had reached such a heaven-defying level. This was even more heaven-defying than when Feng Xiaoxiao had been a 1-star venerable. While Xing Liuyu was admiring Yi Xing's strength, Yi Xing was also admiring Xing Liuyu's strength. He was now using the power of the godly dragon essence blood and emitting the dragon's might. His strength was heaven-defying, and he was in the dark world of the black hole astrology. No matter what, he had a great advantage. However, no matter how fast his attacks were or how special the angles were, they were always blocked by Star Flow Feather. It was clear that Star Flow Feather's reaction was outstanding. In the Starry Crescent land, Xing Liuyu was overshadowed by Feng Xiaoxiao. In fact, he was also a demonic genius. Unless Yi Xing had overwhelming strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill Xing Liuyu. Their fists and swords collided fiercely. Soon they had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Xing Liuyu was at a disadvantage, his defense was very stable. The situation did not take a turn for the worse. Yi Xing was still unable to do anything to him. "Brother Xing, hurry up, otherwise I won't be able to hold him back." Feng Xiong's anxious shout could be heard from afar. Previously, Feng Xiong and Xing Liuyu had joined forces to suppress Feng Xiaoxiao. Now he was fighting Feng Xiaoxiao alone. Although his sealing technique could suppress Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, as the battle dragged on, he was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on. "Come over right now," Xing Liuyu shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Kid, you brat! It's indeed beyond my expectations that you can force me to this point. However, you still have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Liuyu's entire body was suffused with a layer of blood-red light. His strength skyrocketed. Xing Liuyu had used a secret technique, the blazing blood technique. He burned his essence blood in exchange for great strength. However, this increase in strength was temporary. Once the time was up, he would become very weak. He had not used this secret technique when he was dealing with Feng Xiaoxiao. Instead, he had joined forces with Feng Xiong to slowly entangle Feng Xiaoxiao until she died of exhaustion. Now he could no longer care so much. Although he could still block Yi Xing's attack, once Feng Xiong was defeated, he would have to face the combined attack of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xing when Feng Xiong came over. There was no doubt that he would die. The only thing he could do now was to kill Yi Xing and then kill Feng Xiaoxiao when the blazing blood technique exploded. Only then would he have a chance to live. Bang! The fist and sword collided. With a loud explosion, Yi Xing's body was sent flying backward. After using the blazing blood technique, Xing Liuyu's strength had more than doubled. Die! Xing Liuyu roared angrily. His body shot forward like an arrow. While Yi Xing was sent flying, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the metal radiant sword and attacked fiercely. He wanted to kill Yi Xing in one blow. At this moment, Yi Xing had nowhere to run. In the face of Xing Liuyu's terrifying sword energy, he had no other choice but to face it head-on. In an instant, Yi Xing's body made a strange movement. He used the Dragon Clan's martial technique that he had learned in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. A terrifying force was born from Yi Xing's body. Clang! Just as Xing Liuyu's sword energy was about to behead Yi Xing, a dragon claw suddenly attacked. With a loud explosion, the sword energy was blocked. What? Xing Liuyu was shocked. At this moment, he had used the blazing blood technique. His strength was even stronger than Feng Xiaoxiao's. However, his ultimate move was blocked by Yi Xing's claw. Metal Radiant Sword. With a roar, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the Metal Radiant Sword. The Metal Radiant Sword's attack power was terrifying. Even a mystic-grade low-grade inner armor could not block it. Yi Xing used the second move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. The strength in his body increased again. His dragon claw formed a fist and blasted out. An ear-piercing sound rang out and sparks flew. Xing Liuyu's Metal Radiant Sword was blocked again. Xing Liuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to use the Metal Radiant Sword to slash at Shi Xing's waist. Third move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yi Xing's movements changed. It was very smooth. The strength in his body continued to increase. A golden dragon fist blasted out and instantly dispersed the sword energy. Moreover, Yi Xing's strength was not exhausted. Instead, he pushed Xing Liuyu back a step and disrupted Xing Liuyu's attack rhythm. Fourth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yi Xing took a step forward and took the opportunity to counterattack. When he used the fourth move, its power was even stronger. Boom! Xing Liuyu used the Metal Radiant Sword to block it. The sword energy was instantly dispersed. The terrifying power hit him and forced him to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xing was getting stronger as the battle went on. Fifth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Sixth move. Seventh move. Yi Xing had the upper hand. His attacks were endless. He used one move after another of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. His strength increased rapidly. Xing Liuyu was forced to retreat and spit out blood. Finally, when Yi Xing used the seventh move, Xing Liuyu could no longer block it. The Metal Radiant Sword in his hand flew out. The golden dragon fist blasted forward and hit Xing Liuyu's head. Bang! Xing Liuyu's head exploded. He was dead. A monstrous genius of a generation had fallen. His life ended in the extraterritorial Star Land. In the distance, the martial artists of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe it and their hearts were thumping. After half a month of adjustment, he's starting to work hard. Chapter 622. Whoosh! The black hole vortex spun wildly, producing a terrifying devouring power. Between Yi Xing's eyebrows, the flame of destiny continued to grow. It went from 7 blue flames to 8, then 9 before stopping. Xing Liuyu's destiny was a 9-star sovereign destiny. Now that Yi Xing had completely devoured it, Yi Xing's destiny evolved to a 9-star blue destiny. He was only one step away from the quasi-divine blue destiny. Yi Xing only paused for a moment after devouring the destiny. Then, under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the martial artists in the distance, Yi Xing began to move again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Every time he moved, a golden light flashed. The disciples of Astral Elephant Palace, Dark Yin Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley who were trapped in the world of darkness died one after another. In just a dozen breaths of time, besides Yen Lan who had already fled when Xing Liuyu died, all the disciples of the three sects who were trapped in the world of darkness died. On the other side, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle was nearing its end. Feng Xiong had suffered many injuries and was not far from death. Whoosh, Yi Xing withdrew his astrology and chased after the fleeing Yen Lan. He was like a beam of golden light that cut through the sky. His speed was more than twice as fast as Yen Lan's. Not long after, a blue light streaked across the sky. Yi Xing had returned. He had returned to his human form and the azure cloud wings were spread out behind him. A treasure bow had appeared in his hand. Mystic rank treasure bow, earth mystic bow. This bow originally belonged to Yen Lan, but now it belonged to Yi Xing. By the time Yi Xing returned, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle had already ended. A sword light flashed past Feng Xiong's throat, piercing a bloody hole. Why did it have to be like this? I hate it. Feng Xiong clutched his throat as blood flowed out uncontrollably. He spoke with great difficulty, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Feng Xiaoxiao's growth was something that neither Demon Ceiling Valley nor Feng Xiong wanted to see. However, the Demon Ceiling Valley did not order their disciples to kill Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial Star Land. The reason why Feng Xiong led the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples to kill the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples was his personal decision. He felt that this decision would only benefit the Demon Ceiling Valley. This was because when Feng Xiaoxiao grew up, she would definitely be invincible in the Starry Crescent Land. This would affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. As for Xing Liuyu, although he was also a monstrous genius, he was not as monstrous as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the future, he would at most become an overlord of the Starry Crescent Land. He would not be able to unify the Starry Crescent Land, so he would not be able to affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Therefore, Feng Xiong decided to join forces with Xing Liuyu to eliminate Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial Star Continent. Originally, this matter was bound to succeed, but who would have thought that it would be ruined by a cultivator from an inferior continent? Of course, Feng Xiong was unwilling to accept this. It wasn't that he had misjudged Feng Xiaoxiao, but rather that he hadn't anticipated fate and fate. As Feng Xiong fell to the ground, Feng Xiaoxiao's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He used the mysterious breeze sword to support himself and stabilized his body. Feng Xiaoxiao was already injured under the joint attack of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, but when everyone was teleported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, he had fallen into the hands of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. His injuries had worsened under the joint attack of the two. After Xing Liuyu retreated, Feng Xiaoxiao fought Feng Xiong alone. He had been suppressing the injuries in his body all this time. It was only when he killed Feng Xiong that he heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer control the surging blood in his body and spat it out. Senior brother Feng? The disciples of the Big Dipper Sword Sect ran over. There were 7 of them in total. A total of 14 genius disciples entered the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Other than Feng Xiong, only 7 of them had survived. The other 6 had fallen at the hands of the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley. These 7 were relatively strong. They had only survived because they had formed the Big Dipper Sword formation. Feng Xiaoxiao swallowed a profound healing pill and adjusted his breathing for a few breaths. He nodded at the 7 of them and looked at Yi Xing who was walking over. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Brother Yi, thank you so much this time. Fortunately you were here. Otherwise I, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the disciples of my Big Dipper Sword Sect would have died here today." Feng Xiaoxiao then introduced Yi Xing to the 7 disciples of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. "This is Brother Yi Xing. He saved our lives. Don't underestimate him just because he is a cultivator from an inferior continent. You all saw how strong he is with your own eyes. He is not someone we can compare to." "Thank you, Brother Yi." The 7 of them cupped their fists and bowed slightly to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had just single-handedly annihilated all the disciples of the 3 major sects, Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley, except for Feng Xiong. All the cultivators present knew how strong he was. How could the 7 of them dare to underestimate Yi Xing? It was more likely that they were afraid of Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the 7 of them. His gaze then fell on Feng Xiaoxiao as he smiled. "Brother Feng, you are being too polite. If you didn't save me back then, I wouldn't be alive right now. Since we each saved our own lives, we don't owe each other anything." "Ah." Feng Xiaoxiao walked in front of Yi Xing and patted Yi Xing on the shoulder. She said excitedly, I thought that you would be lucky if you could escape this calamity by hiding in the forbidden divine dragon land. I didn't expect that you would have such a good fortune in the forbidden divine dragon land. Ah, you look like a dragon just now. Your strength is too abnormal. I've always been proud of my combat prowess, but when I was a 1-star venerable I couldn't compare with you at all. Normal. Too abnormal. Yixing blushed with shame. You patted my shoulder and kept saying that I was abnormal. These words were really horrifying. Yixing chuckled and said, you only see the good side of me now. You don't know the danger I faced in the forbidden divine dragon land. I almost turned into that thing and couldn't come back. I almost lost my consciousness and became a monster forever. Fortunately, I guarded my glabella and maintained my consciousness. In the end, I was able to control this power. When I think about how I almost turned into a monster forever, I feel a lingering fear. However, I gained a lot. I didn't go through those dangers in vain. As Yixing spoke, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, Brother Feng, what happened to us just now? Why were we teleported here? Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze turned to the huge jade wall and said, this is the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. If a cultivator observes it carefully, they can comprehend black-level martial arts. When the extraterritorial star land is about to close, all the cultivators will be teleported here. This is the usual practice. The Black Tortoise Jade Wall? Yixing looked at the smooth jade wall and said, Brother Feng, for the 7 major forces of the Starry Crescent land, is there a lack of black-level martial arts? This Black Tortoise Jade Wall is of no use to you, right? Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, Brother Yi, you are wrong. The martial arts comprehended from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall are not simple. When a cultivator observes the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, they do not learn any martial arts. Instead, they comprehend the martial arts themselves. The martial arts that they comprehend are naturally compatible with them. This is something that other martial arts cannot compare to. Chapter 623. Only now did Yixing realize what Feng Xiaoxiao had said. Looking at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall wasn't about learning the Black Tortoise, but comprehending the Black Tortoise on one's own. Comprehending a martial art on one's own was an extremely difficult task. Comprehending a martial art was equivalent to creating a new martial art. Only monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying comprehension abilities could create a new martial art after spending a large amount of time and effort. With Yixing's comprehension abilities and heaven-defying super brain, creating a new martial art wasn't impossible, but it would require a large amount of time and effort. Yixing could do it, but that didn't mean other martial artists could do it. However, this Black Tortoise Jade Wall could allow so many people to comprehend their own martial art. This function was too abnormal. In an instant, Yixing's view of the Black Tortoise Jade Wall changed. This was a treasure, a priceless treasure. Young Master Yi, may I ask, can we comprehend martial arts in front of the Black Tortoise Jade Wall? At this moment, a 3-star venerable flew over from afar and spoke to Yixing respectfully. This person was a disciple of the Great Spirit sect. His cultivation was the highest among the disciples of the Great Spirit sect, Golden Lion sect, and Moon Severing sect. He was recommended by the disciples of the 3 sects to ask for Yixing's opinion. In reality, the Black Tortoise Jade Wall didn't belong to Yixing. If they wanted to comprehend it, they could. It had nothing to do with Yixing. However, Yixing had just exterminated the disciples of the Celestial Body Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. His might was too great, causing the disciples of the 3 sects to be shocked and fearful. They didn't dare to ignore him. Therefore, they recommended someone to ask for Yixing's opinion. Yixing found it funny. He didn't expect them to be so afraid of him. They even came to ask for his opinion on comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Yixing laughed mischievously and said, Among you people, there were also some who had bad intentions towards me. Now that I didn't deal with you, you should be celebrating. You still want to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall? The 3-star venerable's expression stiffened. This was the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Comprehending it would allow one to comprehend their own martial arts. This was a great fortune that could only be encountered and not saved. The extraterritorial starland opened once every 30 years, but only geniuses under the age of 25 could enter. This meant that not all geniuses had the chance to enter the extraterritorial starland. Therefore, entering the outer realm starland and having a chance to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall was a kind of fortune in itself. The disciples of the Giant Spirit sect and the other 2 sects had come to ask for Yixing's opinion to show their respect. This was giving Yixing enough face, and Yixing wouldn't stop them from comprehending. They didn't expect that Yixing would really not let them comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. This caused the disciples of the Giant Spirit sect and the other two sects to be stunned. What should he do now? Since Yixing had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. They had all witnessed Yixing's strength with their own eyes. He alone was enough to wipe out everyone from the three sections. However, after entering the extraterritorial Starland with such great difficulty and obtaining such a great opportunity, he didn't want to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Wasn't this heartbreaking? How could they be willing to accept this? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Yixing strangely and was slightly surprised. She thought to herself, Yixing doesn't seem like such a narrow-minded person. At this moment Yixing laughed and said, I'm just joking with you. You can comprehend it however you want. This Black Tortoise Jade Wall isn't mine anyway. Oh, thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. The three-star venerable was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Yi Shiwen before retreating. Feng Xiaoxiao finally understood and said with a smile, So Brother Yi was just joking. You scared them to death. Yixing smiled and said, I wasn't joking. Among them there were indeed quite a few who wanted to attack me. However, they didn't dare to because I was too powerful. If I wasn't that powerful they might have charged at me. I took the opportunity to scare them a little. Consider it a small punishment for them. I warned them not to harbor any thoughts that they shouldn't have. Feng Xiaoxiao thought about it and agreed. She said, Only the strong can make others fear and respect you. Therefore all cultivators have the same goal. They all want to become stronger and stand at the peak of the martial way. Only then will they not be oppressed by others. The weak either act according to the mood of the strong or be crushed by the strong. In the world of the martial way the strong are revered. That's how it is. Yixing's eyes were filled with determination as he said, Therefore, Brother Feng, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and her eyes were filled with determination as well. Yes, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way. Yixing, let's start comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. We were teleported here for only a day. After a day, we will be teleported out of the extraterritorial Starland. Okay. Yixing smiled faintly and said, Brother Feng, we may not be able to say goodbye in a day. However, one day I will go to the Starry Crescent Land. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I will be waiting for you in the Starry Crescent Land. With Brother Ye's potential, you will be a dazzling genius in the Starry Crescent Land. Perhaps, we will be able to venture to a high-class continent in the future. Ah, a high-class continent? That was a continent with a true god. Yixing smiled. He also looked forward to the day when he could venture to a high-class continent. He would work hard for this goal. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao sat down separately and looked at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. They focused their minds and began comprehending it. The Black Tortoise Jade Wall was extremely smooth. At first glance there was nothing on it. However, if one focused and looked at it carefully, different scenes would appear on the smooth jade wall in the eyes of different martial artists. In Yixing's eyes, 3 scenes appeared on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. One was wind, one was fire, and the last was darkness. These were the 3 major forces of heaven and earth that Yixing cultivated. Obviously, the scenes on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall were based on each martial artist's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth. Different martial artists had different understandings of the major forces of heaven and earth. Even if it was the same major force of heaven and earth, different martial artists had different understandings of it. Yixing stared at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall with full concentration. Finally, the 3 different attributes on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall transformed into 3 spear moves. The first move was of the fire attribute and had the characteristics of fire. It was violent and powerful. The second move was of the wind attribute and had the characteristics of wind. It was swift and fast. The third move was of the darkness attribute and had the characteristics of darkness. It was engulfing and had a strong suction force. These 3 spear moves were deeply imprinted in Yixing's mind. These 3 black class spear moves were unable to be categorized into specific grades. They would become stronger as Yixing's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth increased. In the end, they would reach the power of a top-grade black class martial art. Yixing did not know how abnormal it was for him to be able to comprehend 3 martial arts moves on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. However, his comprehension did not end with these 3 spear moves. Chapter 624. When Yixing had completely comprehended the 3 spear moves, the scene on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall changed once again. Originally, the three different attributes of wind, fire, and darkness were divided into three regions, each occupying a part of the black tortoise jade wall. However, right now, these three attributes were all fusing together in the middle. In the end, the three attributes formed a bow and arrow, which turned into a set of archery martial arts. Yixing was moved. It seemed that the comprehension on the black tortoise jade wall was not only related to the martial artist's comprehension of the heaven and earth, but also related to the comprehension of weapons. With a weapon in hand, there were also different kinds of techniques. The higher the technique, the more powerful the weapon would be. In fact, when one's technique reached the peak, it would cause a qualitative change and could also trigger the heaven and earth Tao. Therefore, the sword had its sword Tao, the blade had its blade Tao, the spear had its spear Tao, and the arrow had its arrow Tao. Yixing's comprehension of weapons, spear Tao, and arrow Tao were more profound. Therefore, the martial arts he had comprehended on the black tortoise jade wall were spear arts and arrow arts respectively. If it was a sword Tao expert, then the martial arts he had comprehended would naturally be sword arts, while a blade Tao expert's martial arts would be blade arts. Different martial artists would comprehend different martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. Moreover, Yixing's mastery of arrow Tao was even higher than his mastery of spear Tao. Among the astral-reaching realm archers, Yixing's mastery of arrow Tao was definitely at the top, excluding those high-level reverend lords. It was precisely because Yixing's mastery of arrow Tao was higher than his spear Tao that the archery martial arts he had comprehended would be more powerful. The three spear techniques each had three different attributes, while the archery technique was a fusion of the three attributes. It was impossible for Yixing to perform the three spear techniques at the same time and fuse the three attributes together. It could be seen that the archery technique fused with the three attributes was much more powerful than the three spear techniques. Yixing was fully focused as he carefully read the archery martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. This set of archery martial arts was not strictly an archery skill because there were also close combat moves. The bow on the black tortoise jade wall was sometimes blazing with flames, revealing a terrifying might. Sometimes it was like a wind blade, fast as lightning, and sometimes it turned into a black shadow, possessing an extremely strong absorption force. This close combat technique was similar to the three spear techniques. The three attributes were separated and each had their own characteristics. However, when an arrow appeared on the bow, there was a qualitative change. The arrow pierced through the air. It had the tyrannical power of the fire and the sharpness and speed of the wind. The two were not simply a combination but a fusion. The wind helped the fire, and the fire increased the speed of the wind. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. At the same time, the arrow also contained the dark attribute. Originally, the speed of the wind would tear through the void, and the violent fire would emit a surging aura. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, it would immediately be sensed. However, with the dark attribute, although the arrow contained a violent force, the speed at which it pierced through the air was silent, making it impossible to guard against. This was a true killing weapon. What a terrifying archery skill! Yixing sighed. After learning this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would not be difficult to kill opponents stronger than him. With this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would be enough to unknowingly kill his target. Even if he were to attack directly, the arrow would be silent, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It would be very difficult to guard against, and it was very possible to kill an expert stronger than him. Yixing focused his mind and comprehended the archery martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. He deeply imprinted it in his mind, making it a part of him. This set of archery martial arts was originally formed by the black tortoise jade wall according to Yixing's own conditions. Naturally, Yixing would be able to completely comprehend it. All the martial artists were completely focused on the black tortoise jade wall. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and they were all afraid of wasting a moment. Time slowly passed as he comprehended. Yixing used the black tortoise jade wall to repeatedly comprehend the three spear moves and the set of archery martial arts to deepen his comprehension. Of the three spear moves, the fire attribute spear move was tyrannical and had a terrifying force. It was called tyrannical fire spear. The wind attribute spear move was extremely sharp and fast. It was called sharp wind spear. The dark attribute spear move had a strong devouring force and could transform into 10,000 forces. It was called all transformation spear. Tyrannical fire spear. Sharp wind spear. All transformation spear. Yixing named the three spear moves in his mind. As for the set of archery martial arts, it contained the wind, fire, and darkness attributes. It was a combination of close combat martial arts and long-range archery. It was difficult to find a suitable name for it. Let's call it Dark Wind Fire Arrow Art. Although it was straightforward, it was still appropriate. All the martial artists were immersed in comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall's martial arts. A day passed quickly, and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to close. Suddenly, a spatial whirlpool appeared beside every martial artist. All the martial artists were immediately startled awake from comprehending the martial arts and were sucked into the spatial whirlpool. Not long after, Yixing stopped feeling like he was shuttling through space. The spatial whirlpool around him disappeared, and he appeared above the starry sky arena of the star continent. At this moment, the starry sky arena was empty. There was only one martial artist left sitting in the center of the arena. It was the person the Great Yuan dynasty had left behind to wait for news. Yixing had gone to a mid-tier extraterritorial star continent and would need half a year to come out. The Great Yuan dynasty naturally wanted to know if he had died in the extraterritorial star continent. Hence, they left behind a martial artist to guard the starry sky arena. This was a 6-star venerable. Fighting was prohibited in the starry sky arena. Even if a king was left behind, he could not take Yixing's life here. However, the martial artist left behind could not have a low cultivation. If Yixing had not died, he had to at least be able to suppress Yixing in terms of cultivation. When Yixing entered the extraterritorial star continent, he was only an 8-star venerable. Half a year had passed. Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, a 6-star venerable would be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation. Yixing appeared above the starry sky arena. The 6-star venerable Meng Zhanfeng felt a change in space. When he raised his head to look, 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Meng Zhanfeng shouted, "Traitor, you actually did not die in the extraterritorial star continent?" Yixing's gaze landed on Meng Zhanfeng. He chuckled and said, "You are from the Great Yuan dynasty? I will have to disappoint you. I'm not dead. In fact, I am alive and well." As he spoke, Yixing landed and stood in front of Meng Zhanfeng. He continued, "Go and report to Meng Tai that I, Yixing, have returned." Although Meng Zhanfeng was a 6-star venerable with a surging aura and overwhelming might, to Yixing, it was like a gentle breeze. Meng Zhanfeng's cultivation suppression had no effect on Yixing. When Yixing transformed into a dragon, the dragon's might that erupted was much more terrifying than Meng Zhanfeng's 6-star venerable cultivation. In terms of aura and pressure, even if the Great Yuan dynasty left behind a high lord or even a king, it would not have any effect on Yixing. Can I vote for a free recommendation? Thank you. Chapter 625. Meng Zhanfeng glared at Yixing fiercely and said, "It doesn't matter that you didn't die in the extraterritorial star continent. You won't be able to live for long in the star continent. You will definitely die." Yixing chuckled and said, "All right. I will await the arrival of the Great Yuan dynasty's experts in the East Divine Continent." After saying that, Yixing ignored Meng Zhanfeng and walked towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the starry sky arena was very advanced. It could automatically absorb the power of the stars. The energy required for teleportation did not need to be maintained by star crystals. Yixing changed the destination of the teleportation array to the East Divine Continent and set off on the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling white light that surrounded Yixing. "Yixing, you will definitely die without a burial place." Meng Zhanfeng roared at the teleportation array as he watched the figure that was about to disappear. After saying that, a dazzling white light shot into the sky and formed a pure white light pillar. In the blink of an eye, the light pillar shot into the sky and disappeared into the void. Yixing's figure had already disappeared. Meng Zhanfeng immediately walked into the teleportation array. He wanted to report this news to the Supreme King Meng Tai. At this point in time, the news of the demon star in troubled times was no longer a secret and had been spread around. The warriors of the Great Yuan dynasty all knew that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times. He was a thorn in the side of the Supreme King Meng Tai. The teleportation array in the starry sky arena could not be connected to the teleportation array in the East Divine Continent. Therefore, Yixing could be teleported to any place in the East Divine Continent. After Yixing arrived in the East Divine Continent, he first changed his appearance. After asking around, he found out that he was in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was one of the 9 middle-rank empires in the East Divine Continent. When Yixing went to the Divine Continent Mountain to participate in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Tournament, he had used the teleportation array in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The imperial capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire had a level 4 transmission array that could send people millions of miles away. Yi Xing could use the transmission array to directly reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing had become a venerable master and could control the wind energy to fly. His speed was already extremely fast, and with the addition of the mid-grade profound rank Azure Cloud Wings, Yi Xing's speed had reached a shocking level. He was not inferior to a High Lord's speed. Half a day later, Yi Xing arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Imperial capital. Yi Xing had 2 reasons for returning to the East Divine Continent. Firstly, he wanted to understand the situation. Secondly, he wanted to head to the old site of the Falling Star Sect and enter the Stellar Hall to complete the Venerable Realm trial. Only then would he head to the Dark Star Sect. As for his future plans, he would discuss them with the Black Biao King when he arrived at the Dark Star Sect. After understanding the situation, Yi Xing had 2 places to go. One was to go to the Blood Edge Empire to find Honorable Mo Jian, and the other was to go to the Qingyu Empire to find Honorable Qinyu. Yi Xing's identity as the Demon Star had been exposed for half a year. He did not know what measures the Great Yuan dynasty had taken. He did not know if it was safe to go to the Blood Edge Empire or the Qingyu Empire. The Blood Edge Empire was an upper-grade empire, while the Qingyu Empire was a lower-grade empire. If there was danger, the Qingyu Empire would naturally be less dangerous. Yi Xing chose the Qingyu Empire. Moreover, the Falling Star Sect was located in the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing had been away for more than a year and wanted to go back and take a look. Honorable Sir, the Qingyu Empire's transmission array has been closed. We can't connect to it. In the transmission hall of the Heavenly Wolf Imperial capital, a 9-star venerable said respectfully to Yi Xing, "The transmission array has been closed?" Yi Xing was surprised. Why would the transmission array be closed for no reason? Could it be that something had happened to the Qingyu Empire? Yi Xing said, "Then help me to the Qingyu domain. Try to be as close to the Qingyu Empire as possible." "Yes, Honorable Sir." Yi Xing was sent to the Qingyu Empire through the transmission array. If it wasn't a fixed transmission, there might be a deviation. Yi Xing found a nearby town and asked around. He found out his location. It was about 130,000 miles northwest of the Qingyu Empire. Since he knew the location and distance of the Qingyu Empire, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing flew rapidly towards the Qingyu Empire. In just an hour, Yi Xing arrived outside the Qingyu Empire. At this time, the Qingyu Empire was in ruins. Only the imperial palace in the inner city was covered by a layer of formation light. Moreover, there were layers of formations and restrictions within the imperial palace. Outside the light shield of the formation, there were dozens of huge airships floating in the sky. They were all large-scale flying spiritual tools. On each airship stood a large number of martial artists. The weakest among them was a true master of the astral realm, while the strongest one was a true master of the astral realm. There were thousands of people on each ship. Dozens of ships had tens of thousands of people. This was an army of Honorable Sir. With tens of thousands of Honorable Sir together, their strength was too terrifying. They were much more destructive than millions of martial sages. On the flag of each spaceship there were 2 words, Song Long. Yi Xing's pupils shrank. This was the army of the Qinglong Empire. In the center of these dozens of ships was the most luxurious ship. Its grade was higher than the others, reaching the Shen class. It was equipped with a star crystal cannon that even Honorable Sir was wary of. There were more people on this Shen class ship than the others. There were even a few Honorable Sir. A 2-star Honorable Sir stood in front of the Shen class ship. He was the Emperor of the Qinglong Empire, Long Yuanguang. He shouted, "You Qinyue, if you don't open the formation and surrender now, I'll slaughter 100,000 people of the Qingyu Empire." On the ground outside the formation, there were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. There were 100,000 living people, men and women, old and young. Some were ordinary people, some were martial artists. Their cultivation levels were from the star tempering realm to the star vortex realm. There were even some Honorable Sir in the astral realm. These 100,000 people were all from the Qingyu Empire. They were surrounded by the formation masters of the Qinglong Empire. They couldn't leave and could only wait for death in this place. "You Qinyue, you're too cold-blooded, too cruel. You don't care about the lives of your people at all. It's been 3 days. Every 2 hours, I've killed hundreds of thousands of your people. I've killed millions of them. You still don't want to surrender. Do you want to see the people of the Green Feather Empire being killed?" "Ah!" Long Yuanguang shouted and laughed loudly. Below, screams were everywhere. Everyone fell into the fear of death. Many people were wailing. Long Yuanguang continued to laugh. You Qingyue, do you hear their cries? These are the people of the Qingyu Empire. Ah. As their emperor you just watch them die batch after batch. You Qingyue, how can you be so cruel and cold-blooded? Long Yuanguang, you devil. The Qinglong Empire is so heartless. Sooner or later they'll be punished. A voice full of anger came from the formation. It was the voice of the Qingyu Empire's crown prince, Yu Qinggan. Chapter 626. Haha. Your Yu royal family doesn't even care about the lives of your own people. That's truly heartless. If there's any retribution, it's your Qingyu Empire. Now, I'll let you see the retribution of your Qingyu Empire dancing with Yixing and becoming enemies with the Great Yuan dynasty. Kill. Leave no one alive. Long Yuanguang shouted and waved his arm, chopping down. Stop it. In the distant sky, a roar came. A middle-aged man with a mustache stepped on the air. It was Yixing in disguise. Yixing's roar shook the astral energy and rushed out layers of air waves. It was no less than a sudden clap of thunder, spreading for dozens of miles. Everyone heard it clearly. The immortals of the Blue Dragon Empire who were preparing to attack below were stunned and looked at Yixing. Yixing released his cultivation and showed the cultivation of a one-star venerable. He shouted, "You are all immortals, even venerables, but you take pleasure in slaughtering ordinary people and warriors. Do you still have any humanity? Are you all beasts in human skin?" Anger. Yixing was furious. There were millions of broken limbs on the ground. This was not a massacre on the battlefield, but a one-sided massacre. These people actually dared to do such a thing. The viciousness of their hearts was unimaginable. Long Yuanguang looked at Yixing and snorted, "A mere one-star venerable dares to meddle in other people's business. Do you want to die?" Yixing carefully observed Long Yuanguang for a while and found that he looked very similar to Long Xiao. He said, "You're the emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Yuanguang?" Long Yuanguang looked proud and said, "That's me." Yixing's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He said, "You've committed such a heinous crime. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Since you're from the Blue Dragon Empire, you deserve to die. Since we've met today, I'll destroy your Blue Dragon Empire." Long Yuanguang was furious and sneered, "You? Since you dare to speak like this, I think you must be tired of living. Long Gong, Long Shen, the two of you go and kill him." On the Shen-grade spaceship behind Long Yuanguang, there were two one-star venerables. They replied, "Yes." With that, the two of them flew into the air and headed towards Yixing. Yixing revealed a disdainful sneer. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuanguang, Long Gong, or Long Shen, the two one-star venerables, Yixing viewed them all as weeds. Moreover, Yixing's super brain had scanned that there were two other seniors in the cabin. They were both mid-level astral-reaching experts. Yixing didn't put them in his eyes either. When Yixing said that he wanted to destroy the Azure Dragon Empire, he already included these two four-star venerables. Daring to meddle in my Blue Dragon Empire's business? I think you're tired of living. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember this in your next life. Long Gong and Long Shen, the two one-star venerables, sneered. With the two of them joining hands, they naturally didn't put Yixing, who was also a one-star venerables, in their eyes. As their voices faded, Long Gong and Long Shen attacked at the same time, attacking Yixing. "Die." At this moment Yixing coldly shouted. The mid-level profound grade ardent flame profound spear appeared in his hand and pierced forward. Sharp wind spear. A sharp air-piercing sound rang out, tearing apart the void. Before Long Gong and Long Shen's attack landed, a light flashed and Yixing retreated. However, a bloody hole appeared in Long Gong and Long Shen's throats. The sharp wind spear was extremely fast. Killing one-star venerables was simply like slaughtering chickens. Yixing had killed two one-star venerables with a single spear in an instant. The speed was too fast. Long Gong and Long Shen didn't feel any pain and completely didn't realize that they had been shot. They continued to attack Yixing. However, when they rushed in front of Yixing, their eyes had already turned into fear. Fresh blood gushed out from the bloody hole in their throats, and their lives were rapidly flowing away. How could the two still care about attacking Yixing? Their hands immediately covered their throats. They opened their mouths to scream, but no sound came out. Both of them fell to the ground. In the Blue Dragon Empire, the pupils of the perfected persons shrank, and they were shocked. Venerables were existences that stood at the peak of the Blue Dragon Empire. There were only a few of them and they were high and mighty. However, two venerables were actually killed by Yixing in an instant. This was truly unbelievable. Not to mention these perfected persons, Even Long Yuanguang, a 2-star venerables, felt a chill in his heart. That spear just now was something that he couldn't block no matter what. If he faced that spear, the result would be no different from Long Gong and Long Xian. He would also have his throat pierced. How can there be such a powerful 1-star venerables? Who exactly are you? Long Yuanguang pointed at Yi Xing in horror. Then, his expression changed as he suddenly thought of something. He shouted loudly, "Fire! Use the star crystal cannon to blast him to death." The star crystal cannon on the profound-grade spaceship had already been loaded and could be fired at any time. Bang! At Long Yuanguang's order, a perfected person who reacted quickly immediately fired the cannon. The star crystal cannon shot out, rushing out a terrifying impact wave in the void. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yi Xing. The Blue Dragon Empire's profound-grade flying ship was not very good. The star crystal cannons on it were not very powerful, but they were enough to kill 1-star and 2-star venerables. Even 3-star venerables could not withstand too many of the cannons. Yi Xing didn't retreat in the face of the incoming star crystal cannon. Suddenly, a layer of dark energy covered the blazing flame profound spear. Yi Xing thrust out his spear. The dark energy revolved around the blazing flame profound spear, forming a small dark vortex. 1000 transformation spear. The star crystal cannon collided with the blazing flame profound spear. Instead of exploding directly, it was attracted by the dark vortex and instantly flew to the side. Boom! The star crystal cannon flew for a full 1000 meters before exploding. The deafening sound showed how powerful it was. However, it wasn't a threat to Yi Xing. Although they were more than 1000 meters apart, Yi Xing also felt a powerful wave of air rushing towards him. However, this wave of air was like a gentle breeze to him. It didn't have any offensive power. Bang 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 bang, the first star crystal cannon shot out. Soon, the second and third shots were fired. Yi Xing continued to use the 1000 transformation spear. There was no spear in his hand anymore. Only a huge dark vortex could be seen. The star crystal cannon's power was instantly dissolved by him and thrown far away. Boom 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 boom. In the sky more than 1000 meters away, the sound of explosions was endless. The star crystal cannon shot after shot in the air. For Yi Xing, the star crystal cannon was no threat at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the profound-grade spaceship. A 4-star venerable walked out of the cabin. This was an old man with hair as white as snow. However, his face didn't look old at all. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. His posture was tall and straight, and his eyes were bright and spirited. "Stop," the old man said softly. Like a muffled thunder in everyone's heart, the star crystal cannon's attack immediately stopped. Chapter 627. The perfected masters of the Tsang Dragon Empire looked at the old man with respect. Long Yuanguang also came to the old man respectfully and bowed. "Ancestor." In the Tsang Dragon Empire, there was only one person who could be called ancestor by Long Yuanguang. He was the former emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, Long Xingyu. Long Xingyu was one of the 2 4-star venerables scanned by Yi Xing's super brain. However, according to Yi Xing's knowledge, Venerable Xingyu of the Tsang Dragon Empire was a 3-star venerable. He didn't expect the rumors to be wrong. Long Xingyu stepped out of the spaceship and came to Yi Xing. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing from afar. His gaze was like a sharp blade slicing through Yi Xing's body. My Tsang Dragon Empire had all kinds of enemies who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But in the end, the Tsang Dragon Empire has always existed and prospered, but those enemies are all dead. Long Xingyu said slowly. His voice was calm as if he was telling the truth. Even a giant like the Qingyu Empire that went against my Tsang Dragon Empire is now in a dead end. You. Long Xingyu's tone suddenly became intense. He glared at Yi Xinggai and exploded with a terrifying aura that pressed down on him. "Who do you think you are? A brute like you dares to obstruct my Blue Dragon Empire by yourself?" Venerable Xingyu. Venerable Xingyu. Long Xingyu's words boosted the morale of the Tsang Dragon Empire's perfected masters. All the perfected masters shouted and their aura shook the heavens and earth. Yi Xing smiled. There was disdain and mockery in his smile. "Long Xingyu? 100 years ago, Qi Yan, a half-step venerable, killed 2 venerables of the Tsang Dragon Empire. You were the emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, a 3-star venerable, but you let Qi Yan escape. You're just a piece of trash. Don't pretend to be a wolf in front of me." Whoosh! Yi Xing's words caused Long Xingyu to erupt with a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Yi Xing. 100 years ago, the Scarlet Flame Venerable had caused the Blue Dragon Empire to lose face. It was also a stain in Long Xingyu's life. A 3-star Venerable had fought against a half-step Venerable, but the half-step Venerable had escaped. This was indeed an unpresentable battle record. Yixing's face was as calm as a spring breeze amidst Long Xingyu's murderous intent. He said with a calm expression, "Why are you looking at me like that? You want to kill me with your gaze? If you want to kill me, you can't just rely on your gaze. You have to make a move. However, don't think that I won't kill you just because you're older. As long as you make a move, I'll immediately take your life. If you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Long Xingyu was so angry that his face turned red. A mysterious great saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Yixing. This slash was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was extremely fast and its power was astonishing. The air currents in the void were instantly split in half. Space seemed to suddenly split into 2 sides, and the saber light instantly shot over. Sharp wind spear. Competing in speed? Yixing was not afraid of anyone. In an instant, his spear stabbed out like a flash of cold light. The void was pierced, and the tip of the spear was instantly aimed at Long Xingyu's throat. The spear's speed was faster than the saber's. Only when Yixing made his move did Long Xingyu realize how terrifying Yixing's spear was. Previously, he thought that Long Gong and Long Shen died because they underestimated their opponent. Now, it seemed that even if Long Gong and Long Shen were extremely alert, they could not block this spear's assassination. Long Xingyu was after all a 4-star Venerable, and he had already stepped into the ranks of a mid-level Venerable. His strength was not something that Long Gong and Long Shen, who were only 1-star Venerables, could compare to. Kill? Long Xingyu roared, and the astral energy in his body instantly erupted. It rushed out of his body, creating layers of energy waves that pushed out one after another like a protective shield. Even though Yixing's spear's penetrating power was extremely strong, and it pierced through dozens of layers of astral energy, the spear's speed was slightly affected. A 4-star Venerable's reaction was extremely fast. This slight effect was enough for Long Xingyu. The dark grade saber immediately changed its direction and slashed at the blazing flame dark spear. Clang! The blazing flame dark spear was shaken off. In terms of strength, Long Xingyu, as a 4-star Venerable, was stronger. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky. Long Xingyu immediately used his superior metal-type astrology. The metal-type astral energy fell, and Long Xingyu's strength increased greatly. He shouted, 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. As soon as he spoke, the golden saber energy slashed out one after another. 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber, a low-class profound-level martial art. 18 consecutive slashes, each stronger and faster than the last. Yixing immediately used his fire astrology. The increase in strength from the extreme fire astrology was much stronger than Long Xingyu's superior astrology. The difference in strength between the two was instantly reduced. Yixing continued to use the sharp wind spear. The spear was as fast as a flash of light. It collided with the saber energy, and its strength was not inferior. However, Long Xingyu's saber skills were faster and faster. Within the range of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber, the sharp wind spear could not break through the opponent's saber skills. Moreover, the power of Long Xingyu's saber skills was increasing with each slash. In the blink of an eye, Long Xingyu had slashed a dozen times. In terms of strength, Yixing's spear skills were still inferior. He was at a disadvantage. 18th slash die. Long Xingyu shouted as the last slash of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber was unleashed. The last slash was the ultimate killing move of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. The momentum accumulated from the previous 17 slashes exploded in an instant, causing the power of this slash to be several times stronger than the previous ones. Yixing was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength after blocking the 17th slash. Long Xingyu was confident that this slash could kill Yixing. However, Yixing's move was beyond Long Xingyu's expectations. Yixing had been using the sharp wind spear to fight against the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. However, in the last slash, Yixing's move suddenly changed. The raging flame spear drew upon the dark essence and turned into a black vortex. The Thousand Transformation Spear. When the saber aura slashed into the black vortex, Long Xingyu felt a huge devouring force that suddenly dissolved the saber aura's power. In the blink of an eye, the saber aura's power decreased several times. Most importantly, the saber aura was clearly aimed at Yixing's head. However, when it entered the black vortex, there was a huge suction force that changed the direction of the saber aura. It slashed into the empty space beside Yi Xing previously. Yi Xing had used the 1,000 transformation spear to change the direction of the astral crystal cannonball. Now he was changing the direction of Long Xingyu's saber attack. However, the effect was the same. Oh no! When Long Xingyu saw that his saber attack had missed, he exclaimed and quickly retreated. Sharp wind spear. However, Yi Xing changed his move instantly. While Long Xingyu's saber was changing direction, the raging flame spear stabbed forward. The spear was so fast that Long Xingyu couldn't dodge it in time. A cold light flashed and a bloody hole appeared in Long Xingyu's throat. I've made up for last month's missing chapters. Tomorrow, I'll start making up for last month's monthly votes. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Today is a good day. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 628. Blood spurted out from Long Xingyu's throat like a fountain. Long Xingyu screamed in shock and raised his hand to cover his throat. His eyes were full of fear as he immediately retreated. After passing through the thunder calamity and becoming a venerable, not only would their lifespan increase, their vitality would also increase greatly. Ordinary martial artists would die instantly if their throat was pierced. However, ordinary venerables would still be able to struggle for a few breaths of time. After becoming a mid-level venerable, one's vitality would be even more tenacious. If one's throat was heavily injured and treated in time, there was still a chance of survival. As for high-level venerables, their vitality would be even higher. The throat was no longer a vital part. Even if it was pierced through, it wouldn't be a fatal injury. Sir, save me. As Long Xingyu retreated, his astral energy vibrated as he sent a message to the other 4-star venerable in the ship. Although they were both 4-star venerables, Long Xingyu relied on medicine to forcefully break through to the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the most ordinary 4-star venerable with the weakest strength. However, the 4-star venerable in the ship relied on his own cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation base had already consolidated to the late 4th level. He was much stronger than Long Xingyu. Even 3 Long Xingyus might not be a match for him. Moreover, the former was a Ming royal family martial artist. Long Xingyu couldn't compare to the latter in terms of cultivation methods and martial attainments. As Long Xingyu spoke, Yi Xing's body was like lightning as he thrust out his spear again. It was still the sharp wind spear. This spear was too fast like a cold flash. Even if the 4-star venerable in the ship had already rushed out, he wouldn't be able to block it in time. Stop dash. The 4-star venerable of the Meng royal clan shouted loudly. He took a step out from the profound grade flying ship and rushed toward Yi Xing like a bolt of lightning. The profound flame spear didn't stop at all. With extreme speed, it caught up to the retreating Long Xingyu and retreated after piercing through his forehead. In an instant, a huge hole was pierced through Long Xingyu's forehead. Long Xingyu let out a mournful scream. It was very short and then his body fell down, dying. The space between one's eyebrows was where one's spirit resided. Yi Xing's spear had pierced through Long Xingyu's mind, completely destroying the space between their eyebrows. Without his spirit, Long Xingyu was only left with a flesh shell. Of course he died instantly. That blood-curdling scream stopped as soon as it sounded. It was extremely short. The warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were all dumbfounded. Long Xingyu was extremely powerful in the Blue Dragon Empire. Even if he gave up the throne, he was still the spiritual leader of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire. However, at this moment in front of the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists, Long Xingyu was first pierced through the throat by Yi Xing's spear, then shot through the head, directly losing his life. This was a devastating blow to the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists. The morale of the Azure Dragon Empire's army plummeted. All the martial artists were shocked and some were even frightened. Their hearts were in chaos. How dare you? Meng Tsang, the 4-star venerable of the Meng royal family, seeing that Yi Xing didn't listen to him, his expression turned furious. He roared, "You're courting death." Long Xingyu was only able to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of astral reaching realm because of the help of the Meng royal family. He was a dog raised by the Meng royal family. A medicine that could directly raise a venerable's cultivation was not ordinary. It was extremely precious. The Meng royal family naturally had their own uses for this dog. Now that Yi Xing had directly killed this dog, the precious medicine used on Long Xingyu had been wasted. Naturally, Meng Tsang's anger soared to the sky. As Meng Tsang roared, he had already attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist and he punched towards Yi Xing. Boom. With an explosion, the void shook. The fist aura shot out, creating a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and bombarding towards Yixing. Meng Tsang's battle strength was top tier among the 4-star venerables. Even without using the astral form, the power of this fist was even more terrifying than Long Xingyu's full strength. In the face of the sudden punch, Yixing snorted coldly. Whoosh! Fire Yuan Qi between heaven and earth gathered, and Yixing turned into a man of fire. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased, and his aura became somewhat violent. Tyrannical Fire Spear. Yixing performed the most violent and tyrannical fire-attributed spear move. Like a needle against an awl, it pierced towards the incoming fist aura. As this spear pierced out, a violent flame danced along the burning flame mystic spear. It was like a fire dragon pouncing forward, its power shaking the sky. In an instant, the fist aura and the spear aura collided. With an explosion, the fist aura exploded, turning into streams of astral energy that splashed out in all directions. Meng Tsang didn't use the astral form after all. Although he was powerful, his fist aura wasn't that much stronger than Long Xingyu's. Yixing, on the other hand, had used the fire astral form. His strength was at its peak, so it wasn't strange for him to destroy Meng Tsang's fist aura with a single spear strike. When the fist aura exploded, its power was much stronger than the star crystal cannonball shot out by the profound grade spaceship. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Yixing and Meng Tsang's bodies followed the shockwaves and retreated a few hundred meters. Warriors of the Deyuan dynasty are not allowed to directly participate in the battles of the East Divine Continent. This is the agreement between the Deyuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect. Honorable Meng, you have violated the agreement. Do you want to cause a direct battle between the Deyuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect? A voice came from the inner city of the palace. Yixing immediately knew that it was the voice of the Emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Honorable Qinyu. Honorable Qinyu's voice was weak. His body was obviously not in a good condition. He should be injured. Yixing and Meng Tsang stood 1,000 meters apart, looking at each other. Hearing Honorable Qinyu's words, Meng Tsang laughed and said, "Of course I won't directly interfere in the battles between your empires. But this person is not a warrior of the Qingyu Empire. I killed him, so it's not a violation of the agreement. What's the problem?" Yixing looked at Meng Tsang and laughed, saying, "So you're from the Meng royal family of the Deyuan dynasty?" Meng Tsang sneered and said, "Yes, it's useless to be afraid now. You killed Long Xingyu and wasted a dog of the Deyuan dynasty. You only have two outcomes. You can either replace Long Xingyu and become the dog of the Deyuan dynasty or die." When Long Xingyu died, Meng Tsang was furious. He only wanted to kill Yixing to appease the anger in his heart. But now that he had calmed down and thought about it, the person in front of him was much stronger than Long Xingyu. If he replaced Long Xingyu and became the dog of the Deyuan dynasty, it would be more beneficial for the Deyuan dynasty. In this way, the Deyuan dynasty could use this person to attack the cities of the East Divine Continent and destroy all the lower-rank empires that had sided with the Dark Star sect. Ha 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 ha. Yixing laughed and said, "Do you know what my hobby is?" Yixing did not answer the question, which made Meng Tsang frown slightly. But he could not help but ask, "What is it?" Yixing's lips curled up and he said, "My hobby is to kill warriors of the Deyuan dynasty, especially warriors of the Meng royal family." Chapter 629. Meng Tsang was enraged, truly enraged. He was fuming with anger. The Deyuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. It was the only ruler of the Star Continent. The Meng royal family was the ruler of the Deyuan dynasty. Their status was even higher. They were at the peak of the martial Dao forces in the Star Continent. Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Deyuan dynasty? Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Meng royal family? Even the martial Dao forces that sided with the Dark Star sect were afraid of the Deyuan dynasty and the Meng royal family. However, today Meng Tsang heard that someone dared to say that his hobby was to kill the Deyuan dynasty's martial Dao force, especially the Meng royal family's martial Dao force. As a member of the Meng royal family, how could Meng Tsang not be angry? "Bastard! You deserve to die. How dare you be so rebellious? There is no place for you in the Star Continent. No one in the heavens or earth can save you." Meng Tsang roared furiously. His aura became violent. Swoosh, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Meng Tsang used the astrology. It was a high-grade astrology of the water attribute. The power of the astrology increased Meng Tsang's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tsang threw a punch at Yixing. When the astral punch arrived, it contained extremely strong water origin energy. Ripples spread out and the force behind it lingered for a long time. Not many 4-star venerables could withstand the might of this punch. Yi Xing's figure split and used the shadow steps to dodge the attack. Meng Tsang's strength was about the same as Xing Liuyang's when compared to the martial Dao force he encountered in the extraterritorial star continent. In the extraterritorial star continent, Yi Xing used the black hole astrology to kill Xing Liuyang. After that, Yi Xing comprehended the black tortoise jade wall and comprehended 3 spear techniques and an archery martial art. His strength increased greatly. Now he did not plan to use the black hole astrology against Meng Tsang. He wanted to try and see if the martial arts he had comprehended on the black tortoise jade wall could allow him to defeat a 4-star venerable realm expert. Although Long Xingyu was also a 4-star venerable, his strength was the most ordinary among the 4-star venerables. He couldn't be considered a 4-star venerable. Meng Tsang's strength was at the top of the 4-star venerables. Where do you think you're going? Meng Tsang's fist moves changed extremely quickly. With a loud shout, he threw out another punch. The power of his fist overlapped like waves and was even stronger than before. His moves are similar to Long Xingyu's blade art. Each move is stronger than the previous one, accumulating power. We have to break his attacking rhythm. Yi Xing did not dodge the second punch. The blazing flame profound spear gathered dark yuan qi and unleashed the spear of 10,000 transformations. The dark vortex collided with the fist aura and frantically neutralized the energy within the other party's fist aura. However, the energy within Meng Tsang's fist aura surged forth like waves and was extremely difficult to neutralize. The energy fist continued to blast forward without any deviation. The softest thing in the world was water. Although the power of water elemental energy was not as violent and domineering as other elemental energies, it had a long-lasting effect and was the most difficult to dissipate and transfer. The 10,000 transformation spear did not have much of an effect. It merely delayed the arrival of the astral fist for a moment. Yi Xing quickly retreated. At the same time he changed his spear technique. The dark yuan qi on the blazing flame profound spear dissipated and was replaced by fire yuan qi. The blazing flame profound spear was a dark weapon of the fire attribute. When combined with the fire yuan qi, it was extremely powerful. Yi Xing's astral form was also of the fire attribute. When the fire attribute star power fell and combined with the fire yuan qi in the fire force, the power that erupted was the most violent and powerful. Tyrannical flame spear. Yi Xing was like a flame messenger. The blazing flame long spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely and unleashed the most violent and domineering of the 3 spear techniques. The blazing flame profound spear was like a spear. With the terrifying power of flames, it collided with the other party's fist aura once again. Softness could overcome hardness. However, if the hardness was too strong, it could also crush all softness. Yi Xing's spear was extremely strong. The power of the flames was unstoppable. Even though Meng Tsang's fist aura had a long-lasting effect, it was still pushed back by the violent and domineering spear. There was still some energy left. The terrifying blazing flame profound spear moved forward and pounced on Meng Tsang like a fire dragon. Meng Tsang's second move was broken and his attacking rhythm was disrupted. Facing the blazing flame profound spear that suddenly pounced on him, Meng Tsang's figure flashed and he chose to dodge. Sharp wind spear. Yi Xing changed his move again and took advantage of the situation. In terms of strength, Meng Tsang was actually not inferior to him. Just now, Yi Xing had already unleashed his strength to the limit. Even so, his strength was only slightly better than Meng Tsang's. However, Meng Tsang had yet to unleash his ultimate move. If both of them unleashed their strength to the limit, Meng Tsang's fist aura would be endless. Yi Xing's fist aura would not be able to crush Meng Tsang's fist aura. He would definitely be restrained by Meng Tsang's softness, and the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Yi Xing. In this regard, Yi Xing understood. Therefore, when Meng Tsang retreated, he seized the opportunity to take the lead in the battle and quickly attacked. He fought speed with speed and did not give Meng Tsang a chance to counterattack. The sharp wind spear was too fast. A cold light flashed in the void and the tip of the blazing flame profound spear was already in front of Meng Tsang, stabbing straight at Meng Tsang's throat. Meng Tsang's pupils shrank. What a fast spear. He instinctively punched out. How could a hasty punch compare to a prepared punch? Although the power of this punch was much stronger than Long Xingyu's attack, Meng Tsang only used about 80% of his strength. Even if it was only 80% of his strength, Yi Xing did not want to fight Meng Tsang head-on. The tip of the spear and the fist aura touched lightly and disappeared in a flash. Sharp wind spear. In the next moment, Yixing changed his direction and stabbed at Meng Tsang again. The tip of the spear was aimed at Meng Tsang's vital point. Yixing's after-image footwork had reached the perfection stage. It was not inferior to a profound-level light body art. In addition, he had the union of heaven and man and the wind yuan qi gathered around his body. His speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Before Meng Tsang could counterattack, Yixing's spear arrived again. Meng Tsang's expression changed again. He retreated again and punched out. Shoo 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 shoo, Yixing's spear was faster than the previous one. His body kept changing directions and using the sharp wind spear to attack Meng Tsang quickly. Although Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Long Xingyu, he was not as fast as the latter. Under Yixing's attacks he kept retreating. Although he had strength, he was suppressed by Yixing's speed and could not use it. However, Yixing pursued speed, so the power of his spear skills was reduced. Although Meng Tsang was shocked, he still managed to block Yixing's attacks. Soon Yixing had stabbed his spear more than 100 times. Boom! Yixing attacked with his spear again. Flames covered the sky and the earth. The ardent flame spear was like a fire dragon that rushed out and whipped down. Meng Tsang thought that Yixing was still using speed to fight speed and that his spear skills could be blocked with a casual punch. He instinctively punched out. Meng Tsang only reacted when the fist aura left his body. Yixing's spear skills had changed. The power of this spear was extremely terrifying. Chapter 630. The Spear of Tyrannical Fire. It was Yixing's most powerful move, and its power was violent and tyrannical. Even though Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Yixing's, facing such a terrifying spear attack, how could a casual punch of his be able to block it? It was so strong that it could crush all soft changes. Meng Tsang's fist force contained water vitality, and its aftershocks were like waves, but it was instantly destroyed by the spear. The ardent flame profound spear carried a terrifying flame power and continued to whip downwards, fiercely whipping Meng Tsang's fist. Meng Tsang's fists were not torn apart by the blazing profound flame spear because he was wearing black low-grade gloves. However, the terrifying power penetrated the gloves and rushed toward Meng Tsang's body. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, the clothes on Meng Tsang's arms were torn apart, and he felt a sharp pain in his arms. Moreover, the pain spread to Meng Tsang's internal organs along with the impact of the power. Meng Tsang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Meng Tsang's body collided with the ground, and there was a loud explosion. The spear of tyrannical fire was so terrifying that Meng Tsang was injured because of his misjudgment. However, as an intermediate supremacy, although the spear made Meng Tsang spit out blood, he was not seriously injured. Yixing did not stop there. Instead, he wanted to kill Meng Tsang while he was injured. Die. Yixing let out a loud roar as he pushed his fire momentum, fire astral aspect, fire yuan qi, and physical strength to the limit. He unleashed his full power and threw the ardent flame profound spear at Meng Tsang. Whoosh! The blazing profound flame spear drew a red light and followed Meng Tsang's body from the sky. It stabbed toward Meng Tsang with a terrifying power. The spear was too fast. Yixing threw it at Meng Tsang, and it was twice as fast as when Meng Tsang stabbed with the spear. Although Meng Tsang was injured, he knew very well that he had to change his position immediately after landing to prevent his opponent from continuing to attack him. However, when his body collided with the ground, the intense impact caused his mind to go blank for a brief moment. His mind went blank for an instant. However, in that instant, the ardent flame profound spear that Yixing had thrown had already landed. The ardent flame profound spear pierced through Meng Tsang's chest and came out from his back. It then pierced into the ground below and nailed Meng Tsang's body to the ground. On Meng Tsang's body, he was wearing a low profound grade protective inner armor. His defense was extremely strong. However, the profound blaze spear was a middle-grade profound weapon. Furthermore, with the strength of Yixing's throw, the tip of the spear had a terrifying penetrative power. It was not something that a low profound grade protective inner armor could withstand. Naturally, it was pierced through. This spear had consumed all of Yixing's power. His mental power had been greatly depleted. He swayed slightly in the sky and almost fell down. He hurriedly activated his azure cloud wings, and his body did not fall down from the sky. On the ground, Meng Tsang looked at Yixing in the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He, a 4-star reverend, had actually died in the hands of a 1-star reverend. The life in Meng Tsang's eyes was rapidly fading. The ardent flame profound spear had pierced through his heart. Even for a high-level astral-reaching realm reverend, the heart was a fatal spot. With his heart pierced, Meng Tsang's life was naturally fading away. In just a few breaths of time, Meng Tsang's vision turned black and he died. First, it was the two one-star reverends, then the four-star Reverend Long Xingyu, and then the four-star Reverend Meng Tsang. They had all died in the hands of Yi Xing. A one-star reverend killing a four-star reverend who was 3 realms higher. This was completely unheard of. Since when did the East God continent have such a heaven-defying one-star reverend? Was he still human? Perhaps only the legendary demons would have such heaven-defying strength. At this moment, the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Yuanguang, as well as the army of reverends of the Blue Dragon Empire, looked at Yi Xing with only fright and fear in their eyes. Retreat. All of you retreat. Long Yuanguang's voice was trembling as he hastily returned to the profound rank ship. Long Yuanguang, do you think you can escape? Yi Xing yelled. He raised his hand and retrieved the ardent flame profound spear. With a flap of his azure cloud wings, he rapidly flew towards the profound rank ship. That profound rank ship was located in the midst of many spirit rank ships. However, when Yi Xing rushed in, it was as if he had entered an empty space. Which reverend on the spirit rank ship would dare to make a move against Yi Xing? Even the reverends on the profound rank ship didn't dare to shoot their star crystal cannons at Yi Xing. In just a few blinks of an eye, Yi Xing had already boarded the profound rank ship. Bastards of the Blue Dragon Empire, you can all die. Kill. Kill. At this moment, in the inner city of the Qingyu Empire's imperial palace, there were earth-shattering battle cries. The restrictive formation dissipated and numerous ships rushed out. They were all spirit rank ships. Among them, there was also a profound rank ship with several venerables standing on it. Long Yuanguang's order to retreat frightened the reverends of the Blue Dragon Empire. Of course, they hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the army of the Qingyu Empire charged out, and there were venerables among them. Naturally, it was as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. The army of the Blue Dragon Empire was completely defeated. On the Blue Dragon Empire's profound grade flying ship, as soon as Yi Xing boarded, some ordinary grade 4 formations appeared and sealed the entire ship. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain. A mere level 4 restrictive formation was almost nothing to him. Yi Xing held the ardent flame profound spear and broke a large part of the restrictive formation with a few strikes. He then killed his way into the cabin. The restrictive formation on the ship became less and less. They were all easily broken by Yi Xing. In the end, they completely disappeared. Yi Xing and Long Yuanguang met again at the bottom of the cabin. Long Yuanguang's face was ashen. He had never imagined that this one-star venerable was actually a powerful formation master. The level 4 formations on the ship were like nothing. Hero, please spare my life. Long Yuanguang looked at Yi Xing and completely lost his will. There was only fear left in his heart. He kneeled on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Hero, you are a magnanimous person. Please let me go, don't kill me. Yi Xing coldly looked at Long Yuanguang. He had never thought that the latter, as the emperor of the empire and an astral-reaching realm venerable, would be so weak in the face of death. Yi Xing's voice was cold. Let you go? Have you ever let me go? Long Yuanguang was puzzled. Hero, when did I offend you? Yi Xing said, the Blue Dragon Empire's 2-star venerable had once tried to kill me. As the emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, do you dare to say that it wasn't your order? Long Yuanguang didn't know what Yi Xing was talking about. He carefully thought back. Suddenly, his face changed and was full of shock. He cried out in surprise. How is this possible? You are? First, I'll make up for this month's update. Then I'll make up for last month's update. Chapter 631. Sharp Wind Spear. Shio, a cold light flashed, the spear tip pierced through Long Yuanguang's forehead. Before Long Yuanguang could say Yi Xing's name, his mind was destroyed by the power of the spear tip, and he died. Until his death, Long Yuanguang's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Yi Xing's words made him remember that in recent years, he only sent out 2 venerables to kill Yi Xing. Could it be that the person in front of him was Yi Xing in disguise? But Yi Xing was only a venerable at the 6th or 7th level of the astral realm a year ago, and now he was already a 1-star venerable. How could he have such a fast cultivation speed? Long Yuanguang couldn't believe it, and his heart was filled with questions. Yi Xing took Long Yuanguang's storage ring and got out of the profound level ship. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. The venerables of the Cyan Feather Empire led the army of spiritual masters to attack, and the Blue Dragon Empire was defeated. Most of them were killed on the spot, and the ones that escaped were being hunted down by the Cyan Feather Empire's army. During the battle, the Cyan Feather Empire's venerables attacked. Now that the situation was settled, they naturally didn't lower themselves to chase after the Blue Dragon Empire's spiritual masters. They came to the profound level ship where Yixing was. There were 4 venerables in total. Other than Yu Qingyue, who was a 3-star venerable, there was 1 2-star venerable and 2 1-star venerables. Yu Qingyue's face was a bit pale, and the other 3 didn't look good either. They were all injured. "Thank you, hero, for saving us. The Cyan Feather Empire is very grateful." Yu Qingyue and the rest came to Yixing and bowed together, full of gratitude. "I also have some old grudges with the Blue Dragon Empire. Today I met them and destroyed them. It's just a small matter, you don't have to take it to heart." Yixing lightly waved his hand, his eyes fell on Yu Qingyue and said, "Venerable Qingyue, I have some things to ask you. Can we talk alone?" Yu Qingyue slightly bowed and said, "Of course, please come to the inner city, I will tell you everything I know." Cyan Feather Empire, Inner City Palace. Yu Qingyue brought Yixing to a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yu Qingyue immediately clasped his fists and bowed, "Thank you for saving my Qingyu Empire." Yixing looked at Yu Qingyue and said in surprise, "I'm dressed like this and Venerable Qinyu still recognizes me?" Yu Qingyue said, "At first I didn't recognize it, but when young Master Yi used the wings I recognized it. Even though young Master's wings are of a higher grade, the style hasn't changed at all." Yixing smiled. Since he wanted to meet with Yu Qingyue alone, he didn't intend to hide his identity. It didn't matter if he was recognized. Yixing said, "I've just returned from the extraterritorial Star Land and haven't gone to the Dark Star Church yet. Honorable Qin, you should know what I want to ask, right?" Yu Qingyue nodded and said, "After young Master went to the extraterritorial Star Land, many things have happened in the Star Land. The biggest thing is that the news of young Master being the demon star of troubled times has spread. Almost all the warriors in the Star Land know about it." Yixing nodded. His identity was exposed in the Starry Sky Arena, so it was normal for it to spread. However, this news shouldn't be spread by the Great Yuan Dynasty. They couldn't wait to cover up this news. It was impossible for them to let the world know that there was someone who could threaten the Great Yuan Dynasty's rule. And only the Great Yuan Dynasty and the Dark Star Church knew that Yixing was the demon star of troubled times. Therefore, it was possible that the Dark Star Church deliberately spread the news to shake the confidence of the world's warriors in the Great Yuan Dynasty. Yu Qingyue continued, "According to the news, the demon star of troubled times will destroy the Great Yuan Dynasty's rule over the Star Land. Therefore, the Great Yuan Dynasty naturally wanted to get rid of young Master as soon as possible. However, young Master went to the extraterritorial Star Land, and the Great Yuan Dynasty had no choice but to make a move on the people around young Master." Yixing snorted and said, "The Great Yuan Dynasty as a 3-star power actually dared to do such a shameless thing. Luckily I was prepared." Yu Qingyue said, "The Great Yuan Dynasty sent a 3-star king, but he was defeated by the Black Biao King the moment he arrived at the Fallen Star Country. After that, the Great Meng King personally came to the East Divine Continent and fought with the Black Biao King. Although the Black Biao King had said that he didn't fear the Great Meng King with his strength, Yixing was still worried when he heard that the Black Biao King fought with the Great Meng Tai. After all, the Great Meng King was the only 4-star king in the Star Land. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest in the Star Land. Yixing said, "What was the result? The Black Biao King didn't lose out, right?" Yu Qingyue shook his head and said, "That battle was earth-shattering. All the venerables in the East Divine Continent could feel the chi of heaven and earth going berserk. No one knows what the final result was. But after that battle, the forces of the East Divine Continent were divided into 2 groups. One group continued to listen to the orders of the Great Yuan Dynasty, and the other group listened to the orders of the Dark Star Sect. The 2 of them agreed that the Great Yuan Dynasty and the Dark Star Sect could not directly participate in the battle of the East Divine Continent." Yixing's heart relaxed. It seemed like the Black Biao King's estimation of his strength was very accurate. The Great Meng Tai indeed couldn't do anything to him. The Great Yuan Dynasty held the ruling position and had a strong influence. If the Black Biao King wasn't the Great Meng Tai's opponent, the Great Yuan Dynasty could directly send an army to the East Divine Continent and easily crush some of the factions that didn't listen to the Great Yuan Dynasty's orders. There was no need to worry about the Dark Star Sect's interference. Since both sides couldn't directly participate in the battle, it could be seen that the Great Yuan Dynasty still had a headache about the Dark Star Sect's interference. Yi Xing was very clear that in front of an absolute expert, numbers didn't have any advantage. Only an absolute expert of the same level could make the other party wary. Just like Yi Xing facing the Azure Dragon Empire's tens of thousands of spiritual masters alone, he didn't care about them at all. Only an expert of the same level as him could stop him. The great Ming revered king was the same. He was wary of the Dark Star sect, not because of the number of people in the Dark Star sect, but because of the existence of the Black Biao King. Yi Xing said, "What's the situation in the East Divine Continent?" Yu Qingyue said, "The Dark Star sect has been developing in the East Divine Continent for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, because of the Demon Star in the chaotic times, many martial artists' confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty has been shaken. More than half of the factions have joined the Dark Star sect. Overall, the strength of both sides is about the same. In the past few months, there have been victories and losses in the battles, but I haven't heard of any empire being destroyed. It's because of this that the Great Yuan dynasty took out precious medicine and chose the Azure Dragon Empire as their tool to sweep through the East Divine Continent's lower-rank empires. It allowed Long Xingyu to forcefully break through to the 4-star Venerable Realm, causing the Azure Dragon Empire's strength to increase greatly. Originally, although my strength couldn't win against Long Xingyu, I could still protect myself. The battle between the Azure Dragon Empire and my Azure Feather Empire lasted for 2 months without a clear victor. But after Long Xingyu became a 4-star Venerable, I lost to him and the Azure Feather Empire was defeated. They had no choice but to retreat to the inner city of the Imperial Palace, relying on the formation to defend. Chapter 632. The battle between martial powers was not about the number of people, but about the most powerful battle power. When Yu Qingyue and Long Xingyu were at the same level, even if there was a winner, it would not affect the overall situation. Once the battle between Yu Qingyue and Long Xingyu was decided, then both sides would be defeated immediately. Therefore, after Long Xingyu became a 4-star Venerable and Yu Qingyue was injured by Long Xingyu, the Qingyu Empire was immediately defeated. They abandoned all their land and could only rely on the formation to defend the inner city of the Imperial Palace. Yi Xing learned about the events that had happened in the past half a year from Yu Qingyue, as well as the current situation, and left the Green Feather Empire. Although there were battles everywhere in the East God continent, the situation was still relatively stable. It was probably because Yi Xing was in the outer space and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, the Great Yuan dynasty did not invest too much in the battles in the East God continent. At the moment, they only invested heavily in the Blue Dragon Empire. However, once the news of Yi Xing returning from the outer space reached the Supreme King Meng Tai's ears, the situation would probably change. The Supreme King Meng Tai was determined to kill Yi Xing. Since Yi Xing was in the East God continent and he was determined to kill Yi Xing, he would definitely increase the support of the powers in the East God continent. He might even send experts to kill Yi Xing directly. Although I have become a venerable, although I can fight above my realm, although I can transform into a dragon and become even more powerful, it is still not enough compared to the Great Yuan dynasty. Far from enough. Without the protection of the Dark Star sect, I don't even have the power to protect myself against the Great Yuan dynasty. I have to cultivate higher and stronger. Yi Xing thought silently. He did not feel complacent because his cultivation speed was much faster than others. Instead, he maintained a firm and pressing martial heart at all times. After leaving the Green Feather Empire, Yi Xing first teleported to the vicinity of the desolate mountain range. When the sky turned dark, Yi Xing used the Dark Yuan Qi to cover all of his aura, and headed towards the Falling Star sect in the desolate mountain range. Yi Xing's dark aura had already walked very far in the realm of being one with the world. Few astral-reaching realm experts could be compared to him. Using the Dark Yuan Qi to cover his tracks, even during the day few tracking experts could track him. As for the night, even king-level experts could not track him. The Falling Star sect was Ye's weakness. In the dark of night, Yi Xing arrived at the Falling Star sect's location. The formations and restrictions here were all set up by Yi Xing. Yi Xing silently passed through the formations and entered the sect. It was still early in the night and most people in the Falling Star sect were still awake. Yi Xing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence, which was still lit. Who? Hua Tianfeng's voice came from inside. Master, disciple Yi Xing has returned. Yi Xing stood outside the door and said respectfully. Yi Xing? Hua Tianfeng cried out in surprise. His surprised voice carried a trace of joy. Then with a creak the door opened. Hua Tianfeng looked at Yixing with eyes full of pleasant surprise. Yixing, is it really you? Hua Tianfeng grabbed Yixing's arm and said happily, I heard you took first place in the heavenly fate list in the Starry Sky Arena and killed all the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. You obtained the fate of 100 Zhang star continent and obtained the qualifications to enter a mid-rank star continent. You've finally returned from the star continent. Although the Falling Star sect lived in seclusion here, Yu Qingyue would always send news about Yixing. Yixing smiled faintly and said, N disciple has returned. How is the Falling Star sect? Is everything alright? Everything is fine, everything is fine. Hua Tianfeng smiled happily and said, Since you're back, I'll go inform Sect Master Gu and the others and let them be happy. Not long after, Yixing met with Gu Tianshang, Lin Tongyu, and the other upper echelons. Yixing was the legend of the Falling Star sect. Everyone was happy to see Yixing return. After more than a year, Gu Tianshang and Lin Tongyu's cultivation had improved. Gu Tianshang had become a 3-star venerable and Lin Tongyu had broken through to the astral realm. That night, Yixing stayed at the Falling Star sect. In the room, Yixing waved his hand and dozens of interspatial rings appeared on the table in front of him. Among these interspatial rings, 2/3 were mid-rank and 1/3 were high rank. They were obtained from the disciples of the Celestial Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. There were also the interspatial rings of several venerables from the Blue Dragon Empire. These people had died at the hands of Yixing, so Yixing naturally took their interspatial rings. After obtaining these interspatial rings, Yixing was either busy comprehending martial arts in the Black Tortoise Jade Wall or rushing to the Cyan Feather Empire or the Falling Star sect. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to check the gains in these interspatial rings. The gains were enormous. The average 2-star forces collection couldn't compare to these gains. Yixing had obtained more than 20 profound weapons. Most of them were low-rank profound weapons, but there were a few mid-rank profound weapons that were worth a lot. For example, the Blazing Flame Spear from Xing Luyang, the Golden Feather Sword from Xing Liuyu, and the Dark Rune Gloves from Shen Yefeng were also mid-rank profound weapons. A mid-rank profound weapon was the most precious treasure of a 2-star force. Having one was already very good. A 2-star force that had 3 mid-rank profound weapons was probably only a high-rank empire. In addition to the large number of profound weapons, the star crystals in the dozens of interspatial rings were also a huge harvest. There were more than 10 million star crystals. Yixing counted the high-rank star crystals and found that there were more than 10,000 of them. As for the various materials, they were piled up like mountains. They were the largest in quantity. Refining materials, array formation materials, everything one could think of was there. Yixing found several pieces of profound grade mid-grade black gold. Unfortunately, Yixing's azure feather wings were already mid-rank profound level. Even after absorbing the black gold, it couldn't evolve to high-rank profound level. But Yixing still took out a piece of mid-rank profound level black gold and refined it into the azure feather wings. It made the azure feather wings grade among the mid-rank profound weapons and its flying speed increased. Yixing wanted to find some martial arts manuals, preferably profound level ones. But to his disappointment, there were none in the interspatial rings. It seemed that even the sects in the Starry Crescent land were very strict about martial arts manuals. Yixing exclaimed. He found a manual in an upper-rank interspatial ring. Burning Blood Skill. Is this Xing Liuyu's interspatial ring? Yixing took out the Burning Blood skill and flipped it open. The effect was the same as the secret skill that Xing Liuyu had used. It is indeed Xing Liuyu's item. The other disciples of Xingxiang Palace didn't use the Burning Blood skill. Only Xing Liuyu used it. It seems that this is not a secret skill of Xingxiang Palace. Xing Liuyu must have found it during his exploration and kept it with him. Chapter 633. The Blazing Blood art could obtain great power by burning one's blood. The stronger the bloodline, the more power one would obtain. However, there was a limit to the amount of blood in one's body. If one's blood ran out, they would be dead. Therefore, the Blazing Blood art could only last for a certain period of time. Moreover, after using the Blazing Blood art, one's body would be weakened. The more blood one burned, the weaker one's body would be. Only when one's body started to produce blood and the blood in one's body reached a normal state would one be able to recover. Although the side effects are great, the effect is very strong. The power obtained by burning one's blood is terrifying. My strength will increase tremendously and I can kill experts stronger than myself. My blood used to be very ordinary. Even if I used the Blazing Blood art, it wouldn't increase my strength by much. However, it's different now. I have refined the divine dragon's blood essence and possess the divine dragon's bloodline. The power obtained by using the blazing blood art might be stronger than the starflow feather. Yi Xing thought to himself. He was very satisfied with the blazing blood art. Yi Xing refined all the upper-grade storage rings and put away the blazing blood art. He didn't plan to stay here for long. Now wasn't the time to cultivate. Before dawn, Yi Xing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence. He sorted out some herbs and elixirs overnight and gave them to Hua Tianfeng. These would be useful for the development of the Falling Star sect. Then Yi Xing left the Falling Star sect while the sky was dark. When dawn broke, he had already crossed the barbaric mountain range and was about to reach the True Xian region. Yi Xing gathered the wind yuan qi and flew rapidly in the sky. Although he didn't push his speed to the limit, it was still extremely fast. Yi Xing flew more than 1,000,000 miles in a day. Before dusk, Yi Xing arrived at the old site of the Falling Star sect in the Qingyun region. There's someone here? Yi Xing was surprised when he was above the old site of the Falling Star sect. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. He scanned with his super brain and found a black-clothed man in the main hall of the Falling Star Peak. Yi Xing remembered this black-clothed man. He used to hide in the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. When he and Wei Qingxian went there, they were almost discovered by this man. Who would have thought that this person would actually move to the old site of the Falling Star sect? Back then Yi Xing had only hurriedly scanned this person. Before he could see his specific cultivation level, this person had sensed it. Now that Yi Xing was a venerable one, his ability to hide his aura could not be compared to before. Moreover, the super brain had evolved to a stronger state. When it scanned the person could not sense it anymore. So, it's a 4-star venerable. However, this person's aura is even more surging than Meng Tsang's. His strength should be much more powerful. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. His battle strength should be almost unrivaled in the same realm. Yi Xing scanned the man with his super brain and knew everything about him. Compared to the geniuses from the Starry Crescent land that Yi Xing had encountered in the extraterritorial Starland, this person's strength was only inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Liuyu, Feng Xiong, and the other 5-star venerables. He was much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, compared to Xing Liuyu, this person's strength was not far off. As long as he took a small step forward, his strength would reach the level of a 5-star venerable. Yi Xing said inwardly, this person's strength is very strong. However, for the current me it's nothing. Apart from this black-robed man, there were other things here. Outside the Falling Star Valley, there were several surveillance and defensive formations. They were all ordinary grade 4 formations. If Yi Xing wanted to enter the Falling Star Valley, he would have to destroy these formations. Presumably, these formations were set up by this black-robed man. As the master of the formation, he would be able to sense Yi Xing entering the Falling Star Valley immediately. Setting up the formations outside the Falling Star Valley obviously meant that he had discovered the Falling Star secret realm and guessed that I might return. Therefore he set up a blockade here. It seems that if I want to enter the Star Palace, I'll have to get rid of you first. Yi Xing revealed himself and descended from the sky. Since it was impossible to sneak into the Falling Star Valley secretly, he would barge in openly. Yi Xing revealed himself and his aura leaked out. The black-robed man on the Falling Star Peak immediately sensed it and left the main hall in a flash. As soon as Yi Xing arrived outside the Falling Star Valley, the black-robed man appeared in front of him. His eyes were like hooks as he stared coldly at Yi Xing. The black-robed man looked to be around 30 years old. As a venerable one, his real age might be 60 or 70 years old. His face was slightly pale as if it was caused by malnutrition. As a venerable one, he definitely would not be malnourished. It should be caused by cultivating some kind of martial arts. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xing and Yi Xing looked back at him. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a few breaths' time. You're Yi Xing? The black-robed man frowned slightly. It was obvious that even he did not believe this judgment. Yi Xing shook his head. The other party was from the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing should hide his identity as much as possible. Regardless of whether the other party's guess was right or not, at least he should not expose himself. The black-robed man did not believe Yi Xing's denial. He said, although I find it hard to believe that you've stepped into the Venerable One realm at such a young age, but only a martial artist from the Falling Star sect would come here and know that there's a secret space here. Only you, Yi Xing, can become a Venerable One in the Falling Star sect. The more the black-robed man spoke, the more certain his tone became. Your aura is full of vitality, which means that you're very young. You've obviously disguised your appearance, which makes you look old. This secret space can't even be cracked by the kings of the Meng royal family. It's obviously extraordinary. The Falling Star sect is just a one-star sect, so they definitely haven't fully developed this secret space. So, Yixing, one day you'll return to the Falling Star sect and enter this secret space again. Am I right? Yixing smiled faintly and said, no matter who I am, I want to enter the valley. Since you're going to stop me, then I can only kill you. Whoosh! In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing had used his astrology. Kill me? You've just become a venerable one and you're already so arrogant. Before the black-robed man could finish his words, his expression changed. His surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. Yixing had used the black hole astrology to plunge his opponent into a world of darkness. This person was extremely strong. If he did not dragonize, it would be difficult to deal with him. He could only rely on the black hole astrology to defeat him. Whoosh! The black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast. When his expression changed, he also used his astrology. It was the superior ominous star, Tualuo star. His face suddenly became even paler, revealing a gloomy aura. He wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. The gloves' 5 fingers had sharp claws that were extremely sharp. Yixing was far away. He took out the earth profound bow and drew it. Earth energy condensed into an earthy yellow arrow. Dark wind fire arrow formula. Yixing used the archery technique he had comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Chapter 634. Fire and wind elemental energy gathered on the khaki-colored arrow in an instant. The wind elemental energy aided the fire, and the power was extremely terrifying. However, within the wind and fire yuan qi there was also dark yuan qi. It covered the aura of the violent power and it was silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, another ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. The use of the Sagittarius constellation increased the power of the arrow and reached the limit. At this moment, the black-clothed man shouted and pounced towards Yixing. He waved his hand and a few green claw lights appeared. They were obviously poisonous. This person's sensing power was extremely sensitive. Through the moment when Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation's star power undulations, he was able to lock onto Yixing's position. In the world of darkness, he did not have any fear or panic. At the same time, the yuan qi arrow on the earth mysterious bow also left the bowstring and shot towards the black-clothed man. The yuan qi arrow turned in the air and changed direction. In the blink of an eye, it changed direction 6 times. Although the black-clothed man could not see the arrow in the world of darkness and could not sense the existence of the arrow because of the obstruction of the dark yuan qi, he could feel the danger that the arrow brought to him. The black-clothed man raised his other hand high. Wherever the danger came from, he grabbed in that direction to block the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man's palm changed direction 5 times. His reaction was extremely fast. Unfortunately, Yixing's arrow changed direction 6 times and the black-clothed man still could not catch it. Puff! The yuan qi arrow shot past the black-clothed man's palm and into his head. The terrifying power exploded in his head and destroyed his mind. The black-clothed man fell to the ground and was killed by an arrow. Yixing's figure split and dodged the incoming claw lights. His figure reappeared in front of the black-clothed man's corpse. The dark wind fire arrow formula is truly formidable and impossible to defend against. This person's reaction speed is definitely the fastest and most sensitive among all the martial artists I've killed. He can't see the arrow nor can he sense the arrow, but he can accurately defend himself according to the danger he feels in his heart. If I were to transform into a dragon, it would be very difficult to kill him without using dragon martial arts. Yixing thought. After testing the dark wind fire arrow spell for the first time, he was very satisfied. Putting away the astrology, he grabbed the storage ring of the black-robed man with a wave of his hand. After that, Yixing activated his fire elemental energy and used his fire elemental energy to burn the black-robed man to ashes. The normal rank 4 formations outside of the Starfall Valley were nothing to Yixing. Yixing easily destroyed them. After entering the Starfall Valley, Yixing took out the Starfall token and connected it to the Starfall Hall. A ray of light enveloped his body, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Yixing appeared on the first floor of the Star Palace and started the Astral Reaching Realm trial. Yixing, you've entered the Astral Reaching Realm so quickly? The moment Yixing entered the Star Palace, Mr. Pimp sensed him and his voice resounded in the Star Palace. Yixing faintly nodded and said, I encountered some good fortune in the outer region. Otherwise I wouldn't be this fast. Very good, very good. Your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Among all the geniuses I've seen, you're not the youngest to enter the astral reaching realm. However, you've taken the least time to go from the astral reaching realm. If you can maintain this momentum on the road of martial arts, you'll be able to become a Star Ocean Realm King in a few years and completely obtain the Star Palace. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. He sounded very happy. Yi Xing said, I'll do my best. Alright, let's start the trial. The Astral Reaching Realm's trial rewards are the same as the Astral Reaching Realm. There are no rewards for the first and second floors. Only the third and fourth floors have rewards. However, the rewards are much more advanced. The third floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound weapon. The fourth floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound pellet. Moreover, passing the Astral Reaching Realm's trial will bring you other rewards. You should finish the trial first. I'll tell you then. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Yi Xing's Astral Reaching Realm trial had begun. Yi Xing had entered the Astral Reaching Realm because his body had fused with the Divine Dragon's essence blood, and he had comprehended his own martial arts from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. His ability to challenge those with higher realms was even better than when he was in the Astral Reaching Realm. Passing the Astral Reaching Realm's trial was naturally a piece of cake. First floor, second floor, third floor. Yi Xing passed the first 3 floors with ease. Soon it was time for him to receive his rewards. First, a beam of light appeared and shot into Yi Xing's head. Immediately, the high-grade profound level falling star incantation appeared in Yi Xing's head. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Mid-grade profound weapon. What kind of weapon do you choose? Yi Xing had 3 mid-grade profound weapons on him. Burning Flame Profound Spear, Golden Feather Profound Sword, and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves. Among them, Yi Xing couldn't use the Golden Feather Profound Sword, while the Burning Flame Profound Spear and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves were both very suitable for Yi Xing. Among the weapons that Yi Xing was good at, the only mid-grade profound weapon missing was the bow. The Earth Profound Bow was only a low-grade profound weapon. Compared to a mid-grade profound bow, its power was obviously not on the same level. Yi Xing said, I choose a bow-type weapon. Soon a light flashed in front of Yi Xing and a great bow appeared. This was a jet-black great bow. The body of the bow was jet black, and the bowstring was also jet black. Mr. Pimp's voice sounded, This is the Black Profound Bow. The body of the bow was forged from the top mid-grade profound gold, black profound black gold. The bowstring was forged from the tendons of a high-grade level 4 demonic beast, Black Abyss Flood Dragon. The power of the Black Profound Bow is astonishing. It is definitely one of the best mid-grade profound bows. Looking at this unremarkable jet-black bow, Yi Xing didn't expect the materials to be so amazing. Holding the Black Profound Bow in his hand, he repeatedly praised it as a good bow. He was very happy in his heart. Yi Xing tried to pull the Black Profound Bow. No matter how much strength he exerted, the bowstring of the Black Profound Bow was only slightly raised. With his current strength, he couldn't even pull the Black Profound Bow open. The power of the arrow was closely related to the bow. The stronger the bow, the harder it was to pull it open. This was very normal. Otherwise, if anyone could use a great bow as long as they had a great bow in their hands, even if their cultivation was low, wouldn't they be invincible? Yi Xing put away the Black Profound Bow. His cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Now he couldn't pull the Black Profound Bow open. When his cultivation broke through again and his strength increased, he would be able to pull it open. Star Palace, 4th floor. Yi Xing saw Mr. Pimp, who had turned into a little old man. 2 long mustaches were fluttering at the corners of his mouth. His small eyes were looking at Yi Xing, emitting rays of light. Good, good. Yi Xing, you are truly a freak. Your innate talent wasn't very high at the beginning, but every time I see you, your innate talent is much higher than before. This is even more so this time. This level of innate talent is rare even in a mid-ranked continent, very rare indeed. Mr. Pimp looked at Yi Xing and sighed. Chapter 635. Yi Xing smiled. Back in the outer realm Starland, his body had fused with the essence blood of a divine dragon. Moreover, he had devoured Xing Liuyu's heaven's will to become a 9-star monarch heaven's will. Of course his talents were top-notch. With the black hole astral form he could devour other people's destiny. His talent would only get higher and higher. Theoretically speaking, Yixing's ultimate talent could be as high as the level of talent a genius could have in this world. The pimp asked, "Is the fourth floor's trial starting now?" Yixing nodded, "Yes, it is." The target of the fourth floor's trial was 3 realms higher than Yixing's cultivation. Yixing didn't use the dragon transformation, nor did he use the dark wind fire art. He only relied on the black hole astral form, sharp wind spear, and tyrannical fire spear to pass the trial perfectly. The first time you passed the fourth floor's trial, it was extremely difficult. When you reached the astral realm, the second time you passed the fourth floor's trial was much easier. Now that you've reached the astral reaching realm, passing the fourth floor's trial for the third time is actually not that difficult anymore. You didn't even reveal your full strength and passed it easily. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. This is beyond common sense. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. The other geniuses, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. But you, it's the opposite. The pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Yixing faintly smiled. At this moment, a beam of light shot into his head, and the top-grade black-level falling star incantation appeared in his mind. The top-grade black-level falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to cultivate to the limit of the Star Sea realm. Above that would be the Star Nirvana realm, which would require a god-level cultivation art. Quasi-gods of the Starry Nirvana realm were still too far away from Yixing, so it was impossible for him to meet one. The black-level ultimate falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to practice. Even in the Starry Crescent land, it would be an excellent cultivation method. Mid-rank Mystic Skeleton Pellet can greatly increase the power of your physical body. Moreover, if your cultivation base stabilizes to peak level 1 astral reaching realm, you can directly break through to the second level. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a medicinal pill to fly over to Yixing. Yixing put the mid-rank Mysterious Skeleton Pellet into a jade box and said, "Since the pellet can help me make a breakthrough, I will naturally save it for when I reach the peak of the first astral reaching realm." Mr. Tortoise, you said that there would be a special reward for completing the astral reaching realm trial. Can you tell me about it now? The pimp nodded and said, "Since you were able to grow to this extent, you now have the qualifications to know the origin of the Stellar Hall. Sit, let me chat with you." The origin of the Stellar Hall? Yixing's eyes shone with interest. Seeing the tortoise sitting on the ground, he sat down cross-legged in front of it. Mr. Pimp nodded. His first sentence shocked Yixing, "The Stellar Hall is a divine tool." Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Divine tool? The strongest martial artists in the Star Continent are only 4-star kings. How could they have a divine tool?" Mr. Pimp said, "Although the Stellar Hall is in the Star Continent, and the name is very similar, it is not a treasure of the Star Continent. It came here by accident. It is a treasure of a high-ranked continent." Yixing blinked. High-ranked continents were places with true gods. No wonder a treasure of a high-ranked continent was a divine tool. Yixing said, "I know that there are 3 high-ranked continents in the flowing light world. Which continent is the treasure of the Stellar Hall from?" Mr. Pimp looked at Yixing strangely and said, "You are from a normal continent like the Star Continent, yet you know about the flowing light world and high-ranked continents?" Yixing chuckled and said, "I have also been to the Outer Realm Star Continent and seen the geniuses of other continents. Moreover, there were guests from high-ranked continents in the Star Continent 2,000 years ago. Of course I know. People from high-ranked continents would come to this small place." "How strange," Mr. Pimp exclaimed. He did not delve deeper and continued his topic. "The Stellar Hall was obtained by my master from the Dark Star Continent. When he was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he obtained this treasure." Yixing exclaimed, "Dark Star Divine Palace? 2,000 years ago, the guest from the high-ranked continent was also a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. What a coincidence." Mr. Pimp blinked a few times and said, "If that is the case, the Star Continent and the Dark Star Divine Palace are fated. Work hard. With the Stellar Hall in your hands, one day you can go to a middle-ranked continent. As long as you are strong enough, you can even go to a high-ranked continent. If you can reach the Dark Star Continent, then there will be a huge treasure waiting for you." Yixing shrugged and said, "What? There is a huge treasure waiting for me in the Dark Star Continent? Mr. Pimp, are you kidding me?" Mr. Pimp laughed and said, "I am not lying to you. That treasure is related to the Stellar Hall. According to my master, the Stellar Hall he obtained is only a replica. The real Stellar Hall is located in the place where he obtained the treasure. However, his strength is limited, so he could not go deep into the core area of the treasure. Therefore he has no chance to obtain the real Stellar Hall." Yixing was stunned. If the replica of the Stellar Hall was a divine weapon, then, what kind of treasure was the real Stellar Hall? Yixing looked at Mr. Pimp. After a while he asked, "Who is your master?" "My master." Mr. Pimp raised his voice, but then he thought of something and said in a low voice, "My master is Emperor Xing Han, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent Land." Yixing looked at Mr. Pimp in surprise. His mouth was so big that an egg could be stuffed in. Was there a mistake? Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace? Could it be any more coincidental? Now Yixing knew that the Stellar Hall was the treasure of the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, Emperor Xing Han. The Falling Star sect was born because of this Emperor Xing Han's Stellar Hall. It could be said that Emperor Xing Han was Yixing's benefactor, and also the benefactor of the Falling Star sect. However, in the extraterritorial Starland, Yixing and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace were mortal enemies. Moreover, he had killed all the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. This made Yixing feel that he had done something wrong. "But you can't blame me for this." Yixing sighed in his heart. The disciples of the Star Elephant Palace had gone too far. He had no choice but to fight back. Mr. Pimp saw Yixing's stunned expression and said, "What's your reaction? Don't tell me you have heard of my master, Emperor Xing Han?" Emperor Xing Han was from the Starry Crescent Land and had nothing to do with the Starry Crescent Land. Mr. Pimp could not believe that Yixing knew about Emperor Xing Han. Yixing shook his head and said, "I have not heard of Emperor Xing Han. However, I met many disciples of the Star Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland." Mr. Pimp was surprised. "Ah? You went to the mid-level extraterritorial Starland?" Yixing nodded. Mr. Pimp carefully observed Yixing's expression. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a cunning expression, saying, "Something obviously happened between you and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. Tell me." Chapter 636. Under the tortoise's gaze, Yixing wanted to lie, but he couldn't say anything. "Oh. I killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace." Yixing hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Of course he lowered the number. The master of the Stellar Hall, Great Emperor Xing Han, was the great elder of the Stellar Elephant Palace. If Yixing were to say that he had killed all the disciples of the Stellar Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland, who knew if the Turtle Guild wouldn't fly into a rage? If he only killed a few he could still explain it. But if he killed them all, Yixing didn't know how to explain it. However, out of Yixing's expectations, when Yixing said that he killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace, the tortoise was so excited that his eyes lit up. The tortoise shouted, "Good job!" Oh. Yixing was stunned. "What's going on? Wasn't your master Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? Why did you say that I killed the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace?" Yixing looked at the tortoise in confusion. Seeing this, the tortoise said, "You don't know, but my master was killed by the people of the Star Elephant Palace." Yixing was surprised. Wasn't Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? A Grand Elder is definitely one of the upper echelons of the sect. Didn't he represent the Star Elephant Palace? How could he be killed by them? The tortoise sighed and told the story. "When my master was young, he wasn't a disciple of the Star Elephant Palace, but a disciple of a low-grade king family. However, his bloodline returned to the ancient times, and his talent was very high. At a young age he became a king. At that time, the Dark Star Temple of a high-grade continent was recruiting disciples in the Starry Crescent Land. Martial artists under the age of 35 could sign up, but the registration rights were in the hands of the 7 4-star factions of the Starry Crescent Land. Thus, in order to sign up, my master hung himself in front of the Star Elephant Palace. In the end, he stood out among the geniuses and was accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. In the end, my master became a 9-star king in the Dark Star God Palace. However, his potential was exhausted and he was unable to step into the Star Nirvana realm to become a quasi-god. When he was nearly 300 years old, my master had a fortuitous encounter when he was out adventuring and obtained this Star Palace. However, my master still doesn't have any hope of becoming a quasi-god. In the Dark Star God Palace, king-level disciples aren't valued. It's not a good thing that my master has a divine weapon. On the contrary, if it's exposed, he'll be killed and robbed. Therefore, when the Dark Star Palace went to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples, my master applied to return to the Starry Crescent Land with the recruitment team. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, 9-star kings are only disciples. In the Life Moon continent, 9-star kings can be titled as emperors, and peak 9-star kings can be titled as great emperors. My master is thus known as Great Emperor Xing Han. Because my master's cultivation is high and he's powerful, the Star Elephant Palace conferred him the title of Great Elder. In the Starry Crescent Land, my master's strength is one of the best except for quasi-gods. Compared to when he was in the Dark Star God Palace, he's much less vigilant. Because of the fight for the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master fought with another great emperor. Both of them were equal in strength, and the fight lasted for 3 days without a winner. It should have ended in a draw. However, in order to win the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master used the Star Palace and defeated the great emperor. He thought that no one would dare to fight for a divine weapon in the Starry Crescent Land because even quasi-gods can't resist the power of the Star Palace. However, my master never expected that the Star Elephant Palace would plot against him. During one of the sect's annual celebrations, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, quasi-god Xinghe, actually poisoned my master's food with the extinction poison. So, if my master had been vigilant, he wouldn't have been poisoned. However, on that day the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace and the other elders all toasted my master and praised him for being the number 1 below quasi-gods. They said that once the divine weapon was out, even quasi-gods would avoid it. My master listened to them and drank to his heart's content. That wine was no ordinary wine, even kings would get drunk after drinking too much. Xinghe took advantage of my master's drunken state and poisoned him with the extinction poison. If my master didn't hand over the divine weapon, he wouldn't give him the antidote. The extinction poison is in the Starry Crescent Land and there's no medicine that can cure it. My master's body is in the Starry Crescent Land, so how could he cure it? Naturally, he didn't believe Xinghe's words. However, he was besieged by Xinghe, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, and the other elders. My master knew that he was going to die, but even if he died, he couldn't let Xinghe get the Stellar Hall. When my master got the Stellar Hall, he also obtained 2 great space-breaching talismans. He used one of them to tear through the void and came to the Starry Crescent Land. This is it. Yi Xing sighed. Although Emperor Xing Han was the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace, it was obvious that the Star Elephant Palace didn't treat Emperor Xing Han as one of their own. If they treated him as one of their own, the Star Elephant Palace would be overjoyed to have an expert like Emperor Xing Han. How could the entire upper echelon of the Star Elephant Palace scheme against him? Yi Xing looked around and said, Master Tortoise, so Emperor Xing Han is also in the Stellar Hall? The Master Tortoise nodded and said, yes, but only a corpse is left. The poison of the Extinction King powder is too strong. My master only came here for a few stars before he lost his life. He only had time to set up a few formations outside the Stellar Hall to conceal the aura of the Stellar Hall. He has been dead for 700 years now. Sigh. Thinking back, the days with my master are like yesterday. As the Master Tortoise spoke, he raised his hand and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He said, this is the Great Space-Breaching Talisman. My master obtained 2 of them. He used one, so there's one left. I'll give it to you to save your life. This is a special reward. How about it? Yi Xing took the Great Space-Breaching Talisman, and said with a surprised expression, it looks ordinary, but it can tear through the void and even reach another continent. The effect of this talisman is too amazing. In the extraterritorial Starland, Yi Xing had seen Feng Xiaoxiao use a small space-breaching talisman. However, at that time Feng Xiaoxiao had taken it out and used it immediately. Yi Xing had only glanced at it and did not see it clearly. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a great space-breaching talisman after returning to the stellar continent? This was really unexpected. Feng Xiaoxiao had once said that even the small space-breaching talisman was considered a rare treasure in the Starry Crescent Land. As for the major space-breaching talisman, it was obvious that it was of a higher grade than the small space-breaching talisman. Yi Xing observed it for a while and asked, how do I use it? Do I just crush it directly? The Master Tortoise said, inject the astral energy into it and it will activate the talisman. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you will be able to escape. No one can stop the great space-breaching talisman from tearing through the void. Of course, the legendary Jizun is an exception. Yi Xing put away the great space-breaching talisman and said, although it's a good life-saving treasure, I don't want to use it one day. Once I use it, I'll tear through the void and reach another continent. How can I come back? Chapter 637. The tortoise chuckled and said, you are right. My master used the space-breaching talisman because he didn't want the Star Palace to fall into the hands of Xing He. However, when he arrived at the Star Continent, he sighed and said that he couldn't even bury his body in his homeland. He could only wander around the Star Continent. After pausing for a while, the tortoise continued, "My master's last wish was to bury his body in his homeland. Yi Xing, if one day your strength reaches the limit of the Star Continent, you can go to the Star Crescent land and bury my master in his homeland to fulfill his wish." Yi Xing put away his casual expression and became serious. He nodded and said, "I will definitely do it." The tortoise stood up and said, "Yi Xing, I believe that you will do it. That day will come sooner or later. Come, I will take you to a place." Yi Xing stood up and followed the tortoise. Wherever the tortoise went, the void walls would make way for him. He took Yi Xing through many twists and turns until they arrived in front of a pavilion. There was actually a pavilion in the Star Palace. It was indeed rare. However, the space inside the Stellar Hall was huge to begin with. Not to mention a pavilion, it could even fit a mountain. The tortoise pointed at the pavilion in front of them and said, "This is the tortoise pavilion. It has 4 floors and it contains the tortoise pavilion that my master obtained. The first floor is the low-grade tortoise pavilion, the second floor is the mid-grade tortoise pavilion, the third floor is the high-grade tortoise pavilion, and the fourth floor is the top-grade tortoise pavilion. Originally, the tortoise pavilion would only be open to you after you complete the King Realm trial and completely control the Star Palace. However, I have high hopes for you. Learn more martial arts to defend yourself, and it will increase your chances of survival. You haven't completely controlled the Star Palace yet, so don't use the space-breaching talisman to go to another continent and never come back. Therefore, you must try your best to become stronger. The stronger you are, the better." Yi Xing looked at the black martial hall in front of him and his eyes lit up. He said happily, "The Black Martial Hall's black martial arts are for me to see and practice?" The old pimp nodded and said, "You can look at it and you can practice it. But there is a small requirement. You have to practice martial arts step by step. If you want to learn a martial art, you have to practice it to the acme of perfection. Only then will you be able to increase the degree of fusion between you and your weapon. You will be able to achieve one with the weapon as soon as possible, and comprehend a martial intent." Yi Xing knew about martial intent. This was the martial intent that a martial artist could comprehend after they reached the state of one with the weapon. For example, man and sword one could comprehend sword intent. Man and spear one could comprehend spear intent. The type of weapon one used would be the manifestation of one's martial will. If one was proficient in barehanded martial arts and the weapon was a pair of gloves, then it would be known as fist intent. Within the Star Continent, only a very small number of kings were able to comprehend a martial intent. Yi Xing was surprised. Cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary can increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon, and also speed up the speed of comprehending martial intent? This was the first time he had heard of this. The old pimp nodded and said, "Yes, the higher your martial arts attainments, the higher your degree of fusion with your weapon. If you can cultivate a profound level martial art to the perfection boundary, then you will be able to achieve one with the weapon, and become a weapon master. Then, your chances of comprehending a martial intent will greatly increase." Yi Xing had a huge advantage over other martial artists when it came to practicing martial arts. He had always practiced martial arts to the perfection boundary. Therefore, he felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with his weapon. It seemed that there were faint signs of him becoming a weapon master. After becoming a weapon master, one would be able to achieve one with the weapon. This represented the pinnacle of skill. When one made a move, there was no need to be constrained by moves. For any martial arts, as long as one cultivated an internal force heart sutra, they could move freely. Even if it was a casual strike, it would have the power of an ultimate move. In other words, when a weapon master made a move, their martial arts would reach the acme of perfection. Yi Xing somewhat understood why cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary would increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon. It was because a weapon master was very similar to a perfection boundary. Yi Xing said, "Okay, I will first cultivate a low-grade profound martial art to the perfection boundary. Then I will cultivate a medium-grade profound martial art, and then a high-grade profound martial art. One level at a time." The old pimp faintly smiled and pointed to the right side of the Black Martial Temple, and said, "On the right side of the Black Martial Temple is the Martial Training Temple. Once you enter, it will be the same as a trial. You will encounter stronger and stronger opponents. You can practice martial arts in the midst of battle and increase the speed of your martial arts attainments. This was originally supposed to be open to you after you complete the king's trial. Now that the Black Martial Temple has been open to you, the Martial Training Temple will also be open to you. You can practice with a profound martial art and also have a training partner. This condition was really amazing. Yixing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, pimp." The old pimp said, "You can practice in the Black Martial Temple and the Martial Training Temple. Don't go anywhere else." Then the old pimp's figure flashed and disappeared. Yixing looked at the Black Martial Temple in front of him and then looked at the Martial Training Temple on the side. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. The Starry Temple is very safe. I can go into seclusion to practice martial arts. Also, I have a large number of eternity flowers to increase my cultivation. Let's see what kind of realm those hundreds of eternity flowers can help me reach." Yixing entered the Black Martial Temple. It was very spacious inside. There were only 4 rows of bookshelves. On each shelf, there were 20 to 30 secret manuals. There were about 100 manuals in total, all of which were low-grade profound martial arts. Yixing couldn't practice all of the low-grade profound martial arts. It was too difficult. He was an expert in archery. At the same time he also practiced spear arts and fist arts. Therefore Yixing's goal was very clear. 1 secret manual for archery, 1 secret manual for spear arts, and 1 secret manual for fist arts would be enough. In addition, a profound martial arts was also necessary. Archery secret manual, spear secret manual, fist secret manual, and Qigong secret manual. Yixing only needed to find 4 suitable low-rank black tortoise to learn. Among the 100 low-grade profound martial arts manuals, there were only 2 secret manuals for archery. One was the Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art, and the other was the Golden Ray Soul Splitting Arrow Art. Yixing chose the Fire Attribute Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art. There were more secret manuals for spear arts. There were a total of 6 of them. Yixing chose the Wind Attribute Shadowless Deadly Spear Art. The tip of the spear was similar to the Sharp Wind Spear Art. It should be easy to practice. There were more secret manuals for fist arts than spear arts. There were a total of 8 of them. Yixing chose the Dark Attribute Dark Soul Subduing Fist. Yixing's gloves were Dark Attribute gloves. They were more compatible with Dark Attribute martial arts. There were a total of 10 secret manuals for Qigong. Yixing chose a secret manual called 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique. Looking at the introduction, the 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique was a top-grade profound level Qigong. It was divided into 4 volumes. There was only the first volume here, which was equivalent to a low-grade profound level Qigong. The 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique had the word spirit. It was obviously an extraordinary Qigong. Chapter 638 that even if it was only a low-grade profound grade martial art, its speed would still be faster than other low-grade profound grade martial arts. In the future it would be possible to train mid-grade, upper-grade and even supreme-grade martial arts. Yixing naturally chose it. As for the difficulty of training, Yixing didn't take it into consideration. He had never encountered any difficulty in any martial arts he had trained. Although he had only trained 4 types of black tortoise, Yixing had already flipped through hundreds of black tortoise secret manuals and scanned their contents into his brain. Yixing didn't have the energy to train all the martial arts to perfection. However, memorizing their training methods was a piece of cake for him. Yixing. Although memorizing the training methods couldn't increase Yixing's strength, it could greatly increase his knowledge of martial arts. This would have a certain effect on Yixing's martial arts training. Yixing didn't stay in the Black Martial Palace for long. After leaving the palace he didn't rush to train martial arts. Instead he sat down cross-legged outside the palace, took out a cosmic extreme flower, ate it and started cultivating. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base to peak first-level astral reaching realm. Then he would take a mid-grade profound bone pellet to strengthen his bones and muscles, and raise his cultivation base to second-level astral reaching realm. The higher one's cultivation base, the easier it would be to train martial arts. Yixing's breakthrough to 2-star venerable wasn't too difficult. Of course he would train martial arts after that. Any kind of herb would get worse the more one ate it. The first time one ate it would have the best effect, and the cosmic extreme flower was the same. A single cosmic extreme flower had raised Yixing's cultivation base by a lot. In only a few hours he had gone from early first level to mid first level. The later ones were a bit less effective. Yixing ate 5 of them and spent 2 days to break through to peak first level. After consolidating his cultivation base, Yi Xing's lips curled up. He opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Finally, he could break through to the second level of astral reaching realm. Counting the time since he had broken through to the astral reaching realm, it had only been 2 months. To have broken through to the next realm in such a short time, Yi Xing was indeed a bit excited. Yi Xing still had a lot of eternity flowers. Soon, his astral reaching realm cultivation base would usher in a period of rapid breakthroughs. Yi Xing took out the profound skeleton pill. The elixir that Yi Xing had obtained in the Star Hall had the effect of strengthening the body, but it mainly strengthened the skin and flesh. The bone elixir had the word bone in it, so it was obviously mainly used to strengthen the bones. Bones played an extremely important role in a human's body. Only when the bones were strong would the body be truly strong. Although the appearance was strong, the bones were only for show. When one's bones were strong, not only would their physique be strong, their strength would be strong, and their ability to produce blood would also be strong. Their blood and qi would naturally surge. With a strong blood and qi, nutrients would be transmitted to every part of their body, and naturally their skin and flesh would be strengthened as well. Therefore, whether the body was strong or not depended on the bones. As a profound grade pill, the profound skeleton pill was naturally much more effective than spirit grade pills. Its main effect was to strengthen the bones and grasp the body's foundation. In this aspect, it was of a higher grade than the spirit grade pills Yi Xing had obtained before. Yi Xing adjusted his aura and ate the profound skeleton pill. Yi Xing immediately felt a surging power explode in his body. Yes, it was indeed exploding. This power was too vigorous, and the speed at which it spread out was too fast, just like an explosion. If not for Yi Xing's powerful body, the explosion would have been enough to injure him. The profound skeleton pill could only be barely withstood by a venerable's body. A mid-grade profound skeleton pill could even injure a normal venerable's body. If a Taoist ate a mid-grade profound skeleton pill, his body would directly explode and he would die a violent death. Without needing Yi Xing to take the initiative to guide it, the surging medicinal power surged in Yi Xing's body like a river, rushing through his meridians to his entire body. 1/3 of the medicinal power spread to his flesh and blood, while 2/3 of the medicinal power rushed to his bones. In an instant, a grinding sound came from Yi Xing's body. His bones were affected by the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill and were rapidly strengthening. The medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was too vigorous. Even though Yi Xing's flesh and bones were rapidly absorbing it, the medicinal power in his body could not be dispersed in a short period of time. It would take a lot of time for him to completely absorb and refine it. As time passed, the sound in Yi Xing's body gradually changed. At first it was a grinding sound, but it slowly turned into the sound of frying beans. In the end, it turned into the sound of a bowstring being pulled. In the end, there was the sound of surging water like a spring. In fact, after Yi Xing's bones had been strengthened, their hematopoietic function had greatly increased. A large amount of blood was constantly being produced, gushing out from his bone marrow and flowing into his major blood vessels. As the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was gradually absorbed and refined, his body was reborn. Yi Xing's cultivation also naturally increased by a realm, breaking through to the second level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 2-star venerable. When the last medicinal power was absorbed by his flesh and bones, Yi Xing felt his entire body brimming with power. He had the illusion that he could lift the sky and pierce through the earth. This was a sign that his energy was too abundant. Yi Xing wanted to find a target to vent his energy, to vent the berserk power in his body. This was naturally the best time to cultivate martial arts. Yi Xing stood up, and the bones in his body stretched out, letting out the sound of a bowstring being pulled. His body was full of tenacity. His body twisted, and the sound of frying beans immediately rang out, full of explosive power. Good, I finally become a 2-star venerable. I'll go to the martial training palace, to cultivate martial arts, and then continue cultivating. I want to see how many realms my eternity flower can help me break through. Yi Xing faintly smiled. He was in a very good mood as he walked towards the martial training palace. After entering the palace, an opponent with the same cultivation as Yi Xing appeared. It was a 2-star venerable. Yi Xing's strength naturally couldn't be compared to a venerable of the same realm. However, Yi Xing had just started learning the Black Tortoise martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to fight against a strong opponent. It was just right for him to use a 2-star venerable as practice. After the 2-star venerable appeared, he immediately pounced at Yi Xing. Yi Xing first cultivated the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique, to dodge the opponent's attack. If he made a mistake and couldn't dodge, he would face the opponent head-on. If he cultivated for 2 hours, Yixing's attainments in the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique would increase rapidly, reaching the small success stage. This was mainly because Yixing's after-image footwork had reached perfection. Compared to a low-grade black class movement technique, his attainments were quite high, equivalent to greater success stage. In this way, Yixing could easily cultivate the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to the small success stage. The small success stage of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique was very fast, and the 2-star Venerable could barely touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Yixing put on the dark pattern boxing gloves and began to cultivate the dark soul subduing fist. Yixing's fist art, spear art, and archery art were all top-grade spirit rank. His attainments in them had reached the acme of perfection. This made it easy for him to cultivate a low-grade profound rank martial art to the greater success stage. Yixing cultivated one martial art after another, and the low-grade black class fist, spear, and archery skills quickly reached the small success stage. Chapter 639. The targets in the martial training palace went from 2-star venerables to 3-star venerables, and finally to 4-star venerables. Yixing battled with targets of different realms. Before reaching major completion, the speed of his martial attainments was very fast. In merely 10 days, Yixing's scorching merciless arrow, shadowless lethal spear, dark soul subduing fist, and 9 Heavens God Wander art had all reached major completion. There was an essential difference between Spirit Martial Realm and Black Tortoise. Transformative Realm Upper Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was comparable to Great Completion Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm. However, Transformative Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was inferior to Great Completion Low Grade Black Tortoise. Yixing cultivated 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion. His previous accumulation of martial attainments had already been used up. The difficulty of further cultivation would be greatly increased. Cultivating low-grade Black Tortoise to perfection and Transformative Realm was a huge undertaking. Yixing retreated from the martial training palace, preparing to raise his cultivation first. The path of martial arts had to be done step by step. One should not eat too much in one go. Sometimes it wasn't the best way to go about it. Taking a break midway, doing something else to relax, and then continuing to study would have better results. Yixing was like this. After breaking through to 2-star venerables, he was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he went to the martial training palace to practice martial arts, letting his tense nerves relax. After cultivating 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion, Yixing was also not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he switched to the falling star incantation, letting his tense nerves relax. Heaven and earth, day and night, yin and yang, one positive and one negative, one tense and one relaxed. Only with proper cultivation could one have great achievements and achieve goals at the fastest speed. Yixing sat down cross-legged, continuing to use Ian Extreme Flowers to cultivate, increasing the speed of Astral Reaching Realm. When he was at the first level of Astral Reaching Realm, Yixing had only used 5 Eternity Flowers to stabilize his cultivation base to the peak. Now that he had become a 2-star Venerable, he had also eaten several Eternity Flowers. Their effects had weakened somewhat, so he needed a lot more than when he was at the first level. 10 Eternity Flowers, Yixing's cultivation base stabilized to the mid-second level. The 20 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the late second stage. 50 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the peak of the second stage. After spending a month and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of 80 stalks of Eternity Flower, Yixing finally stabilized his cultivation base to the peak of the second level. Based on the value of the Ian Extreme Flowers, 80 Ian Extreme Flowers had been consumed just for a 2-star Venerable. This price was a bit high. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Yixing felt that it was worth it to be able to consolidate his cultivation to level 2 peak within a month. Yixing didn't care about the value of the Ian Extreme Flower. What he cared about was his own martial arts. No matter how great the price, it was worth it. After reaching level 2 peak, Yixing stopped cultivating. If he wanted to break through the cultivation barrier in one go, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 3rd-star Venerable Realm. However, the consumption of Ian Extreme Flowers would definitely be a huge number, and the time it would take would also not be short. At this time, it was better to first relax and cultivate martial arts. He could continue to consolidate his cultivation base in battle. Perhaps he would be able to break through the cultivation barrier unknowingly. The speed wouldn't be much slower than using the Ian Extreme Flowers to forcefully break through. Even if the breakthrough didn't happen naturally, once he consolidated his cultivation base to a certain extent, using the Ian Extreme flowers to forcefully break through would be much easier than now. Entering the martial training hall, Yi Xing began to cultivate martial arts. The 2-star Venerables and 3rd-star Venerables trial targets were quickly destroyed by Yi Xing. Even the 4-star Venerables didn't last long against Yi Xing's great accomplishment low-grade profound martial technique. It was only when the 5-star Venerables trial targets appeared that Yi Xing felt a huge pressure. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a pursuit of martial arts attainment. Yi Xing didn't use his astrology, purely relying on martial arts to fight. Yi Xing's profound low-grade falling star incantation had reached the peak of level 7 after breaking through to the 2-star Venerable realm. Afterwards, during the process of cultivation, his astral energy had already transformed to level 3 mid-grade profound martial technique. In terms of astral energy strength, Yi Xing was far superior to a 3-star Venerable. Compared to a 4-star Venerable, it was only because of the difference in cultivation level. Yi Xing was fighting with a profound martial artist of the great accomplishment realm. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to that of a 4-star Venerable. The amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use was much more than that of a 4-star Venerable. However, a 5-star Venerable's strength was much stronger than a 4-star Venerable's. Perhaps the 5-star Venerable's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was inferior to Yi Xing's, but in terms of martial arts attainment, they were superior. When a low-grade profound martial technique was used, it was close to great accomplishment. The amount of heaven and earth's yuan qi that was drawn was no less than Yi Xing's. Adding on the suppression of 3 levels of cultivation, their strength was naturally far superior to Yi Xing's. If he used his astrology, Yi Xing's pressure against a 5-star Venerable would be greatly reduced. However, with pressure comes motivation. As long as he faced a powerful opponent and was in a dangerous situation, it could stimulate Yi Xing's potential to the greatest extent. Only then could his martial arts attainment increase faster in battle. When Yi Xing fought with the 5-star Venerables, he would sometimes use the Dark Soul Subduing Fist to fight with the enemy. Inside, he would use the Shadowless Lethal Spear technique. When it was the most suitable time to use a martial art, Yi Xing would use that martial art. Once he could not block it, Yi Xing would use the 9 Heaven Spirits Wander technique to dodge. After pulling away, he would use the Scorching Flame Ruthless Arrow technique to shoot from a distance. Overall, his attainments in the 4 low-grade profound martial techniques improved very quickly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he improved by leaps and bounds. However, the one that improved the fastest was still his archery attainment. This was definitely related to Yi Xing's archery attainment being the highest. Furthermore, Yi Xing's talent in archery was also the highest. With the super brain, he was a natural archer. During his cultivation, Yi Xing's archery attainment improved again. When the conditions were right, he naturally broke through to the 7 changes of heart. The breakthrough in his archery attainment increased the speed of his archery attainment. In just a month or so, Yi Xing's Scorching Flame Ruthless Arrow technique broke through to the perfection realm first. A low-grade profound martial technique at the perfection realm was very powerful. When Yi Xing used the Earth Profound Bow to execute the Scorching Flame Ruthless Arrow technique, the power of the arrows shot out had reached a level where even a 5-star Venerable would be in danger. There were a few times when the 5-star Venerable's trial targets were unable to completely dodge Yi Xing's arrows. They also could not block them and were shot in the body. Of course, the arrows only hit unimportant parts of the body. The damage caused was very low and could not destroy the trial targets. This was when Yi Xing did not use his astrology. If he used his astrology, the power would be stronger. The damage caused might be able to destroy the trial targets. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, it would be even more stable. He would definitely be able to kill the trial targets in one shot. The 7 changes of heart's archery attainment meant that Yi Xing's heart force had reached the 7th layer. Although Yi Xing's heart force leaned towards archery, it was still useful for other martial cultivation. In the next half a month, the Shadowless Lethal Spear technique, Dark Soul Subduing Fist, and 9 Heaven Spirits Wander technique all broke through to the perfection realm. Chapter 640.4 Low-Grade Xuanwu Martial Arts, all complete. For a 2-star Venerable, this was already an extremely high martial attainment. Even some monstrous geniuses would rarely be able to cultivate low-grade Xuanwu martial arts to completion when they were 2-star Venerables. Moreover, all 4 kinds of low-grade Xuanwu martial arts were complete. After a month and a half of battle, although Yi Xing hadn't broken through to 3-star Venerable, he could feel that his cultivation base had already consolidated to the limit of the second layer, touching the edge of the third layer of astral reaching realm. At this realm, the accumulation of cultivation base could naturally lead to a breakthrough. The reason why he hadn't broken through was probably because the last time was too close. However, without a natural breakthrough, Yi Xing took the initiative to push it. Breaking through to 3-star Venerable was naturally easy. Yi Xing sat down cross-legged and took out a stalk of eternity flower. Borrowing its medicinal power, he attacked the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. After a day and a night, Yi Xing had only taken 4 stalks of eternity flower to break through the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. The astral aura within his body had undergone a qualitative change, and his perception of the natural yuan qi had become even clearer. Yi Xing's cultivation base had broken through to the third layer of astral reaching realm, becoming a 3-star Venerable. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, he had only used 2 months to break through to 2-star Venerable. Then, after another 2.5 months, he had broken through to 3-star Venerable. This kind of speed, even when he was a astral Venerable, could be regarded as godly speed compared to ordinary martial artists. In the astral reaching realm, even among the monstrous geniuses of the star continent, which one of them didn't need at least a year to break through to the next realm. If one reached high-level astral reaching realm, it might even take several years to break through to the next realm. However, Yi Xing had broken through 2 realms in less than half a year. For other martial artists, this was simply the speed of light. Of course, Yi Xing's true cultivation speed wasn't this fast. The reason for this godly speed was because of the eternity flower in his body. In addition, the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet had greatly shortened the time needed for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough. If it were under normal circumstances, it would already be a very fast speed for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough in half a year in the early astral reaching realm. After becoming a 3-star Venerable, Yi Xing's perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become much clearer. His understanding of heaven and earth had also reached a mysterious state. Yi Xing was overjoyed. This kind of state could only be encountered by chance, and it was the best state to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was because Yi Xing had broken through successively in the Exalt realm in a short period of time, and it had caused him to be in such a state. Perhaps it was because of some other reason, but Yi Xing didn't care about all of that right now. He instantly restrained his thoughts, maintained his calm, and comprehended the grand momentum of the heavens and the earth. This state lasted for about 2 hours before returning to normal. Although it hadn't been long, Yi Xing's harvest was enormous. Whether it was the grand momentum of wind, fire, or darkness, all of them had improved by a considerable degree. When a martial artist became a high-level Venerable, they would be able to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to the realm of one with the world. However, in order to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to perfection, only a high-level astral ocean realm titled Emperor would be able to do so. There was a huge gap in cultivation between high-level Venerable and high-level King. However, within this cultivation level, ordinary martial artists' comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth would be at the realm of one with the world. However, high-level Venerable, low-level King, and mid-level King naturally had different levels of comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth. Therefore, there were also differences in the realm of one with the world. If Yi Xing's previous state of one with the world was still at the high-level Venerable realm, then he had already reached the low-level King realm. It could be seen that the effects of these 2 hours of comprehension were enormous. That mysterious state disappeared, and Yi Xing continued to comprehend in detail, thoroughly understanding the grand momentum of the heavens and earth in his heart. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the martial training palace. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of astral reaching realm, and his comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth was even higher. This was even more advantageous for his martial arts cultivation. His chances of cultivating the 4 low-level profound martial arts to perfection had increased by a lot. However, Yi Xing didn't plan to cultivate the martial arts to perfection after entering the martial training palace this time. This would take a long time. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the 3rd level, then he would spend a long time cultivating martial arts, which would also be of great help in consolidating his cultivation. Right now, he was just familiarizing himself with his strength after breaking through to the 3-star Venerable realm. As long as he was familiar with his strength and body, he would be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. After becoming a 3-star Venerable and reaching perfection of the low-level profound martial realm, the trial target of the 5-star Venerable Realm was naturally not enough. It wasn't long before Yi Xing destroyed it. Now that the trial target of the 6-star Venerable Realm had appeared, Yi Xing once again felt an enormous pressure. Yi Xing cultivated in the martial training palace for a few days, familiarizing himself with the strength of the 3-star Venerable Realm, and then left. Sitting cross-legged outside the martial training palace, Yi Xing calmed his mind and took out the Ian Extreme Flower, continuing to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Time flew by, and by the time Yi Xing reached the peak of the 3rd level, more than a month had already passed. As for the Ian Extreme Flower, the further he progressed, the weaker its effects became. He had consumed several hundred stalks. Yi Xing stood up with a smile on his face. No matter how many Ian Extreme Flowers he consumed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. Raising his cultivation was the key. Right now he was a 3-star Venerable. If he broke through another realm he would become a 4-star Venerable. However, the difference was like the difference between a low-level Venerable and a mid-level Venerable. Yi Xing was looking forward to breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and the Falling Star Incantation has reached the 4th level. Everything is ready. Next, it's time to see if I can break through to the Transformation Realm with the low-level Profound Martial Realm. Yi Xing thought to himself as he walked toward the Martial Training Palace. Entering the Martial Training Palace, another long period of cultivation began. Yi Xing had the super brain to scan and correct his moves. Every time he fought, Yi Xing would know where his mistakes were and would constantly correct them. No matter how good his master's guidance was, it couldn't compare to the super brain's understanding of himself, and it couldn't compare to his own self-correction. This caused Yi Xing's martial attainments to be constantly perfected. There was no limit to it until he stepped into the Transformation Realm. For Yi Xing, the Transformation Realm wasn't a problem. The only problem was time. More than a month later, his ruthless flame arrow incantation reached the Transformation Realm first. Yi Xing immediately sensed that his archery skills had reached the transcendent state of the low-class black level. There was a strong connection between him and the bow. This was a very mysterious state. The bow and arrow in Yi Xing's hands became incomparably mysterious. It was as if he could perform a perfect martial art move with just a raise of his hand. This was the manifestation of the unity of man and weapon. Yi Xing had become one with the bow and arrow, becoming an archery master among weapon masters. Becoming an archery master was the prerequisite for comprehending the arrow intent. Among archery martial artists, only those who comprehended the arrow intent could be considered a truly powerful divine archer. Now Yi Xing had finally reached this condition. He had reached a higher level in archery and become a master. Chapter 641. Mastering One Art, Mastering All Arts. After the ruthless flame arrow art reached the transcendent realm, the dark soul subduing fist art and the shadowless deadly spear art also reached the transcendent realm. Yi Xing not only became a master of archery, but he also became a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts. Compared to most master weaponsmiths, Yi Xing could be considered as a multi-talented person. This was all thanks to the super brain. Otherwise, with Yi Xing's cultivation at such a young age, no matter what kind of weapon he used, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of one with the weapon. Compared to the other martial arts, the 9 Heavens Wander art was much more difficult to reach the transcendent realm. It took him more than 10 days to reach the transcendent realm. After 2 months, he had reached the transcendent realm in all 4 low-grade profound martial arts. He could go to the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall to learn mid-grade profound martial arts. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, the number of mid-grade profound martial arts was less than half of the number on the 1st floor. There were only 60 books. Yi Xing followed his usual practice and chose only 4 martial arts: archery, spear arts, fist arts, and Qinggong. Qinggong was naturally still the 9 Heavens Wander art. As for the other martial arts, Yi Xing continued to choose the fire attribute archery, wind attribute spear arts, and dark attribute fist arts. In terms of actual combat, Yi Xing was already a master weaponsmith. Every move he made was a unique skill. In terms of martial arts, Yi Xing had learned 3 martial arts and a set of archery skills from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Therefore, Yi Xing chose the mid-grade profound martial arts because he didn't need it for actual combat. He just needed to cultivate it and improve the connection between him and his weapon. Master weaponsmiths wasn't the limit of the transcendent realm. Above the transcendent realm was martial intent. Comprehending martial intent was Yi Xing's true goal. Therefore, Yi Xing only needed to cultivate the mid-grade profound martial arts and not rely on them to fight. Yi Xing cultivated 4 mid-grade Xuanwu mantras, but he only managed to reach the great accomplishment stage. Martial arts mantras were very easy to cultivate. If one was unable to reach a certain level, there was only one reason: one's cultivation was insufficient. If the mental cultivation method wasn't perfect, then the martial arts wouldn't be able to reach the transcendent realm. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Only when he had a breakthrough and became a 4-star or 5-star venerable would he be able to reach the transcendent realm. Yi Xing sensed the progress of his cultivation. He had indeed consolidated to the limit of the 3-star venerable realm. However, he did not feel the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Only by sensing the cultivation barrier of the next realm would one have the hope of forcibly breaking through. If one couldn't even sense the cultivation barrier, then even if one forcibly broke through, there would be no way forward. A 4-star venerable is a mid-level venerable. Although I've experienced many battles to break through to the venerable realm, my cultivation has still improved too quickly. Especially after breaking through to become a 2-star venerable, I've always been in secluded cultivation. I've only fought with the targets of the trial, and I've never experienced a true life and death battle. The reason why I was able to break through to the 3-star venerable realm was because of the Eternity Flower. Now that my foundation isn't solid, it'll be hard for me to make any progress in a short period of time. I've already been in the Star Palace for more than 8 months. It's time to go out. Yi Xing pondered for a moment and made his decision. Yi Xing had gained a lot from entering the Star Palace this time. He had made great progress in his martial Dao. He was very satisfied and happy. Master Tortoise, Yi Xing has left the Star Palace. Before leaving, Yi Xing respectfully saluted the void in front of him and said, Go. Be careful. Become a king as soon as possible and come back to take the Star Palace. Master Tortoise's voice sounded. Yes. Yi Xing faintly nodded. He took out the star token and activated the transmission. The star token emitted a gentle light that enveloped Yi Xing. In an instant, Yi Xing left the Star Palace and appeared in the Starfall Valley. Huff, 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 huff. Yi Xing had just appeared in the Starfall Valley when he felt layers of terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Before Yi Xing could react, he heard a loud shout. He's out. As soon as this voice sounded, Yi Xing felt the space around him tighten. It was as if it had become an impenetrable wall, imprisoning him. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance and enveloped the entire world. Yi Xing immediately felt a sense of suffocation. In just an instant, Yi Xing saw the dazzling light that seemed to have enveloped the entire world. It was a huge saber aura that almost cut the sky in half. It was an understatement to say that this saber aura could break rivers and cut mountains. If this saber aura fell, it was enough to destroy a city. Now this saber aura was slashing down on Yi Xing. In an instant, Yi Xing felt like his soul had left his body. His heart jumped to his throat. Bang! With a loud explosion, that terrifying saber aura was suddenly hit by a black fist aura and exploded into pieces. The explosive shock wave was filled with destructive power. A layer of the nearby mountain peaks was shaved off and collapsed. Yi Xing was not far from the center of this destructive shock wave. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of impact. In front of him, a tall figure stood, giving off a feeling of indomitable spirit. Where he stood, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The destructive shock wave could not shake him in the slightest. This tall figure was dressed in black and had shoulder-length black hair. Yi Xing recognized him at a glance. It was the Black Tiger King. The destructive shock wave's power was terrifying, but it dissipated quickly. In just a few breaths' time, everything was calm again. However, the surrounding area was a testament to the terrifying power just now. Meng Tai, with me here, you want to kill someone? Ah, dream on. The Black Tiger King roared and laughed loudly. His voice was filled with pride. Yi Xing was shocked when he heard this. The saber that slashed at him just now was actually the damning Supreme King's attack? No wonder it's so terrifying. I couldn't even move after being struck by the saber. If it weren't for Brother He Biao's help, I would have turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Yi Xing immediately came to a realization. Why is the damning Supreme King here? And so many Daiyuan dynasty elites. Yi Xing saw the damning Supreme King and also saw the large number of elites behind Meng Tai. That's right, I killed a venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty here and then entered the Star Hall to cultivate. The people from the Great Yuan dynasty must have found this place and knew that I entered, so they surrounded this place and waited for me. Careless, too careless. Why didn't I consider this problem at that time? If Brother Black Tiger did not save me, I would have been a turtle in a jar. I would have died without a doubt. Yi Xing's super brain worked quickly. In an instant he sorted out all the causes and effects. He blamed himself for his carelessness. Brother Black Tiger. Yi Xing looked at the back of the Black Tiger King and walked up. There was no need for thanks between them, but Yi Xing's tone was filled with gratitude. The Black Tiger King looked back at Yi Xing and said, Brother Yi Xing, you really made people wait. So many people have waited for you for half a year. Chapter 642. Not long after Yi Xing entered the Starry Hall, the people from the Great Yuan dynasty arrived. Supremacy Chen Yu also reported the news of Yi Xing's return to the Dark Star sect immediately. The Dark Star sect investigated Yi Xing's whereabouts. The commotion caused by the Great Yuan dynasty naturally attracted the attention of the Dark Star sect. Therefore, the experts of the two factions faced each other at the old site of the Starfall sect. The Great Yuan dynasty wanted to wait for Yi Xing to come out and kill him. The Dark Star sect wanted to wait for Yi Xing to come out and save him. Neither side retreated. Of course, they waited for more than half a year. When the two opposing factions faced each other, the smell of gunpowder was naturally very strong. At the beginning, both sides fought every day. There was a small battle every day and a big battle every 3 days. However, the Great Yuan dynasty's target was Yi Xing. They had not seen their target yet and were unwilling to fight with the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was weaker than the Great Yuan dynasty and did not want to start an all-out war with them. Therefore, the battle did not spread. As time passed, they waited for Yi Xing but did not come out. They waited for Yi Xing but did not come out. Both sides were getting impatient and the battles became fewer and fewer. In the past 10 days, both sides did not fight. The Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai, personally moved out. He even brought a bunch of kings and supremacies with him. They waited for more than half a year just to wait for one person. Imagine how angry they were. If not for the fact that Yi Xing was the demon star in troubled times and had an extraordinary identity that concerned the survival of the Great Yuan dynasty, the Great Yuan dynasty would have retreated long ago. Ever since Yi Xing's performance in the Starry Sky Arena, the Supreme King Meng Tai firmly believed in the words of the Imperial Advisor Si Kongyan. He believed that the Great Yuan dynasty would be destroyed because of Yi Xing in the future. His killing intent towards Yi Xing was as firm as a rock. He would not give up until he killed Yi Xing. Therefore, after confirming that Yi Xing had indeed entered the secret ground, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally had to wait for Yi Xing to come out so that he could get rid of Yi Xing as soon as possible. The Supreme King Meng Tai refused to back down. Since the Black Biao King wanted to protect Yi Xing, he naturally couldn't back down either. Furthermore, the news of Yi Xing becoming a venerable and killing a 4-star venerable had reached the Dark Star sect and attracted their attention. Yi Xing's performance had surpassed that of any genius in the history of the Star Continent. Even the martial artists who did not approve of the Demon Star in chaotic times had changed their opinions because of Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance. The Black Tiger King reported the news about Yi Xing to his master, the Sovereign Sect's master of the Dark Star sect, and he obtained the support of the Sovereign Sect's master. Only with the orders of the Sovereign Sect's master was the Black Tiger King able to gather the forces of the Dark Star sect and go against the Daryuan dynasty. Otherwise, even though the Black Tiger King's strength was formidable, he was unable to go against the entire Daryuan dynasty by himself. Yi Xing walked over to stand by the Black Tiger King's side, and then his gaze swept past the members of the Dark Star sect, the Daryuan dynasty, and the others before he said with surprise, "So many people have been waiting here for half a year?" The Black Tiger King nodded and said, "If they don't back down, then we can't back down. Confronting each other here and fighting battles occasionally isn't very boring." The Black Tiger King spoke casually, but Yi Xing was very clearly aware of how it felt to have so many people wait here for half a year. Through this incident, Yi Xing was even clearly aware of how firm the Supreme King Meng Tai's confidence in eliminating him was. When he saw Yi Xing's serious expression, the Black Tiger King thought that Yi Xing was afraid of the forces the Daryuan dynasty had put on, and he said with a smile, "Little brother Yi Xing, you don't have to worry. With me Black Tiger here, your safety is absolutely not a problem." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King patted his chest. "Black Tiger, you're a 3-star king, yet you're calling a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Don't you feel irritated? You've completely thrown away the face of a king." The Supreme King Meng Tai snorted coldly, and his tone was very displeased. Yi Xing will definitely become a king in the future, and become the hero who destroyed the Daryuan dynasty. Why can't I call him my brother? This is my honor, hee. The Black Tiger King chuckled and raised his head slightly, saying, I'll call whoever I like brother. Mengtai, don't look at how you're a few hundred years older than me. I'm not interested in calling you my brother, ha. The Supreme King Mengtai's expression instantly became gloomy as he shouted, I am the Supreme King, the only 4-star king in the Star Continent, the ruler of the Daryuan dynasty. You're the one who's not worthy to call me your brother. The Black Tiger King waved his hand and said, Don't speak so much nonsense. Mengtai, with me Black Tiger here today, no matter how many people your Daryuan dynasty has, you won't be able to touch a single strand of his hair. You should all retreat as soon as possible. Don't make any useless moves. The Supreme King Mengtai's gaze swept across the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and said, For Yi Xing's life, all of you have to pay the price with your lives. Is it worth it? Mengtai's voice was like a blade, ruthlessly slicing into the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect had people like the Black Tiger King who had long believed that the Demon Star of Chaos could overthrow the Daryuan dynasty. From the beginning to the end, they had stood firmly by the Black Tiger King's side. However, there were also many martial artists of the Dark Star sect who didn't agree with the theory of the Demon Star of Chaos. Although Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance had made them believe that Yi Xing was indeed the Demon Star of Chaos, it didn't mean that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this Demon Star of Chaos. Therefore, the Supreme King Mengtai's words had a huge impact on the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing's reaction was very sharp. He immediately saw that many of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect were struggling. Compared to the Daryuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was still slightly weaker. If they fought an all-out war, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. Everyone could see the Supreme King Mengtai's desire to kill Yi Xing. He wouldn't rest until he killed Yi Xing. Given Mengtai's desire to kill, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. When the Black Tiger King saw that Mengtai's words had shaken the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, he sneered and shouted, Are the lives of the martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty not lives in your eyes? They have no grudges with Yi Xing. Just because of your desire to kill, they will spill their blood and give up their lives. Is this worth it? The Supreme King Mengtai's words were like knives and swords cutting at the heart. How could the Black Tiger King's words not be the same? Yi Xing had the protection of the Dark Star sect. If Mengtai wanted to take Yi Xing's life, he could only make use of the Daryuan dynasty's advantage in numbers to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. Once an all-out war broke out, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage since they were weaker. However, wouldn't the Daryuan dynasty lose people? When 2 3-star forces started an all-out war with numerous kings attacking, who could guarantee that they wouldn't die except for a few peak experts? Even a king realm cultivator could die in such a battle. The martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty naturally cherished their lives. The Black Tiger King's words were like a heavy hammer in their hearts. They weren't willing to start a war. Chapter 643. If an all-out war broke out, both sides would suffer casualties. It was just a matter of numbers. Who could be sure that they wouldn't be among those who died in the war? Therefore, neither the Dark Star sect nor the Great Yuan dynasty wanted to start a war. However, the decision-making power was never decided by numbers. It was in the hands of the Paramount King Mengtai. To the Paramount King, Yi Xing threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, any price would be worth it. The Supreme King Mengtai's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He swept his gaze over the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty. Everyone could feel the killing intent in Mengtai's eyes. Immediately they all put on an aggressive front. It was as if they were ready to fight the Dark Star sect. However, one of the Supremes didn't have time to hide the fear in his heart. The Paramount King Mengtai saw it. The Paramount King Mengtai shouted coldly, "Are you afraid?" When a war broke out, even a king could die. Although a supremacy was considered an expert in an all-out war, he wasn't much stronger than cannon fodder. Of course he was afraid. This supremacy managed to calm himself down and advised, "Once the war breaks out, there will be countless casualties. Paramount King, please reconsider." The Paramount King Mengtai raised his eyebrows and struck out with his palm. A palm print instantly flew above this supremacy and smashed him into meat paste. "Trash. What's the use of keeping you alive?" The Paramount King Mengtai said coldly. All the great Yuan dynasty's martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. A king of the Ming royal family saw the opportunity and shouted, "We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." All the great Yuan dynasty's martial artists made up their minds and raised their arms. "We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing. We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." Their voices were uniform and their aura was overwhelming. The supreme king Meng Tai had absolute authority in the great Yuan dynasty. In this aspect he was much stronger than the Black Biao king in the Dark Star sect. Although the Black Tiger king's position in the Dark Star sect was high, he was not the sect master. However, even if he was the Dark Star sect master, he could not make all the martial practitioners in the sect risk their lives with a single order. There was a fundamental difference between the rule of a sect and the rule of a government. Faced with the surging aura of the great Yuan dynasty cultivators, many of the Dark Star sect cultivators revealed looks of fear. In such a state, once the battle began, many of them would definitely flee. Calm down. There are no cowards in my Dark Star church. Ever since we established our church, we have been fighting against the great Yuan dynasty for over 1,000 years. When have we ever been afraid? Your ancestors have all fought with the experts of the great Yuan dynasty before. When have they ever been scared off? An old voice rang out from a mountain peak in the distance. An expert of the Dark Star sect exclaimed with surprise. "It's the Sovereign Sect's master. The Sovereign Sect's master is with us." That's right. Our ancestors were never afraid. We can't lose face for our ancestors. Fuck. It's not for Yi Xing but for the dignity of the Dark Star sect. For the sake of our pride, the great Yuan dynasty is nothing. I'm not afraid. All the martial practitioners in the Dark Star sect roared loudly. Their voices were powerful, and some of the martial practitioners who were originally afraid felt the hot blood in their hearts awaken when they heard the roars of the people by their sides, causing them to become strong. Even though there were still some people who were afraid, it was only a small portion of them. The Black Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief when the Sovereign Sect's master spoke out to stabilize the situation. Even though he was strong, he usually didn't care about anything, so his prestige in the Dark Star sect wasn't very high. No matter what he said, it couldn't compare to the Sovereign Sect's master. The Supreme King Meng Tai had a firm expression, and he didn't change at all because of the rising morale of the Dark Star sect. The Supreme King Meng Tai swept his gaze and roared. "I swear that I won't stop until Yi Xing is dead. If your Dark Star sect doesn't hand over Yi Xing, then I'll annihilate your Dark Star sect today and make all of you accompany Yi Xing in death." The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his arm, and the hearts of the martial practitioners on both sides instantly leaped up to their throats. So long as the Supreme King gave the order, this place would immediately become hell on earth. Corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow into rivers. The Black Tiger King was slightly nervous as well. An all-out battle between both sides wasn't the outcome he wanted. He roared loudly. "Meng Tai, you know my ability. If I want to take Yi Xing away, then none of you can stop me. Your target is Yi Xing, and once I take Yi Xing away, the martial practitioners of the great Yuan dynasty will die for nothing. Is there any meaning to this battle?" The Supreme King Meng Tai couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. His target was Yi Xing. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, he felt that any price he had to pay would be worth it. However, if he couldn't kill Yi Xing, would it be worth it to pay such a huge price? The answer was yes, it wasn't. Although the Dark Star sect's strength wasn't comparable to the great Yuan dynasties, a three-star faction that had developed for over 1,000 years couldn't be underestimated. Even if the great Yuan dynasty could win this battle, it would still be a huge loss to kill 1,000 enemies and inflict heavy losses on themselves. It would definitely cause the great Yuan dynasty to suffer a great loss. If they could kill Yi Xing, then the losses would be worth it. However, if they couldn't kill Yi Xing, then wouldn't the losses be for nothing? Thinking about whether it was worth it or not, the Supreme King Meng Tai's fighting spirit instantly cooled down. However, when the Supreme King Meng Tai thought about it from a different angle, the sharpness in his eyes suddenly intensified. Yi Xing was a demonic star in troubled times. For the future of the great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing had to be eliminated. Now that Yi Xing was right in front of him, how could he give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction? If news of this were to spread, others would think that he, the Supreme King, was afraid of the Dark Star sect. What a joke. He was the Supreme King, the ruler of the great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the entire Star Land. How could he be afraid of the Dark Star sect? Even if it wasn't to kill Yi Xing for the sake of his face and dignity, he couldn't give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction. For the sake of his face and the dignity of the Great Yuan dynasty, the fighting spirit in Meng Tai's eyes had reached its limit. He was about to give the order to start the battle. Wait. Yi Xing had been paying attention to the changes in the Supreme King's emotions all this time. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. Yi Xing knew that at this point, the Dark Star sect's persistence and the Great Yuan dynasty's persistence no longer focused on him, Yi Xing. Instead, it had become a matter of face and dignity for both parties. The Dark Star sect didn't retreat not because the people of the Dark Star sect were willing to risk their lives with Yi Xing, but because of their dignity. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, insisted on fighting not because he wanted his subordinates to die meaninglessly, but also because of his dignity. Since the main point was no longer Yi Xing, this matter was easy to handle. In fact, both parties didn't want to start the battle. It was just that they didn't have a way out. As long as they gave each other a way out, the matter would be resolved. The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze landed on Yi Xing. His hand that was about to wave down paused in midair. He said, "Do you have anything to say? Do you want to surrender?" Chapter 644. Surrender? Ah. Yi Xing chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes were like lightning as his aura surged. "Damning Supreme King, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and Dark Star sect were shocked. At this critical moment, Yi Xing actually wanted to make a bet with the Supreme King Meng Tai? Bet on what? The damning Supreme King glanced coldly at Yi Xing and said, "What qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? What do you have that's worth me making a bet with you?" His voice was filled with disdain and even anger. He was the Supreme King, a 4-star king. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 3-star venerable. The two of them were on completely different levels. Although Yi Xing was the demon star of troubled times and was someone that the Supreme King Meng Tai had to kill, he had never placed Yi Xing on the same level as him. A mere 3-star venerable dared to make a bet with him. This ignited the rage in Meng Tai's heart. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he was about to give the order. However, the damning Supreme King's arm had already swung down. Yi Xing immediately shouted, "You don't dare?" The moment these words came out, the damning Supreme King's arm froze in the void. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yi Xing and said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're the one who's not worthy." The Black Tiger King was also shocked by Yi Xing's words. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, the situation isn't good now. Why do you have to anger Meng Tai? The angrier he is, the harder it will be for you to escape. When the battle starts later, don't make a move. Stay close to me and I'll bring you out. Don't cause any trouble." Yi Xing smiled at the Black Tiger King and did not explain further. He continued to speak to the damning Supreme King. "I'm the demon star of troubled times. Your Great Yuan dynasty will be destroyed by me, Yi Xing. Why wouldn't I have the qualifications? Besides, you said that I don't have anything to bet with you." "Wrong. Don't you want my life? Then I'll bet my life with you. How about it?" "Your life?" The Supreme King Meng Tai blinked his eyes, revealing a sliver of interest. He lowered his arm that was raised in the air. His snake-like eyes stared at Yi Xing as he said, "Betting your life? This prince is rather interested. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty has unified the world. The Meng royal family stands at the peak of the Great Yuan dynasty. They are definitely powerful and have many geniuses. No matter which realm they are in, there will always be people with extremely powerful strength that far surpasses ordinary warriors of the same realm." The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his head slightly and said, "Of course." The Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators also revealed complacent expressions. Especially the Meng royal clan's cultivators, they were the most arrogant. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star Church, they all frowned, their faces filled with displeasure. Yi Xing was actually flattering the Great Yuan dynasty and the Meng royal family? The Black Biao King looked at Yi Xing with interest. He knew that Yi Xing would definitely not flatter the Great Yuan dynasty. He was definitely not done with his words. As the Black Biao King expected, Yi Xing sneered and his tone changed. "Ah, saying that they are people with extremely powerful strength is actually giving them too much credit. Compared to ordinary warriors, their strength is just a bit more outstanding. However, in the eyes of Yi Xing, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How can they be called geniuses? They are more like dog farts." The displeasure on the faces of the Dark Star Church's cultivators immediately disappeared. Their faces were filled with joy. There were even quite a few who laughed out loud. As for the Great Yuan Dynasty's cultivators, their complacent expressions froze on their faces. Their expressions became extremely interesting. Paramount King Meng Tai thought that Yi Xing was pleading for leniency. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xing would disparage the Meng royal clan's cultivators to the point that they were inferior to dogs. He was simply fuming with anger. However, before Paramount King Meng Tai could say anything, Yi Xing raised his voice and continued, "Damning Paramount King, you better believe me. Although I am only a 3-star venerable, your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. I will issue a life and death challenge to any of your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Let's see who will win and who will lose. If I lose, I will lose my life. Damning Paramount King, do you dare to make this bet? Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables, do you dare to make this bet?" The moment Yi Xing's words left his mouth, the Dark Star Church's cultivators were all stunned. Yi Xing was only a 3-star venerable, but he was actually challenging any of the Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Crazy. This was simply crazy. The Dark Star Church's cultivators found it hard to believe that Yi Xing would issue such a stupid challenge. This was simply courting death. 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star venerables were all mid-level venerables. Perhaps Yi Xing's strength was truly heaven-defying, and he was able to fight against 4-star venerables and 5-star venerables, but wasn't the gap between a 3-star venerable and a 6-star venerable too great? Although Yi Xing had killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, and he had also killed an enemy that was 3 realms higher than him, the Dark Star Church's cultivators had not seen it with their own eyes. What they heard was false. Some things could not be understood unless one saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, they did not have much confidence in Yi Xing's strength. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the difficulty of challenging someone of a higher realm would also increase. Even if Yi Xing had indeed killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, now that he had become a 3-star venerable, he might not necessarily be able to fight against a 6-star venerable. Taking a step back, Yi Xing did indeed have the strength to challenge a 6-star venerable. However, the Great Yuan Dynasty was filled with geniuses. Could it be that there were no 6-star venerable geniuses that could challenge a 6-star venerable? Even though they were all 6-star venerables, there was still an enormous difference in strength. Yi Xing was not challenging a 6-star venerable. He was challenging any one of them. If the Great Yuan Dynasty chose the strongest 6-star venerable to fight against Yi Xing, then wouldn't Yi Xing be dead? The Dark Star Church's cultivators were dumbfounded. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. In the end, they could only think of one word: idiot. The Great Yuan Dynasty's cultivators were also shocked. They simply could not believe that someone would issue such a challenge. This was simply a suicidal challenge. He was actively seeking death. In the Meng royal clan there were many 6-star venerables. Among them, there were those with ordinary strength, those with powerful strength, and those with strength that could sweep away those of the same realm. There was even a combat genius that could contend against a 7-star venerable. No one believed that Yi Xing, a mere 3-star venerable, could defeat all the 6-star venerables of the Meng royal clan. This was simply impossible. The great Meng king Meng Tai narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Xing. He wanted to see through Yi Xing's background and see through Yi Xing's actual strength. Although this was impossible, a suicidal challenge, a foolish challenge, Meng Tai found it very difficult to associate Yi Xing with a foolish person. Unfortunately, Yi Xing's expression remained the same. Meng Tai was unable to see anything. Yi Xing was like a deep pool of water. He was unable to see through it. Chapter 645. The Supreme King Meng Tai did not rashly make a decision. He just looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing chuckled and said, "Could it be that the Supreme King really doesn't dare to? Indeed, although the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family aren't weak in front of me, Yi Xing, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Not sending them to their deaths is the right thing to do. How about this? If you don't dare to challenge one, I'll challenge 10. How about it? I, Yi Xing, will challenge 10 mid-level venerables of your Meng royal family. I'll accept their challenge. Great Supreme King of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You bunch of chickens and dogs of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yi Xing's tone was impassioned. He looked down on the martial artists of the Meng royal family to the extreme. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect were dumbfounded by Yi Xing's words. As for the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were all furious. This was especially true for the martial artists of the Meng royal family. They had never been looked down upon before. They were so angry that they were jumping like thunder. At this point, even the Supreme King Meng Tai felt his face burning as hot blood rushed to his head. The Supreme King Meng Tai widened his eyes and yelled, "Good. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make a bet with you." Yi Xing was overjoyed. Since he had agreed to the bet, the battle situation today would naturally be resolved. As for the life and death battle with the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family, Yi Xing seemed like a suicidal challenge to others. However, in Yi Xing's heart, this was a challenge that he would definitely win. The reason why Yi Xing only challenged the mid-level venerables was because he did not plan to reveal his strength in his dragon form. He only wanted to fight in his human form. However, if the mid-level venerables of the other party had heaven-defying battle strength that was not inferior to a 7 or 8-star venerable lord, then Yi Xing could only reveal his dragon form and kill them. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Xing would definitely win this battle. Using a challenge that he was sure to win to get rid of the dangerous situation in front of him, why not? After the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, he continued after a while, "Since it's a battle of life and death, let's set a time, place and rules." Because of the confrontation with the Dark Star sect, the martial practitioners brought by the Supreme King Meng Tai were mostly kings and high lords. 1st to 6th level astral reaching realm venerables were in the minority. Moreover, the strongest 6-star venerables were not present. Naturally, they would have to fight another time. Furthermore, the Supreme King Meng Tai did not believe that Yi Xing's strength was truly so heaven-defying that he could sweep through the 6-star venerables of the Meng clan. He believed that Yi Xing had some other backing. For example, obtaining some powerful forbidden weapons from ancient ruins, or some terrifying talismans, or some pills that could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. Yi Xing had gone to mid-level star continents before. It would not be strange for him to obtain forbidden weapons, talismans, pills, and other treasures. Therefore, the battle of life and death had to set the rules. What could be used and what could not be used had to be agreed upon. Whoever broke the rules would be considered the loser. And in a battle of life and death, losing meant death. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted to set the rules, and Yi Xing was happy to do so. The Great Yuan dynasty had a deep foundation. Yi Xing was not afraid that they had some powerful treasures. Yi Xing said, "Set the time 1 month from today, the location?" Yi Xing looked at Black Biao King and said, "Brother Black Biao, you decide on the location." Yi Xing's safety was in Black Biao King's hands. Black Biao King could decide where he felt was suitable. Black Biao King said, "Green Cloud Mountain." In the past, the founding ancestor of our sect had once fought a great battle with the Dayuan Supreme King, Meng Yi, in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. The victor was still undecided. This time, Yi Xing, you will represent our Dark Star sect and determine the victor between us and the Dayuan Empire. Yi Xing nodded. "All right." The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "The battle in the Green Cloud Mountain is fine, but not for too long. I'll give you half a month at most to prepare. The battle of life and death on the 3rd of March. Battle. The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty shouted in unison. The Supreme King Meng Tai continued, "In this battle of life and death, other than weapons and armor, you're prohibited from using any external objects. Forbidden weapons, talismans, and pills are all prohibited. If you break the rules, you'll be considered the loser and killed." As he spoke, the Supreme King Meng Tai stared at Yi Xing. His eyes revealed a meaning, "Don't try to play any tricks. It's useless." Yi Xing saw this and pretended to be slightly surprised. However, it was only revealed for a moment before it disappeared. Although the change in expression was very slight, Yi Xing believed that the Supreme King Meng Tai must have seen it. The more he restrained himself, the more the other party would believe him and feel that he was right. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he said, "Weapons and armor can only be mystic grade, middle grade at most. The use of mystic grade, high grade weapons and armor is prohibited." The Supreme King Meng Tai chuckled and said, "No problem. Mystic grade, high grade weapons were rare even for the kings of the Star Continent. They were too powerful. Middle grade venerables could not control them at all." Half a month later, in the Green Cloud Mountain, Yi Xing challenged 10 middle grade venerables of the Great Yuan dynasty. This battle of life and death was confirmed. Yi Xing, half a month later, you'll die without a burial ground. Ah. The The Supreme King Meng Tai laughed and waved his hand. Retreat. He led the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and left. At this point, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect could finally relax. Just now, both sides were confronting each other. Even if the agreement proposed by Yi Xing made the martial artists of the Dark Star sect feel that he was courting death and were shocked, the string in their hearts had been pulled taut. The Black Biao King withdrew his gaze from the distance and patted Yi Xing's shoulder. Brother Yi Xing, this bet of yours is too dangerous. How confident are you? Yi Xing smiled faintly and extended a finger. The Black Biao King's eyes widened. He said in shock, 10%? Are you kidding me? You dare to make such a bet with 10% confidence? Yi Xing shook his head and said, it's 100%. Brother Black Biao, just wait for the show. Half a month later, watch how I crush those bullshit experts of the Great Yuan dynasty. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. His words were full of confidence. 100%? The Black Biao King's eyes were still wide open, but his expression was one of surprise. He said, are you sure? You're not tricking me just to make me feel at ease, right? Yi Xing nodded. I'm definitely not tricking you. Don't worry. Yi Xing thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to fight after a month to see if there was any hope of him breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm. That way he would be able to easily crush them. Now that there was only half a month until the battle, breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm was basically impossible. However, it didn't matter. Yi Xing still had the dragon form as his trump card. This life and death battle was absolutely safe. The Black Biao King clapped his hands and said happily, that's good. However, just to be safe, you still have to raise your strength as much as possible in this half a month. You've already become a venerable and can cultivate the Dark Star Shen body. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda is yours. Chapter 646 That the news of Yi Xing challenging the Meng dynasty spread like wildfire under the intentional spread of the Black Tiger King's men. Since Yi Xing had full confidence in winning this life and death gamble, the Black Tiger King naturally wanted to make a big deal out of it. He wanted everyone in the world to know about this battle and pay attention to it, creating a huge wave of momentum. Yi Xing, a 3-star venerable, had challenged 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng dynasty. Such a challenge was suicidal in the eyes of the cultivators. If Yi Xing won in the end, the result could be imagined. That would definitely shake the entire star continent. It would be a huge blow to the Great Yuan dynasty's power. At that time, the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely shock every cultivator. Once they believed that the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty, what confidence would they have in the Great Yuan dynasty? When the majority of the cultivators in the star continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum would gain the upper hand. What was momentum? What was luck? The general trend was where the hearts of the people were, and where the hearts of the people were, it was the general trend. Going with the general trend was like the sun in the sky. If one's luck went against the general trend, it would be difficult to do anything. One would be obstructed everywhere. Naturally, one would be extremely unlucky. Although the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times had already spread throughout the star continent, it was only because of the influence of the Dark Star sect in the East Divine Continent that many factions chose to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the other 3 continents still believed in the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, and the hearts of the ancient martial art practitioners still leaned towards the Great Yuan dynasty. As for the Middle Sky continent, needless to say, the cultivators had absolute faith in the Great Yuan dynasty. They did not believe that the demonic star in chaotic times could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the current momentum of the world was still with the Great Yuan dynasty. Even though Yi Xing had obtained the destiny of the star continent in the Starry Sky arena, the Great Yuan dynasty's actions were still like a hot knife through butter. Their luck was rather good. The Black Biao King's current momentum was to break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and cause it to be plagued with misfortune. When the cultivators from all over the star continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, they would naturally turn to the Dark Star sect. Even if they only remained neutral, it would still be a great loss to the Great Yuan dynasty. While the news was rapidly spreading throughout the star continent, Yi Xing had already returned to the Dark Star Church. Wei Qingxian had already broken through to the astral reaching realm more than half a year ago. Since then she has been in closed-door training. You only have less than half a month of training time, so don't disturb her. Focus on training the Dark Star Shen body and increase your strength as much as possible. When Yi Xing asked about Wei Qingxian, the Black Biao King said as he brought Yi Xing to the Dark Star Pagoda. Lord Emissary, the young hierarch is inside. The tower guardian Zhou Kunshan walked over. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on the Dark Star Pagoda, and he asked, "How long has he been inside?" Zhou Kunshan said, "It's been a few hours." The Black Biao King said, "It should be out soon. Let's wait for a while." Although Yi Xing was pressed for time, he could afford to wait for 2 to 4 hours. Zhou Kunshan said, "The young hierarch's cultivation base has broken through to the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. I estimate that he has been training in the pagoda for quite some time. Lord Emissary, if we wait, we might have to wait for 2 or 3 days." Yi Xing remembered that when he first came to the Dark Star Pagoda, he had just finished participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Competition and entered the Blood Edge Empire Academy. He was 19 years old at that time, and just happened to meet the Dark Star Church's young hierarch Zhui Yupeng. At that time, Zhui Yupeng was 29 years old, and had just broken through to the 6th star Venerable Realm. The Black Biao King said that he had broken the Dark Star Church's record. At that time, Yi Xing felt that Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed was heaven-defying. Now 2 years had passed, and Zhui Yupeng was already 31 years old. He had already broken through to the 7th star Venerable Lord Realm, and still maintained the Dark Star Church's cultivation record. Moreover, he had high hopes of becoming a 7th star Venerable Lord before the age of 35. He had high hopes of becoming the first person to become a king before the age of 40. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Yi Xing was no longer as amazed by Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed as he had been 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yi Xing had still been fighting against Astral Realm enlightened masters. In Yi Xing's eyes, Zhui Yupeng had been extremely powerful. But now, even though Zhui Yupeng had become a 7th star Venerable Lord, Yi Xing didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. In these 2 years, Yi Xing had grown far too much. He had seen far too much. There was no one in the star continent that could make him feel amazed. On the contrary, he had become a person that all the martial artists in the star continent would marvel at. "Old Zhou, tell him to come out." The Black Biao King waved his hand when he heard Zhou Kunshan say that he would have to wait for 2 or 3 days. He could wait for 2 or 4 hours or even a few hours, but the Black Biao King couldn't let Yi Xing wait for 2 or 3 days no matter what. The battle had been set for the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Yi Xing's time was very tight. At most, he would only be able to cultivate for 10 or so days. The Black Biao King knew that Yi Xing's physique was special. He could absorb the dark star energy endlessly to strengthen his body. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to cultivate the Dark Star Shen body to a very high level. What Yi Xing needed now was time. The battle on the 3rd day of the 3rd month was a matter of great importance. The Black Biao King had already sent people to spread the news throughout the entire star continent. When the time came, all the martial arts forces of the star continent would pay attention to this battle. This battle had to be won. They could not afford to lose. If they won, they would break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and achieve the Black Biao King's goal. If they lost, they would instead help the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, Yi Xing would lose his life, and the Great Yuan dynasty would be as stable as a mountain. Zhou Kunshan was in a difficult position. He said, "Lord Emissary, the young sect master is different from Shiminju. Do you want to force him out as well?" The Black Biao King patted Zhou Kunshan's shoulder and said, "Just do it. When he comes out, I can apologize to him." However, Yi Xing's time is tight. He must obtain the Dark Star Pagoda. Yi Xing said, "Brother Black Biao, you don't have to force me. I can wait for 2 or 3 days." Yi Xing had his own trump card. Even if he did not cultivate the Dark Star Shen body, he was confident that he could win this battle. However, the Black Biao King was not Yi Xing. The Black Biao King did not know what kind of trump card Yi Xing had. He only knew that Yi Xing's challenge was very risky. Even if Yi Xing said that he was confident, he was still worried. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to make Yi Xing's strength stronger, the Black Biao King would not give up. The Black Biao King said, "After this period of time, Zhui Yupeng can cultivate however he wants. He doesn't have anything important to do. If he also has a life and death battle with the Dark Star sect, I will also eliminate the others and let him cultivate alone in the Dark Star Pagoda. Old Zhou, go. This battle is very important. As the young sect master of our sect, Zhui Yupeng knows the importance of this matter. He can understand." "All right." Zhou Kunshan nodded and came to the side of the Dark Star Pagoda. He took out a token and pressed it on the formation that enveloped the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, a light flashed and a figure appeared, pushed out by the Dark Star Pagoda. Chapter 647. Zhou Kunshan. Zhui Yuping roared as soon as he came out of the Dark Star Pagoda. He was the young sect master, someone who would take over the position of sect master in the future. Yet, he was actually forced out of the Dark Star Pagoda while cultivating. One could imagine the fury in his heart. After roaring, Zhui Yuping saw the Black Biao King and Yi Xing, and his expression relaxed. Zhui Yuping suppressed his anger and said, "I was wondering who it was that dared to force me out of the Dark Star Pagoda. So it's Uncle Black Biao. No wonder." Although he was unwilling, Zhui Yuping's words revealed his fear of the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King and Meng Tai's battle had been evenly matched, shocking the world. This battle also let the people of the Dark Star sect know that the Black Biao King's battle strength was not inferior to the damning Supreme King. This caused the Black Biao King's status in the Dark Star sect to increase greatly. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King after knowing his battle strength. In the martial world, strength was respected. The position of sect master of the Dark Star sect had indeed increased his status by quite a bit. However, in the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to back down. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King. Although Zhui Yuping was proud and arrogant, he was still wary of the Black Biao King. After all, even if he became a 3-star king in the future, his strength might not be comparable to the Black Biao King. Of course, being wary was one thing. Zhui Yuping's status was extraordinary after all. He was the future sect master and also a monstrous genius. He would not be willing to lower his head to the Black Biao King. His words revealed a hint of jealousy. The Black Biao King said, "Yi Xing's time is tight. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda has priority for him to cultivate. Yuping, I'll have to trouble you. Sorry." Zhui Yuping's jade-like brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that in Uncle Black Biao's eyes, his time is tight, and I have so much free time that I don't have to cultivate? Zhui Yuping had entered the Dark Star Pagoda a few hours ago and did not know that Yi Xing had broken through to 3-star Venerable and had a duel with the damning Supreme King. However, Zhui Yuping had already heard the news of Yi Xing in the Qingyu Empire. As the #1 genius of the Dark Star Church, Zhui Yuping was extremely displeased and envious that Yi Xing had become an exalted so quickly and possessed such heaven-defying strength. Zhui Yuping had always believed that if there was a demon star in troubled times, then it could only be him. When he first met Yi Xing, he was filled with contempt for Yi Xing. Now that Yi Xing had matured, his performance had become more and more outstanding, which was something that Zhui Yuping was very unwilling to see. Now, the Black Biao King wanted Zhou Kunshan to force him out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to make way for Yi Xing. This was something Zhui Yuping couldn't accept. Even in front of the Black Biao King, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The Black Biao King said, "Compared to Yi Xing, your time is indeed very leisurely. Yi Xing has already made a bet with the damning Supreme King to challenge 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Deyuan in a battle of life and death. The time will be half a month later, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month." When Zhui Yuping heard the first sentence and saw that the Black Biao King really compared him to Yi Xing, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. However, when he heard the second sentence, the anger in Zhui Yuping's heart dissipated and only shock remained. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Challenging 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Deyuan? How is this possible? Isn't this courting death? Zhui Yuping couldn't believe it. The Black Biao King saw Zhui Yuping's expression and revealed a mocking expression. Yi Xing is only a 3-star venerable, yet he dares to challenge any mid-level venerable from the Meng family of Deyuan. Yuping, you are now a 7-star venerable. As long as you dare to make a bet with the damning Supreme King and challenge any venerable from the Meng family of Deyuan in a battle of life and death, I can make Yi Xing back down. You can cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda every day for half a month and no one will disturb you. How about it? 3-star venerable? Zhui Yuping inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously he heard that Yi Xing was only a 1-star venerable. He didn't expect that in just half a year, he would become a 3-star venerable. This cultivation speed was simply godly. If Yi Xing continued to advance by leaps and bounds, he would catch up to Zhui Yuping in less than 2 or 3 years. This surprised Zhui Yuping and made him very unhappy. However, Zhui Yuping changed his mind. Yi Xing had challenged 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Deyuan. This was a suicidal challenge. Zhui Yuping's mood became much better. He actually dares to make such a challenge. He's simply courting death. How stupid. Why should this young master be angry over an idiot? Zhui Yuping thought. The corner of his mouth curled up and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated. He smiled and said, Uncle Black Biao, I really don't dare to make such a suicidal challenge. Ah. Since this idiot is pressed for time, I'll let him cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. I won't bicker with a person who is about to die. Zhui Yuping finished speaking and glanced at Yi Xing with disdain before leaving. Yi Xing treated Zhui Yuping's words as fart. His mood wasn't affected by Zhui Yuping's words at all. On the other hand, the Black Biao King's anger immediately surged. Yi Xing stopped the Black Biao King. Zhui Yuping was looking down on Yi Xing. Even if Yi Xing wanted to prove himself, he wouldn't rely on the Black Biao King's help. Yi Xing only needed to obtain a complete victory in the life and death gambling match on the 3rd of March. That would be using practical actions to slap Zhui Yuping's face. Zhou Kunshan opened the door to the first floor of the Dark Star Pagoda and Yi Xing entered. The first 2 times he entered the Dark Star Pagoda, Yi Xing stopped at the 4th floor. This time Yi Xing rushed to the 5th floor in one breath. The 5th floor corresponded to the lower grade of the Dark Star Shen body, which was the entry level. The dark figures on this floor ranged from 1-star venerables to 5-star venerables. The first dark figure appeared. It was a 1-star venerables. Yi Xing immediately used the black hole astrology and wore the dark pattern boxing glove on his hand. He rushed up to fight the other party in close combat. Yi Xing's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation of a venerable. Then it had been reborn by the mid-grade mystic skeleton pill. It was already very powerful. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to sweep away venerables of the same realm. Moreover, Yi Xing was in the dark world formed by the black hole astrology. He could sense everything in the dark world with the dark momentum. Yi Xing understood every movement of the dark figures and could easily break their moves. Therefore, no matter if the dark figures were 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star venerables, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xing. When the first dark figure was killed by Yi Xing, a ray of light entered Yi Xing's mind. It was the cultivation information of the Dark Star Shen body. The dark astral energy formed by the dark figure was completely absorbed by Yi Xing under the black hole astrology. Soon the second dark figure was killed, followed by the third, the fourth. Chapter 648. As the dark figures were killed by Yi Xing one after another, the cultivation of the dark figures that appeared gradually increased. First, they became 2-star venerables, then 3-star venerables. When a large number of 3-star venerables were killed by Yi Xing, the dark figures that appeared became 4-star venerables. Yi Xing felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with the 4-star venerables. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, in the world of darkness, Yi Xing could rely on his sharp reaction and foresight to reverse the situation and kill the 4-star venerables. Every time he killed a dark figure, it would turn into pure dark star power and be absorbed by Yi Xing's dark star Shen body. This made Yi Xing's physical strength stronger and stronger. When the dark figures became 5-star venerables, Yi Xing's dark star Shen body was already at the entry level. It was almost on par with 4-star venerables. Relying on the black hole astrology, Yi Xing still relied on his physical strength to fight the dark figures and kill them. When his physical strength was exhausted, the absorption of the dark star power was even faster. Yi Xing's dark star Shen body cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Every time Yi Xing's mind was exhausted, he would return to the 1st floor to rest. After resting, he would go to the 5th floor to cultivate. Day after day passed by like this. On the 7th day, Yi Xing's dark star Shen body reached the limit of entry level. His physical strength could sweep away 5-star venerables. However, the dark star power of the 5-star venerables' dark figures had little effect on Yi Xing's dark star Shen body cultivation. Only by entering the 6th floor would he have the hope of breaking through to the initial success level. Yi Xing arrived at the 6th floor. The dark figures on the 6th floor ranged from 6-star venerables to half-step kings. The first dark figure that appeared was a 6-star venerables. Yi Xing continued to use his physical strength to fight with the black hole star, which greatly depleted his physical strength and increased the speed at which he absorbed the dark star's power. The quality of the dark star force of a 6-star venerable was indeed much higher than that of a 5-star venerable. After being absorbed by Yi Xing could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his flesh and blood. It could be seen that if he continued to cultivate, his physical strength could still be improved to the level of a 6-star venerable at the very least. 2 days later, Yi Xing's dark star Shen body had broken through to initial success, and his strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable. The dark star Shen body, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to cultivate. It required more dark star energy. Although the progress was still fast every day, it took longer and longer to break through a small level. When the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yi Xing had no choice but to use his full strength to fight it. In the end, he had to use his trump card, Dragon Form, to kill it. However, what disappointed Yi Xing was that the Dark Star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure was too high quality, and his body couldn't absorb it. It seemed that his cultivation of the Dark Star Shen body was not limitless. Currently, the 6-star Venerable Strength was the limit. Yi Xing retreated to the 5th floor and then to the 6th floor. The 6-star Venerable Dark figures on the 6th floor appeared again. Every time a 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yi Xing decisively retreated to the 5th floor. Killing a 7-star Venerable Lord was too troublesome, and he couldn't absorb their Dark Star energy. Yi Xing naturally avoided fighting with them. On the 13th day, Yi Xing's Dark Star Shen body had reached the peak of 6-star Venerable Strength. The Dark Star energy of the 6-star Venerable Dark figure had little effect on the Dark Star Shen body. Since he couldn't absorb the Dark Star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. The Dark Star Shen body couldn't break through to the 7-star Venerable Lord level. Yi Xing left the Dark Star Pagoda and saw the Black Biao King at first glance. Although the Black Biao King knew that Yi Xing would be cultivating in the Dark Astral Pagoda for a long time, he didn't leave. He had been waiting all this time. He placed more importance on the life and death duel on the 3rd of March than Yi Xing himself. Brother Black Biao. Yi Xing walked in front of the Black Biao King. How's the situation? The Black Biao King asked. I've barely reached the small success stage. Yi Xing said. Good. The Black Biao King's eyes lit up. The Dark Star Shen body, even if it had only reached the small success stage, was equivalent to a 6-star Venerable Strength. Since Yi Xing dared to challenge before, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. In addition, with such a powerful physical body, the Black Biao King finally felt relieved about this life and death battle. On the side, Zhou Kunshan looked at Yi Xing and sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Yi Xing had only cultivated the Dark Star Spirit body to perfection last time. Originally, he thought that Yi Xing could cultivate the Dark Star Shen body to the limit of the entry stage, which was already heaven-defying. Who would have thought that Yi Xing had actually cultivated it to the small success stage? The Black Biao King patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, You must be tired after cultivating for so long. I'll take you to your residence. Have a good rest and prepare to slaughter the Meng family of Deyuan. Ah. True human rank martial artists could go several days and nights without sleep. Venerables and kings could persevere for even longer. However, venerables and kings also needed to rest when they were tired. Yi Xing and the Black Biao King had not slept for more than 10 days. There were only 2 days left before the battle on the 3rd of March. Naturally, they needed to have a good rest and be in their best condition for the life and death battle. The Black Biao King brought Yi Xing to the left emissary's residence. The left emissary's residence took up a large area and had many courtyards. The Black Biao King did not have many clansmen, so there were many empty courtyards in the residence. The Black Biao King picked the one closest to Yi Xing's residence. In the Black Biao King's residence, Yi Xing completely relaxed and had a good sleep. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. The tiredness from cultivating for more than 10 days and nights had been swept away. He was full of energy and his body was filled with energy. Today was the 3rd of March, the day of the life and death battle. The decisive battle would take place at noon. The Dark Star Sect's teleportation formation could teleport to any area in the East Divine Continent. It was not difficult to arrive before noon. Yi Xing was about to find the Black Biao King when the Black Biao King came looking for him. Brother Yi Xing, how was your rest? The Black Biao King asked from afar. Very good. I'm full of energy. Yi Xing smiled slightly. Ah. Today we killed all 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng clan in front of everyone. Let's see if Meng Tai still has the face to brag about being invincible in the Great Yuan dynasty. The Black Biao King laughed heartily. He was very happy. Are we heading out now? Yi Xing asked. He was also very excited. He couldn't wait for this battle to begin. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the kings of the Dark Star Sect. Although we have made preparations in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, we still need more experts to prevent Meng Tai from falling out with us. The Black Biao King said. Chapter 649. Dark Star Hall. The Black Tiger King brought Yi Xing here, and the higher-ups of the Dark Star sect were already gathered in the hall. At the front of the hall there were 2 large chairs in the middle. 2 experts were sitting on them. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, while the other had white hair and looked like an old man in his 60s. This should be where the sect master sat. Since there were 2 people sitting there, it wasn't difficult for Yi Xing to guess that they were definitely the sect master of the Dark Star sect and the sect master of the Sovereign sect. The Black Tiger King introduced, "The old man on the left is my master, King Xiaomu, the sect master of the Sovereign sect. The one on the right is my senior brother, King Star Dragon, the sect master of the Dark Star sect." Yi Xing cupped his fist and bowed to the 2 of them. "Greetings, King Xiaomu, King Star Dragon." King Xiaomu and King Star Dragon nodded and smiled. King Xiaomu said, "Yi Xing, are you confident in today's battle?" Yi Xing said, "Absolutely." King Xiaomu's eyes lit up. "Good, I'll personally protect you today. You don't have to be afraid of the great Yuan dynasty's might and not dare to kill the Meng family's cultivators. In the life and death battle, either you die or he dies. Kill as you please. The Dark Star sect has already made preparations, and we're not afraid of the damning Supreme King going berserk." Yi Xing bowed slightly. "Thank you, King Xiaomu." On the left and right of the sect master's throne, there were also 2 large chairs. The chair on the left was empty, and the chair on the right was occupied by an old woman over 60 years old. The Black Tiger King said, "Yi Xing, you've already met this person. She's the right emissary of the Dark Star sect." Shiman Manqing coldly interrupted the Black Tiger King, "Since you've already met him, there's no need to introduce him. It's hard to say whether this kid can live past today. At least he has to live past today to be qualified for me to meet him." Shiman Manqing was over 700 years old, and she was only a few tens of years younger than the Sovereign sect's master, Zhuo Xiaomu. She'd always considered herself to be a senior before the Black Tiger King, and even if the Black Tiger King's strength was already the #1 expert in the Dark Star sect, she still relied on her seniority to not give the Black Tiger King any face. Seeing this, the Black Biao King walked past Shiman Manqing. If it wasn't for etiquette, he wouldn't have bothered to introduce this crazy old woman. Below the seats of the left and right emissaries, there were 2 seats on each side of the staircase. 4 kings sat there. The Black Biao King introduced, "These 4 are the 4 great guardian Dharma kings of our sect. The 2 on the left are King Jiangong, Zhuo Jiangong, and the one below is King Qiushui, Zhuo Qiushui. The 2 on the right are Heavenly King Guan, Shiman Guantian, and the one below is Vast Sea King, Lin Songhai." Yi Xing bowed slightly towards the 4 of them. "Greetings, guardian kings." The King Jiangong, King Qiushui, Heavenly King Guan, and Vast Sea King all nodded slightly. Although Shiman Guantian was a king of the Shiman clan and didn't get along with the Black Biao King because of Shiman Manqing, he couldn't act like Shiman Manqing and not give the Black Biao King any face. These 4 guardian kings were all 2-star kings, and the oldest was Lin Songhai. He looked to be close to 60 years old, and he was probably not much younger than Shiman Manqing. As for the other 3, they were slightly younger. Some were around 40 years old and some were around 30 years old. Zhuo Qiushui even looked to be less than 30 years old, and she was a charming young woman. Below the seats of the 4 guardian kings was the floor of the hall. There were a total of 7 seats on the left, 3 on the right and 4 on the left, and each seat was occupied by a king. These 7 kings were the 7 elders of the Dark Star sect. In the Dark Star sect, the sect master was higher than the star emissaries, the star emissaries were higher than the guardian kings, and the guardian kings were higher than the elders. The elders were the lowest of the upper echelons. The Black Biao King introduced them one by one. The 3 on the left are Eastern Zhou King Zhuo Dongzhou, Flying Snow King Zhuo Feishue, and Shengliu King Shiman Shengliu. The 4 on the right are Golden Blade King Lin Jindao, Lanqing King Lan Xan, Qin Daochen King Ling Daochen, and Wenfeng King Zhao Wenfeng. They are the 7 elders of the sect. Yi Xing sized up Lanqing King and said, "Greetings, 7 elders." The Dark Star sect had a sovereign sect master, a sect master, 2-star emissaries, 4 guardian kings and 7 elders. There were a total of 15 kings and Yi Xing recognized them all. These 15 kings were the highest echelons of the Dark Star sect. Through these 15 kings, Yi Xing finally knew how important the Zhuo clan and the Shiman clan were in the Dark Star sect. Among the 15 kings, the Zhuo clan held 6 positions. The sect master and the sovereign sect master were both in the Zhuo clan's hands. The 4 guardian kings held 2 positions, and the 7 elders held 2 positions. As the clan passed down from the founder of the Dark Star sect, it was worthy of being called the #1 clan. It was extremely powerful. The Shiman clan held 3 positions. Although they were inferior to the Zhou clan, the other clans couldn't compare. The left and right emissaries held 1 position, the 4 guardian kings held another, and the 7 elders held another. The other king clans combined couldn't compare to the Zhou clan and the Shiman clan. However, in terms of strength, the left emissary He Biao was number 1. In the world of martial arts, strength was respected. This made He Biao hold an important position in the Dark Star sect. The Shiman clan couldn't suppress him even if they wanted to. Other than Queen Lanqin, the other 6 elders all nodded and smiled at him. However, Queen Lanqin said, "Yi Xing, I've heard about you from Qingshan a long time ago. I've always wondered which prodigy could move Qingshuan's heart. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. You're a dragon among men." When Yi Xing heard Queen Lanqin mention Wei Qingshan, he felt inexplicably happy. He said, "You flatter me, Queen Lanqin." Queen Lanqin smiled and said, "You're the demon star of troubled times. If you really have the ability to destroy the Deyuan dynasty, how could my words be flattering? I'm afraid they're not even worthy of you. Do your best today. Win this battle and take down the Deyuan dynasty's prestige. We'll also be able to hold our heads high." Yi Xing said, "I won't disappoint you, Queen Lanqin." You make it sound nice. If we lose, it'll be the Dark Star sect's reputation. Right emissary Shiman Manqing snorted coldly and said, "You can only win this battle. If you lose, I won't forgive you." Yi Xing chuckled and said, "If I lose, the Meng family's martial artists won't let me live. I'm afraid I won't be able to trouble you, Queen Manqing." Black Tiger King became angry when he heard Shiman Manqing's words. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Master, have you chosen the people to go to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range?" King Xiaomu nodded and said, "Star Dragon and junior sister Manqing will oversee the sect. He Biao, I'll go with you to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. In addition, Jianggong, Songhai, Dongzhou, Shangliu, Lanqin, and Dust Daoist will accompany us." "Yes, Sovereign Sect Master." The 6 kings stood up when they were named. King Xiaomu and He Biao were both 3-star kings. In addition, there were 2 2-star kings and 4 1-star kings. A total of 8 kings had been dispatched. It was clear that King Xiaomu attached great importance to the safety of this life-and-death gambling battle. Black Tiger King nodded and revealed a faint smile. He was very satisfied with the troops and camps that had been dispatched. Chapter 650. There were only 8 kings who went to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range with Yi Xing from the Dark Star sect. Once Yi Xing won the life-and-death duel, the damning Supreme King might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Therefore, the number of people sent was not the number but the quality. They could easily withdraw. In this half a month, the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty had set up formations in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range and made preparations. No one could easily defeat the other. The Dark Star sect had set up a temporary teleportation formation in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yi Xing and the 8 kings were directly teleported to the temporary stronghold through the formation. "Greetings, Sovereign Sect Master, Left Star Emissary, Guardian Kings and Elders." When the 8 kings arrived, the cultivators guarding the temporary stronghold of the Dark Star sect all came to greet them. There were not many cultivators in the temporary stronghold, but all of them were experts. Other than the High Lords, the weakest was a mid-level High Lord. King Xiaomu looked at the 9-star High Lord in charge of the temporary stronghold and said, "Are the people from the Great Yuan dynasty here?" The 9-star High Lord said, "Not yet." King Xiaomu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Outside the temporary stronghold, there was a tower that was about 100 feet tall. There were many seats at the top of the tower. King Xiaomu, Black Tiger King, and the other kings of the Dark Star sect all sat at the top of the tower. In front of them, there were 2 layers of formation light shields that covered an area of 10 miles. It was the location of the life and death duel. These 2 layers of formation light shields were both grade 5 formations that only had defensive effects. They were controlled by the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty respectively. Only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people outside enter. Similarly, only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people inside come out. In this way, the possibility of others interfering in the battle was completely eliminated. Even if the damning Supreme King wanted to interfere, he would be blocked by the formation light shield. 10 miles away there was another tall tower. It was the viewing point of the Great Yuan dynasty. Behind it was the temporary stronghold of the Great Yuan dynasty. A large number of martial practitioners had gathered in many directions outside the light shield of the formation that covered a radius of 10 miles. Yi Xing had challenged 10 middle-level honorables from the Great Yuan dynasty. In just a few days, the news had been spread to all the empires in the Star Land by the experts sent by the Black Tiger King. For such an important battle, which empire would not care about the result? Therefore, in the 5 continents of the Star Continent, all of the big empires had sent powerful warriors to watch the battle. Each of them was an astral-reaching realm warrior. Of course, most of them were true human rank warriors. They were either locals of the true mystic domain or true human rank warriors from the nearby domains. These martial artists numbered in the thousands, and they were scattered in different directions. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were far away from the 2 towers. The 2 towers were where the kings of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching the battle. No one dared to get close for fear of offending them. Not long after, the Great Yuan dynasty martial artists arrived. Compared to the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty had sent out a lot more martial artists. The number of kings was more than double that of the Dark Star sect, about 20 of them. On top of that, the High Lords and Martial Highnesses had brought close to 1,000 people with them. It was a grand scene. The Great Ming Supreme King led the group of kings to the top of the tower. Looking at the tower in the distance, he laughed loudly. "Black Tiger, seems like your Dark Star sect can't wait to send that kid to his death. You've come so early." To a king, 10 li was about the same as 10 meters of an ordinary martial artist. A king's voice could instantly travel 10 li, and his gaze could even see mosquitoes 10 li away as if they were right in front of him. To the Dark Star sect's martial artists, the Sovereign sect's master, King Xiaomu, had the highest status in this group. However, in the Supreme King Meng Tai's opinion, only the Black Tiger King of the Dark Star sect was a match for him. So, he naturally spoke to the Black Tiger King, and he didn't take the other kings of the Dark Star sect seriously. Regardless of whether it was the sect master or the Sovereign sect's master. The Black Tiger King noticed the complacent expression of the Supreme King Meng Tai, and he sneered, "Meng Tai, make the best use of your time to laugh. When the battle begins, the martial artists of your Meng Imperial clan will lose their lives one by one. You won't be able to laugh even if you want to." Hee. The Supreme King Meng Tai was obviously in a good mood and he still laughed loudly. "Ha! Do you really think that kid can win 10 battles in a row? Let me tell you, that kid is dead for sure. Just wait to collect his corpse." To the Supreme King Meng Tai, so long as he could kill Yi Xing, it didn't matter even if 9 out of the 10 experts he sent out died. Even if all 10 of them died, it didn't matter so long as the last one was able to take Yi Xing down with him. It was a victory no matter how great the losses were. The Black Tiger King couldn't be bothered to argue with him and he said, "Then let's wait and see. Where are the participants of your Meng clan?" The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "What's the hurry? We'll see. Meng Ying, you're up for the first battle." "Yes, Supreme King." A voice rang out and a shadow walked out from the tower. Meng Ying was a 6-star venerable, and he was proficient in the mysteries of shadow within the power of darkness. He was an assassination expert, and as long as the conditions were right, he could even assassinate a 7-star venerable. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. As long as there was someone who could become Yi Xing's opponent, they would naturally be investigated by the Dark Star sect, and then they would tell Yi Xing about their characteristics. Meng Ying's strength in direct combat might not be outstanding, but his assassination techniques were impossible to guard against. Even the strongest 6-star venerables were afraid of him. Even a 7-star venerable would find it hard to feel at ease after being targeted by Meng Ying. The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his hand, and an entrance to the Great Yuan dynasty's array formation light barrier opened. Meng Tai said, "What are you waiting for? Let them enter." Yi Xing had a total of 10 opponents, but the Supreme King Meng Tai had only called out Meng Ying. This made it so that no one could tell who the other opponents were, and their hearts itched unbearably. The unknown would make people curious, worried, and even a little fearful. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted Yi Xing to be curious, worried, and fearful. The Dark Star sect's array formation restriction had been set up by the Guardian King Zhujiangong, so the Black Biao King didn't rush him to open the array formation entrance. The Black Biao King said, "What's the rush? It's agreed that no one is allowed to interfere in this life and death gambling battle. No one is allowed to use forbidden weapons, pills, talismans, or weapons above the mystic level. I don't trust you. Whoever participates in the battle will have to be inspected by me first. Any forbidden items are not allowed to be brought into the venue. Moreover, I have to check their cultivation to see if it's a High Lord who has sealed his cultivation to participate in the battle. This is very possible. The Supreme King Meng Tai was furious. Bullshit. The entire world knows about this battle and everyone is watching. Why would my great Yuan dynasty play such tricks? Chapter 651. The Supreme King Meng Tai was righteous, but the Black Biao King did not trust him. If a supremacy were to enter the battlefield with their cultivation sealed, Yi Xing would be trapped within the restrictive spell formation that enveloped an area of 5 kilometers in radius around him. Moreover, the people outside were blocked by the light barrier and would not be able to help. The Black Biao King could only watch as Yi Xing was killed by a High Lord. Even if it was not a High Lord who sealed his cultivation and was really a mid-level High Lord, what if he had a forbidden weapon on him? With the Great Yuan Dynasty's foundation, it was hard to say if they had a forbidden weapon that could kill a king, but they definitely had one that could kill a High Lord. If the participants had brought a forbidden weapon that could kill a High Lord, wouldn't Yi Xing be killed in an instant and not even his bones would be left? At that time, the Great Yuan Dynasty would naturally be despised for violating the agreement. But no matter how much they despised them, Yi Xing was already dead and the demon star was gone. The Supreme King of the Great Meng would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Therefore, the Black Biao King had to personally inspect every participant to ensure that no danger could occur. Since the Black Biao King insisted on inspecting, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally could not refuse. Otherwise, this life and death gamble could not continue. In the end, the two came to an agreement. The Supreme King Meng Tai agreed to the Black Biao King's inspection, but he also had to inspect Yi Xing. The Black Biao King brought Yi Xing, and the Supreme King Meng Tai brought Meng Ying. The four of them left the towers and met above the light barrier to inspect each other. In the end, Yi Xing only kept the blazing profound spear, dark pattern gloves, and black profound bow in an empty storage ring. The rest of the items were given to the Black Biao King. Meng Ying did the same. She only kept the precious weapons and gave the rest to the Supreme King Meng Tai. Then the rank 5 formation masters of both sides opened the formation and Yi Xing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield. Whether it was the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan Dynasty or the other spectators, their spirits were lifted. This was a battle of life and death. There was no need for anyone to announce the start or end of the battle. As long as the members of both sides entered the battlefield, the battle would begin. It would only end when one side died. Yi Xing was the legendary demon star of troubled times. He was the chosen one who had seized the star continent's destiny. He was the most monstrous genius in the history of the star continent. On the other hand, Meng Ying was an expert who had made a name for himself in the Grand Yuan Dynasty for many years. His assassination techniques were unpredictable and traceless. He had once succeeded in assassinating a 7-star exalt, causing all mid-level exalts to tremble in fear. Although Yi Xing was a monstrous genius, he was only a 3-star venerable and he was still in his growth stage. On the other hand, Meng Ying was already famous for her fighting prowess, and she had already become a 6-star venerable several decades ago. Who would live and who would die in this battle of life and death? Apart from an extremely small number of people who had confidence in Yi Xing, most of the spectators felt that Yi Xing was striking a rock with an egg. The reason why geniuses were terrifying was because their future was terrifying, not their present. Many of the spectators were 6-star venerables. They were very wary of Meng Ying and they even feared her. However, they felt that they were more than capable of defeating Yi Xing. Even some 5-star venerables felt that Yi Xing's strength was not comparable to theirs. How could they believe that Yi Xing was a match for Meng Ying? He actually dared to challenge 10 people. He would probably lose his life in the first battle. This was what most of the spectators thought. When Yi Xing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield, the entrance to the light barrier was immediately sealed. The space that the two of them could move in was only a radius of 10 miles. The moment Meng Ying entered the battlefield, she immediately disappeared without a trace. As for Yi Xing, he landed on the peak of a small mountain that was over 100 meters tall with a faint smile on his face. Yi Xing had already met an opponent who was proficient in the power of darkness. In the Outer Realm Star Continent, the disciples of the Darkeen Palace that Yi Xing had met were indeed inferior to Meng Ying in terms of cultivation and strength. However, in terms of the subtlety of their cultivation techniques, they were much better than Meng Ying. After Yi Xing's super brain evolved, he could even see the figures of the Darkeen Palace's disciples, let alone Meng Ying. Meng Ying was hiding in a valley several miles away. He was proficient in the art of assassination. Although he was a 6-star venerable and believed that he could defeat Yi Xing in a head-on battle, he still used the method that he was most proficient in to kill Yi Xing. He would first hide and wait for an opportunity to make Yi Xing wait until he was impatient. Then he would make his move and kill him in one strike. Yi Xing didn't know how long Meng Ying would wait before he made his move. Could be an hour, or 2 hours, or even several hours. Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to wait. He looked at the valley several miles away and started to move. Wind energy gathered under his feet as he stepped into the air and headed towards the valley. In the valley, Meng Ying was a little dumbfounded. Why is he coming here? Did he discover me? That's impossible. Even a supremacy can only discover me when he's near me. How can he discover me when he's so far away? He must be looking for me and coincidentally came here. That must be it. It must be a coincidence. Meng Ying thought to himself. He could only accept the fact that Yi Xing had walked over here by coincidence. However, as Yi Xing got closer and closer to him, Meng Ying's heart started to beat faster. He couldn't help but suspect. Does he really know where I am? When Yi Xing was only 50 meters away from Meng Ying, he suddenly accelerated and pounced in a certain direction. Bang! Yi Xing's figure appeared 100 meters away and smashed a huge rock into pieces with a punch. Meng Ying saw this and relaxed his vigilance. He thought to himself, that's good, that's good. It's really a coincidence. I said he couldn't have discovered me. Before Meng Ying could finish his words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A gust of wind enveloped him, giving him a shock. After Yi Xing smashed the huge rock in the distance, he didn't stop at all. He turned around and rushed to Meng Ying's back and punched him. Meng Ying had just relaxed his vigilance and was completely unprepared. How could he react in time? Yi Xing's punch landed on his back. Whoosh! Meng Ying's body was instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he flew 1,000 meters away and let out a scream. Given how powerful Yi Xing's body was, his punch was enough to kill any middle-grade venerable one. Even if Meng Ying was protected by a black-grade inner armor, her internal organs were still injured by the punch. She kept vomiting blood in the air. Whoosh! Yi Xing circulated the force of wind to the limit and used the 9 heavens astral travel technique. He was as fast as lightning and caught up with Meng Ying's retreating figure. Bang 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 bang, Yi Xing punched again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had punched Meng Ying 7 or 8 times. Meng Ying's body was sent flying again. His speed increased and he flew a few miles away. His internal organs were all shattered. He fell to the ground without any movement. He was already dead. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye. From Yi Xing's first faint attack to shatter the boulder to Meng Ying being killed by Yi Xing, it was only the time of a snap of a finger. Meng Ying had never imagined that an assassin like him who was proficient in the art of assassination would actually die under Yi Xing's surprise attack. Meng Ying relied on sneak attacks to assassinate his targets, catching them off guard and catching them off guard. Yi Xing had launched a surprise attack just now, similarly catching his opponent off guard and catching them off guard. It was a different approach to killing Meng Ying. Outside the array formation's light barrier, the spectating martial artists were completely dumbfounded. The vast majority of them thought that Yi Xing would die under Meng Ying's hands in the first life and death battle. But the result was poles apart from their expectations. In such a short period of time, the battle had ended. Furthermore, the one who died was Meng Ying. This result caused the martial artists to find it hard to believe. They looked at Meng Ying's corpse in shock, stunned. Ha 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 ha. The Black Biao King laughed loudly. He looked at the Paramount King Meng Tai and said, Meng Tai, keep laughing. Keep laughing. Can you still laugh now? The Paramount King Meng Tai's face was gloomy. Although losing Meng Ying was not a big deal and he did not care, Meng Ying being killed by Yi Xing in front of everyone's eyes was a loss of face for the Meng royal family. How could the Paramount King Meng Tai still laugh? The Meng royal family's martial artists all had ashen faces. Such an outcome made them very unhappy. As for the other martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, although they were not too unhappy because of Meng Ying's death, they still had to pretend to be indignant at this moment. As for the Dark Star Church's martial artists, they were all grinning from ear to ear. Yi Xing's first victory had greatly boosted their confidence. Meng Ying's forte was his ability to assassinate in the dark, catching people off guard. Without this, he was just an ordinary 6-star venerable. However, Yi Xing was able to discover Meng Ying's location, which perfectly countered Meng Ying's forte. Furthermore, Yi Xing pretended to see wrongly, causing Meng Ying to let his guard down. Then he launched a sudden attack, catching Meng Ying off guard. That was why Yi Xing killed him so easily. In reality, Yi Xing's strength wasn't very strong among 6-star venerables. It was just that his physical strength was very strong. A king from the Great Yuan dynasty commented on the battle. His voice was not loud, but it spread far and wide. All the martial artists heard his comments and nodded in understanding. Indeed. When Meng Ying saw that Yi Xing had attacked the wrong location, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xing would immediately charge at him. Yi Xing is too cunning. First, he walked towards Meng Ying, causing Meng Ying to think that he had been discovered and become nervous. Then he purposely attacked the wrong location to numb Meng Ying's nerves and make him relax. When he was nervous, he would suddenly let out a sigh of relief. That was when one's guard was at its lowest. Yi Xing seized this opportunity to suddenly attack, catching Meng Ying off guard and killing him with a quick punch. Meng Ying shouldn't have tried to assassinate him. If it was a direct confrontation, Yi Xing might not have been his match. The majority of the martial artists still did not acknowledge Yi Xing's strength. After understanding Yi Xing's strategy in the first battle, they began to discuss spiritedly. Meng Tai, are you mute? Black Biao King saw that Paramount King Meng Tai was not speaking and shouted. Paramount King Meng Tai coldly snorted and said, he has only won the first battle. Furthermore, he only won by using a sneak attack. What is there to be proud of? Meng Tai had arranged for Meng Ying to fight in the first battle. He had high hopes for Meng Ying. He wanted Meng Ying to secretly assassinate Yi Xing and obtain a beautiful victory. Didn't Yi Xing want to challenge 10 mid-level supremacies of the Meng clan? Look, he was completely ignorant and arrogant. He didn't know what was good for him. He died in the first battle. However, Meng Tai did not wait for such an outcome. Instead, Meng Ying was killed by Yi Xing's sneak attack. Then he was mocked by Black Biao King. Black Biao King was very proud. He laughed heartily and said, in a battle of life and death, being able to kill the opponent is a victory. The lower the price, the more perfect the victory. Yi Xing easily killed Meng Ying and obtained a beautiful victory. Of course I'm proud of myself. If Yi Xing can kill the first, he can kill the second, the third, all the way to the 10th. Meng Tai, who are you going to send to their deaths? Who was he going to send to their deaths? Black Biao King's words made Meng Tai the Supreme King very unhappy. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, Meng Shan, you're up for the second battle. Kill that brat. Yes, Supreme King. A person walked out of the tower. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He carried a saber on his back. Martial artists usually kept their weapons in their storage rings. When they wanted to take them out, they could take them out at any time. Usually, martial artists who carried sabers or swords on their backs were martial artists who were extremely skilled in saber or sword arts. They had a high degree of integration with their weapons. Furthermore, the martial arts they cultivated were also related to their habits. It was very likely that they carried a saber on their back because the angle of attack was suitable. Yi Xing knew this person. He was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. He was only a 4-star green life. For him to be able to cultivate to the level of a 6-star supremacy was already a fortuitous encounter. His cultivation had reached the limit, and it was impossible for him to progress any further. When his cultivation stopped progressing, Meng Shan poured all his energy into Saber Dao, pursuing the peak of saber speed. That was why he was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. His cultivation was only at the early 6th level of Astral Reaching Realm, a level lower than Meng Ying's. However, in terms of direct confrontation, Meng Ying was a lot weaker than him. Under Meng Shan's swift saber attacks, even a peak 6-star supremacy would find it hard to resist. After Black Biao King's inspection, Meng Shan entered the battlefield. Yi Xing is dead for sure in this battle. Meng Shan's speed is extremely fast. Surprise attacks are useless and his saber is extremely frightening. I heard that once, when he fought against a late 6th level Astral Reaching Realm supremacy, he only needed one saber attack to kill his opponent. His speed was so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to react. Such a fast saber? Yi Xing is only a 3-star supremacy. How can he resist? Yi Xing's physical strength is very strong, but his speed can't keep up. In front of Meng Shan's saber, he can only take a beating. With Meng Shan's exquisite saber arts, once Yi Xing is hit, his head will either be chopped off or his vitals will be attacked. I think at most 3 saber attacks Yi Xing will lose his life. Some supremacies were discussing loudly. They all came from the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent, and were direct subordinates of the great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, they wanted Yi Xing to lose his life in this battle. Inside the light barrier, Yi Xing and Meng Shan stood 1,000 meters apart, facing each other. With their speed, 1,000 meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. It was no different from being a square meter. As long as they relaxed for a moment, they would suffer a fatal blow. In the first battle, Yi Xing was less than 100 meters away from Meng Ying. Meng Ying relaxed for a moment, and Yi Xing seized the opportunity to land a punch. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.